welcome to G-Loot Season 5 Super Week, and we have so much fun PUBG Esports coming your way. My name is Sam, also known as Tekel. I'm going to be your host for the next 3 days. And joining me, it's been a minute, we have Toby and Joe Rassar. I think I got Joe Rassar's name right for the first time ever, so high five to me. Gents, Toby had to go and watch real cars drive around a track because there wasn't any PUBG esports happening. So Toby, you have got to be hyped to be back.
Believe me, I have been excited for this day for a very, very long time. Not only are we blessed with PUBG, but getting G-Loot back on the map, so to speak, it's absolutely phenomenal.
It's going to be so much fun. John, you've obviously been following all the pros in Europe playing. I know that you're constantly involved there, but you've also got to be pretty hyped to see that we're back and we're competing now.
Exactly right. Like, I've been following the scrims. I've been taking a look at what the teams have been up to in the off season, but nothing ever really quite compares to being properly part of that big tournament broadcast, right? Like, you can watch the teams play, you can understand what's going on as much as you want. When it's showtime, it's a different beast, and I'm so happy that we're back into it properly for 2022. This is going to be fantastic.
It is definitely going to be fantastic. And what I'm quite excited to see, because this is something that always interests me, is obviously the players have had a little bit of a break. So now getting back into competing, do you think it's going to take them a while to get their heads back into the game, John, or do you think they're ready?
I think they're ready. I think they've been ready for the last 3 or 4 months, if we're being honest. Everyone is raring to go. You almost run the risk of being over ready. You're practicing. You just want to get the first couple of games, get the nerves out, get them done with, and focus on doing well in the long run now. I think everyone is chomping at the bit.
Everyone is chomping at the bit, including the people that are watching, because I know that you're thinking, you know what, stop filling. We want to know the deets. We want all the information. So let's show you that tournament schedule for Season 5. Like I said earlier, 3 days of so much PUBG coming up, and it's all to get into the finals, which will be happening next week. Today, though, and tomorrow and Sunday, we have got so much action for you. If you haven't had your fill, you're about to get lots of it, because every single day we have 8 games going down. We'll show you that right now. It's going to be up on your screen so you can see what it's going to look like the whole night. You're going to be busy. So tell your girlfriends and your boyfriends that they need to go and entertain themselves, because you're going to be watching some PUBG. You can see there we'll split 32 teams into 2 groups, and they will play every single day, 4 maps each. You'll get 8 games to watch. And at the end of this, the top 8 teams will be moving through to that final. This is a lot of PUBG to play for. Toby, do you think the teams are ready? Are they fit? Have they been, stretching their fingers?
I mean, they better be. I know for a fact, if I've been craving competitive PUBG for as much as I have, the players must have, if not as much, then even more, been craving getting back out and getting to play again. So for sure, they have to be ready. But as Joe was saying as well, sometimes people, when there's been too long of a break, can get over-ready. Like, as you say, they prepare too much. So I'm really curious to see how, when we get into the first game, because there will be teams fighting each other early, maybe earlier than they would have wanted to, teams that will go out early. How is that going to impact you? Because now you've been waiting for so long, you finally get back in the game and you go out early. That can be tougher on teams than other teams that get to play, every week and so on. So that's one of the things that I'm curious to see in that regard.
I've always found it quite interesting, the strategies that you sort of put together as a team when you come into this. So for me, there's always 2 strategies. The first is from map number 1, you just go ham, you're going hard from the beginning. Or the other strategy is for the first game, take it a little bit slow, feel everyone out, get a feel for what to expect in the lobby. Toby, what do you think is the winning strategy here?
I honestly think with the first 16 teams that we'll see play today, there's a really good mixture of both. Teams that do tend to kind of put their foot on the brake a little bit and, want to get some play time, not necessarily hunting kills or fights, but wanting to get some play time on the server, get to run around, get started. And other teams that will just say, you know what, we want to come out banging from the start, we want to go out and we want to punch some faces, and I feel like we'll see a good combination of both.
John, what do you think?
Look, at the end of the day, the teams want to be able to establish a baseline of where they can expect to be over the course of this weekend. It's a lot of games. Winning the first game with 20 kills is fantastic, but it shouldn't be top of the priority list. No one should be aiming to hot drop, wipe a squad, keep going, and risk going out in last place. That's not how you want to be playing game number one. So I'm expecting calmness, reservedness. If we do see two teams in similar locations, I'm expecting them more likely to break off and go, okay, let's cool down a bit and work out what to do, rather than rush headlong into a fight, at least for game one.
We'll have to see who is right and how this is going to play out. What are the teams playing for, though? And of course, that's the important bit, because we all like a little bit of cash money. So this is the prize pool for this tournament. And of course, I think a lot of the teams playing, or all of the teams playing today, this is exciting. You want to be in the money, but they're going to be focusing on those top spots so that they can have an opportunity to compete for it next week. But it is a nice bunch of cash, John, to put in your back pocket.
Absolutely. $50,000 we are giving away here, and it is no pocket change as well. Down the tail end, too, you want to be finishing in the top 12 to get yourself a share of the prize money. So sadly, it's not all singing and dancing for every single one of these teams, but it basically guarantees that everyone's going to be fighting tooth and nail to make sure that they are somewhere there. And it's really good to start to see the competition come up, but I look forward to seeing it ramping up over the course of the season, too.
Let's take a look at your first group that you'll get a chance to see today, John. The team that you're going to have your eyes on. Maybe there's more than one.
Oh, there's quite a few here. I mean, at the end of the day, I want to see if We Live Again, after their victory in PSL quite some time ago now, is going to be at the forefront. I want to see what the Skade roster is up to, and then of course you've got teams like Digital Athletics and Entropics. There are quite a few teams to keep an eye on. I wouldn't necessarily say we have a heavy favorite just yet, though.
Toby, how about you?
I mean, I think Joro covered it pretty well. No, I mean, I got to point out two teams. Entropic, they're absurdly good, and they have been for a while, and I want to see them continue to really establish themselves, even though I feel like to some extent they have, but even more so establish themselves as a top team here in 2022. Them, and then as Joro said as well, Skade, a roster combined of absolutely insane players, some of which have played together before, some of which haven't, now under the Skade organization. That to me is it's looking promising as well. Good to see Gemty and Ibiza back on the same roster.
It's going to be interesting to see how these teams perform. And of course, like we've said before, I'm going to tell you again, they are competing for those 8 spots to get through to the finals. Also, though, this is, like you said, we've had a lot of time. We've had a bit of a break. So there's also going to be a little bit of confusion as to what the game plans are coming into this, Toby. So maybe not really knowing what the opposition's bringing. Do you think that that's going to be a factor in game number 1?
It sure is. I mean, we go right out of the plane. There's going to be at least a short moment of, okay, we know where we expect everyone to drop, but let's see where everyone actually drops. And I wouldn't be surprised to see the first game on Erangel and the first game on Miramar have teams that are quite literally going to be forced to land with one another, not necessarily because they want to, but if they are one of those center teams and they go, okay, oh wait, they went for ours, but let's go somewhere else. Oh wait, everywhere else is taken too. Now we have to fight for it. That's where you have a little more space to maneuver on the edge, but I'm sensing a whole hell of a lot of center-focused teams in this lobby in particular, so I wouldn't be surprised to see teams land on top of one another in the first couple of games.
Toby, it's been a while since you and I have been on a desk together, but you know how much I love that. I do love a little drop spot fight, John. So do you think Toby's right? Are we going to be seeing that?
It's tricky. From a competitive integrity point of view, I hope that doesn't come to pass, and I hope we're incorrect. From a practical point of view, though, I honestly think it might happen. Look, we've got 16 teams fighting to begin with, but we have 32 teams in total, and they're going to be mixing it up a little bit. People don't exactly have time to be perfectly coordinated with everyone in the lobby, and everyone knows where everyone is dropping. To a large extent, that might be true. There are going to be a couple of instances of scuffed fights over loot spots. All I'm going to say is the teams don't want to go into those fights all in. If they can back out, they will. But I am expecting the contests to happen.
I like this. John, for competitive integrity, doesn't want to see it. But I know if you're watching at home, you're like me. You want the drama. We want a little bit of drama to kickstart 2022.
Fighting.
Okay. We do have a lot more action coming your way. Like we said, lots more PUBG. But let's talk a little bit about PUBG Esports for 2022. Toby, what are you expecting? What is the year ahead going to have for us? What's your crystal ball saying?
A phenomenal year for PUBG. Not only are we, of course, blessed with G-Loot, we'll get PCS up and running, and we're going to get a Nations Cup as well, which I'm extremely excited for. Please let there be a Danish team. But overall, I mean, it's like with every other year. You go into the beginning of the year going, oh, what's going to happen? And then by the end of the year, you go, oh my lord, that was an amazing year. Let's do that again next year.
So we are going to try and give Toby just that throughout 2022. Let's take a look now at the placement points so we know what these teams are playing for today. You know how this works. Of course, you want to get some kills, but ultimately you want to finish in the top. I would say the top 3 is a nice place for you to finish, John.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you're alive in the late game as well, the team that ends up winning, funnily enough, usually ends up taking out the team in second place. So yes, there's a 4-point gap between first and second, but in all practical sense, you want to be able to get those kill points as well, and you naturally start racking those up towards the end of the game. We will see a couple of instances of teams maybe burning bright and then fizzling out. They finish in 10th place, but they kill 6 or 7. That can happen, but really it's the teams in the top 3 that get the majority of those kill points, and that's going to be so important today.
Toby, obviously in agreement with John?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see the start of today as well. I mean, again, we are playing 3 days of games. It's not all on the line here today. So looking forward to see how teams are going to prioritize taking fights as opposed to getting the late game, as I said earlier, over the course of the days and how it will change.
So we mentioned the prize pool earlier, but it's not just money you're playing for. You're playing for PGC points as well here in G-Loot Season 5. And again, this is exciting for us to look at, Toby, but for the teams competing today in Group 1, this is going to be far from their mind. Right now, they just want to get that first map. They want to drop in and they want to start playing, right?
I mean, yes and no. I mean, obviously, you can't make it to the end if you don't make it through this weekend. It's simple as that. You got to take it one map literally at the time in order to get your way there. So there, I agree with you. But believe me, there are some of these teams as well that are very, very much playing with this PGC qualifier point system in mind, or with the table in mind as well, because they want to make it. They want to make it to the Global Championship. And, well, this event is going to be their first chance to get there.
As Toby said, John, I mean, do you think that a lot of these teams, when they were planning out their 2022 competitive season, this was front of mind for them? They said, right, we're doing these tournaments. This is where we need to finish. These are the points we need to get to make sure that they're ready come the end of the year?
At the end of the day, right, all of these teams are going to be having those points added up throughout the course of the year. So right now, everyone's on 0. It's not planning out, oh, we need to finish here in order to achieve this. We don't really have that baseline set yet. What we do know, though, is that in all of the events where we've got PGC points being given out, it's very top heavy. So you're not going to get a team looking to finish in the top 8 or something like that as far as qualification for PGC is concerned. They're all aiming for top 3 consistent finishes, no doubt about it. And that makes it more interesting for us, of course, because there are 32 teams here and only 3 of them can occupy the top 3 spots. So really, we're going to get to see the lay of the land this weekend and try and work out who's going to be jostling for that realistically come next weekend.
Do either of you, and I mean, I'll put this to John first, you have insight into how the teams have been prepping? Because, I mean, obviously consistency is key. How do you prep for that? How do you get ready for that? Or does it really come down to just having your mind in the game when you start the tournaments? John?
It comes down to a lot of interpersonal relationships outside of the game as well, which I know sounds a little bit weird. We played a little bit of Roster Royale over the last couple of months, for example, and some players officially might have joined teams more recently than others. Other teams will have hired new coaches, new managers, and things like that. But in reality, behind the scenes, a lot of these players and coaches are friendly with each other, and they've played together for months, in some cases even years already, so they'd be able to settle in really quickly. In some cases, it's going to be a matter of getting those competitive games under your belt, understanding what kind of mistakes you make when you're in that competitive environment and learning from them. It's difficult to predict, but we're going to be able to separate those two groups of teams very, very early on, I think.
Toby, you chat to a lot of the players, a lot of the coaches. I know that you're very involved in all of those conversations. So any idea how they've been prepping for this, or has John got it all nailed down there?
I mean, I think John put it pretty great once more. But the one thing that I do want to add is I believe since we're in the Super Weekend that we are, there's a lot of teams here that, I mean, for the teams that are maybe more established, you're Entropic and teams like them, there are teams coming in here that they will have a hard time, if not near an impossible time, to know what to expect from, simply because the rosters they're going up against, they haven't had a chance to play in the past. And therefore, I would say, especially for this week, come next week, it's a different story, because you have more of the established teams that you can go back and watch feedback and watch old matches from. But here, focus on your own game. Don't go out and make your rotations and plan everything according to what you expect the opponent to do, because there's a big chance they're probably doing something different because they expected somebody else to do something different, and so it goes, right? So focus on your own game, and I think that's how teams have been preparing coming into this. Don't put your focus on what you expect others to do. Just put up a game plan that you know you can execute yourself.
That's Toby's top tip, and it's so interesting because I get to chat to a lot of pro players, and they always say that, because I'm all about strategy. I always want to know what they're thinking, how they prep, and then they always say the same thing, where they're like, we're not actually worried about anyone else. We just focus on our own game. We try, drop, and do the best we possibly can. I think they're lying. I think that they have strat books in the corner, and they just don't want to share them with us. But yeah, let's take one more look at the teams. So you mentioned some of the ones that you think will stand out. But Toby, any there that you think may be the dark horse that could possibly come and cause a little bit of an upset?
I think a team that we've seen in the top before that might go under a few people's radars would be Afteralt. I mean, Pokemon has been in the game since, I even want to say before I started casting, and I pretty much started casting as soon as the game came out. Diaz is there, Hibago and Enan. I mean, they're a really high caliber roster. We haven't seen Diaz play in a while, but I'm really excited to see him being back in the mix. So they are definitely a team I would keep my eye on. They have been up there, they've been battling against some of the top tier teams in all of Europe, and they've beaten them at different times. It just hasn't been consistent enough that we've seen them play well at the top all the time. So hopefully for them, they'll make it through to the finals next week.
John, how about you?
I think that we're less likely to see individual teams' rosters make a huge impact. Rather, we're going to be looking at what the team's preparations were. You guys mentioned before, for example, if you rotate or if you strategize based on what you expect your opponents are going to do, and then they do something different, that starts the chain reaction or the chaos domino effect that we probably are going to see at some point, where one team does one thing different, that leads to an impact somewhere else on a second team, and then again to a third team. And before you know it, the half of the lobby that has really good adaptability and instantly has a plan B, they're going to be fine. The half that planned out a specific set strategy are going to crumble, or they're going to get into scuffed fights, just about win them and go, darn, what do we do next? We're going to start to see the differences between those two approaches to the game quite quickly after game one, I think.
Toby, I mean, John's 100% correct when he says that. And I think that sometimes when you've changed up a roster or you've had a little bit of a shuffle, that communication isn't really there. So adaptability becomes quite difficult. You're still getting a feel for each other. Do you think that will play a role today?
Almost definitely. I mean, again, as we talked about, scrims have been played throughout the beginning of the year, but scrims are also, have to say it, only scrims. I mean, it's a different mentality when you come into it knowing that there's not going to be that extra scrim next week where you can just do better. No, this is your chance out of 4 events in the year to make a stand, and that's going to influence not some but every single player on the server, and therefore the flow of the game will change as well. Teams that have been sprinting around going aggressive all the time in scrims might completely slow things down, and the opposite could happen as well. And one team, I mean, just kind of to add to what I was talking about before, and also to add to the whole roster change thing, to me, is Digital Athletics, because I feel like they're coming into this with a pressure on their shoulders that most, if not all, other teams don't have. Because this is a full, I mean, we talk about one player being changed there, 2 players being changed there. This is a full roster change. A team coming in now under arguably one of the biggest supported teams in all of Europe. They have to perform right off the bat. I mean, and the players, tournament-wise, they haven't had the biggest showing in the past, so they're coming in with a lot of support behind them, and if they can get off to a good start here, that's them kind of signed by the fans as the new DA roster, right? So a lot of pressure, I feel like, lies on their shoulders for different reasons than other teams.
John, I know you have some thoughts on this. Did you want to add?
I think Toby phrased that brilliantly. DA have one of the most passionate fan bases in all of PUBG Europe. They want to see those victories. They want to see Eniden ring out across the crowd there. And maybe they'll end up being more of a momentum-based team than some of the other teams in this lobby. They start off well. They might have, 3 or 4 games in a row where they get crazy good results. They start off with 2 bad games, and we might see that roll over as well in terms of mentality. So maybe they'll be a bit more susceptible here than some of the other teams, and that can go both ways.
We're waiting to get going on group number 1, but seeing as we've started chatting about it, I think it's time to spill the tea. John, some of the roster changes that you've seen happen here in PUBG Esports Europe in the last little while, which are the ones that got you the most excited? Which are the ones that you were paying the most attention to?
So one of the ones that I was paying attention to initially, but I sort of had half an inkling, no insider information, by the way, is Vard. And I want to see how well he performs with the boys in Liquid. But also, one of the more recent announcements, I honestly want to see how well we have Fuzzface doing in a coaching role. I'm really looking forward to seeing whether there's noticeable changes in the way the players approach the game because of that kind of switch up. And I don't know what the answer to that is yet. It could be very close to what they were doing before, or it could be something absolutely monumental. I don't know. This is the first time we're going to get to see it properly.
I am such a Fuzzface fan, so I'm thinking there'll be some changes and there'll be good ones, but I might be wrong, so I probably shouldn't say anything out loud, but there you go. Toby, how about you?
I mean, if we take that side of the coin, I want to see this side skate. I mean, Ibiza, the one that Liquid let go. I want to see how he performs. He's playing with Gem2, with Pix. I mean, Skate has an insanely good roster, and I think a lot of people, because Skate doesn't have the same name as an organization as your Liquid, as your FaZe, as some of these top teams, Skate is a team that could come out and surprise everyone this year, like other teams have done previously.
Do you think it takes away the pressure when you don't have the big org name on you? It kind of makes you go, you know what, it's going to be all right. We'll be cool here. Do you think that helps a little bit, Toby?
No, not necessarily, because as much as you now aren't playing for as big an org, I can only talk on my own behalf. I would also imagine that they're playing with it. I'm going to show them. I'm going to give them, I'm going to make them real sad that they dropped me in the first place. So they want to go out, and that's, at least in my opinion, a reason to try and perform even better than if you were, quote unquote, just a house-held player on a top-tier team.
John, we are about to get into the games, so there's no question for you. I just thought I'd say your name out loud. 32 teams competing. We're about to see group number 1. Toby, John, where are we dropping?
All right, here we go. Game number 1 is about to commence. Finally, PUBG Esports is back in 2022. I can't wait to see all the new rosters, the new faces and the new names in this lobby as well, Toby. It's going to be very interesting to see some of the teams that maybe we haven't heard of at all as a household name just break through and outshine some of the more established players. It always happens in tournaments like this, right? What better place to start?
Most definitely. And I think, you were talking about it before with momentum and getting started, getting the ball rolling kind of thing. We have to keep in mind, despite the fact that you, I, and Sam are covering 8 games today, these teams are only playing 4.
Yep.
Because we're bringing in the other 16 teams, obviously, out of the 32 for the last 4 games in the day. And 4 games, while it takes a while to broadcast all the games and get the new game started and whatnot, it's really not a long time to get momentum going. So as you were saying, if you kind of flunk out the first 2 games, trying to really get back into the shoving for the final 2, that can be extremely difficult. On the opposite side, if you're a team that gets out and gets a really, really impressive first game, all of a sudden the day is over before you know it, because you're just blazing through them and you find yourself way up the top of the leaderboard. So it's going to be interesting to see how teams bounce back from tough games, because sometimes it can take teams quite a while, and that while they don't really have today.
There's an extra opportunity to reset as well, isn't there? Because normally you'd be playing 12 games across 2 days, and now you're split across 3. So you do really well today. You want to keep the momentum going. Well, too bad. Game number 5 isn't till tomorrow. And similarly, if you crash and burn today and you desperately need that reset, that comes after game number 4 rather than game number 6. So will it impact gameplay today? Perhaps not. But keep an eye out tomorrow for some of the teams that are doing really well or really badly today. Maybe there'll be an extra opportunity to flip things on their head, given 3 days instead of 2. Who knows?
True. I mean, that's a good take. And also, we discussed how a lot of these teams are coming in with very little study material. For other teams to study on them. So I guess, splitting it in 3 instead of 2 is could potentially, I mean, for the teams that do like to do that excessive prep work on the opponents, at least now you'll have a third day that you can come into where you've had a chance to do a decent amount of prep off of the first 8 games that's been played with that team. So yeah, you're right about that. That does add a little extra opportunity for preparation, but at the same time, you also have to keep in mind and I say only, that doesn't make it an easy thing to do, but it's like you don't have to get first place, you don't have to get second, you have to get top 8 in order to make it through to the finals, right? And while there is 32 teams and it's still incredibly difficult because we have some really, really good teams here, the fight for first ain't gonna be as tough as the fight for top 8, obviously.
Yeah, good. Completely and utterly agreed. We are now on Miramar, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 1. Here we go. Group 1, game 1 here at G-Loot Season 5. A very northern plane path to begin with. 2 o'clock to 10 o'clock plane path here. Picardo just about within reach. We're going to see a whole bunch of alternate drop locations here. And this isn't good for these teams, Toby. They want to know what everybody's normal drop locations are in the first 2 games so they have a little bit more of a chilled platform to build on. And right now, we're going to see a whole bunch of ults.
Yes and no, because I feel like as much as teams, obviously, I mean, if you're one of those teams that we loot here, we don't go anywhere else. If people come, we fight them till we die. That's one way of doing things. But in a format like this, again, playing 4 games a day, if you really want to establish yourself as the team that loots Minas, of course you're going to stay here and you're going to fight the hell out of it until all kinds of hell breaks loose. Or if you really want to loot Impala, as we're seeing in this case, you better land. Oh, actually, it does get the tag. It does almost gets him with the second as well. I was just going to say, you got to really make that ring now, because the teams that are not playing right now but are watching these games and playing later, they will probably be fighting you tomorrow. And if there's an Impala looting team in the other 16 as well, you're not only fighting the teams around you for a top spot, you're fighting 31 teams for a spot in your city.
So we're watching Dopamine go up against Sarvem Esports here. It looks like Sarvem have moved southwest of this drop location. Dopamine managing to get the slightly better parachutes in, and that beautiful shot with the Winchester just now from Hanzus. Sadly, isn't going to result in a knock, but obviously that's better for us. What happens with Sarvem Esports next? So what I expect to happen is for them to get away as quickly as possible. Let's reset. Let's make sure we have other places to loot that don't result in an immediate confrontation. Let's get healed up and chill out. Now, in game number 2, if they decide to contest, oh my God, in game number 2, they could drop on top of them. They could say, nah, we're not moving anywhere. But right now, they just want to loot.
This is speaking of forcing teams to loot elsewhere and whatnot, this is a very interesting circle one. It's not completely out of the ordinary. I mean, we have seen these a few times, but one thing is having to get in here. Another thing is look at the teams that are already there. We talk about, there being maybe a bit of a separation in terms of the top tier teams and the not quite there yet teams of this lobby. You got QM, question mark, a team we haven't even talked about today yet. A very, very capable team going out and winning games. We got Entropic, Dead Sender. We got We Live Again here. We got Afteralt on the west side and DA in the circle too. Those are some of your very top teams in this lobby, and they will have a chance to spread out and take control early. That's going to be scary if you're a team coming in from the east.
Where we saw Entropic just now, I forget exactly which member of the team it was, but out in the ruins, right on the west side of the map that was sort of like introduced more recently, I had a circle in a ranked game basically finish there for what I think is the first time since it was introduced on Miramar. God, it was so weird and so cool at the same time, but I suspect we're not going to see that today.
I hope not. But I also do hope, I don't know, I'm kind of weird when it comes to those terrible circles, because I see the entertainment value, by all means I do, but just like you don't like hot dropping for competitive integrity, I also like to think that the more even the playing field is, the better, or the more the individual capability and skill will shine through, I should say.
Sure. It's going to be interesting to see how teams approach moving into circle early. We've got a number of teams that obviously are fine. If you're in El Pozo, you don't have to worry very much right now. In Tropic, We Live Again, they're cool. How early does everyone else go in? We saw a couple of early indications. Question Mark moved in super early, for example. Skate already making their way in. This is going to give us an idea of how they choose to play these circles, even when we get onto Erangel, for example. So just understanding how the teams think.
Yeah, one of the issues here is, I mean, you can see it right now. These teams that were already somewhat center are full speed sending it early on to get into good positions. There's really not. I mean, teams don't want to commit to cities, so El Pozo will, I would assume anyway, be somewhat left open, at least for phase 1.
Yep.
But, I mean, outside of that, there are so many very, very big and steep mountainsides that are essentially, I mean, yes, okay, you can be running around up there if you really want to die. But as you can see here on the map, there is so much area that is either open field or very open mountain face that you can't really utilize for a whole lot in terms of sitting tight for the circles to come. So already now, things are getting rather dense in the few playable spots that are actually there. And we're still missing half the server inside this first circle.
That's right. You're not going to be able to force everyone in. The damage taken outside of the zone in phase 1 isn't so big that teams are not going to come in. So we are going to see a couple of stragglers towards the end of phase 1, shall we say. They'll take a little bit of blue damage. They'll pop an extra couple of meds, and that's fine. We can expect those teams to probably be playing closer to the edge. Exhalation now, moving past We Live Again. So they're on the north side of El Pozo. We Live Again are very split, by the way. They've got one player on the south side of El Pozo as well. So they're not looking to collapse in on these teams, even if they do get a knock while someone's rotating in. They just want to defend their existing territory. And here's our first crash of the game.
Yeah, Local Rooks and Entropic, they have to sit tight on this one. Fortunately, they're ready, waiting for it. Soon goes down in an instant. Solid spray comes on through as they find the first. Not the way we want to get things started. If you're the attacking team before Entropic, that is crucial because they were split 2-2, not really ready for it initially, but the fact that they get the first one down gets to slow things down. Now QBE from one side spots one. The Boom will find Nail Up in return though, so trouble going both ways.
And they're trading out, but ultimately Exhalation eliminated first. I don't think they're going to necessarily look at this and I don't know. What do you take away from this when it's game number 1 and you just think, we wanted to rotate, we went past one team, we found a warehouse, but someone else was already there? Yeah.
Let me put it this way. Had this been any other team than Entropic, sitting in that 2-2 split, seeing the cars coming through, they would probably have backed off going, you know what, we still got the longhouse, and we still got the compound out by the road, we'll probably be all right. You don't pull up on Entropic. Because that happens. That right there is what happens when you pull up on Entropic. So I think for Exhalation, tried to make that play to begin with, thinking, okay, I mean, even if there's people there, it's obviously going to be a split, so we can just force them away, like brute force coming with our cars and whatnot. Yeah, that doesn't happen against Entropic.
No, they're quite used to, well, I see Entropic crashed almost more often than most teams, even in scrims and stuff. They enjoy defending compounds against people crashing. They might not have expected to have to do that so early in the game, but the moment someone says, cars coming our way, they're going to crash, boom, they instantly know what to do. They do lose Nail Up, so they will be continuing this game as a 3-man squad, but they've also got those 4 points in their back pocket now and a position that's delightfully center circle.
Exactly. I mean, you can't. That's one of the dangers, I suppose, of getting to sit center circle when teams do pull up on you. We get to see a little bit from replay. A solid 1-2 there from Logan Rooks. Peek on the left side, finds the first peek on the right side, and gets the second immediately after. Of course, it's unfortunate to lose Nail Up, but considering the fact that they were essentially holding off 2v4 for the first 20 seconds of that fight, the fact that they only lose one in all of that is it just goes to show the skill that they have.
So I don't think anyone else is going to be crashing that anytime soon, that's for sure. Question mark moving a little bit further north. We now see the last couple of teams on the right-hand side of your screen, slowly moving towards phase 1. We've got Sakura Zensen going through Monte Nuevo. They're not going to want to stay there, I don't think, but they have the option to. If they get shot at the moment they go out the north side, they can turn around. They know that no one else is there at this early stage. It's not a favorable position, but it's fine. I think we're now reaching that stage of the game, Toby, where hopefully we're going to stabilize a little bit. I hope.
I'm just drilling for a second about the whole, you know, I mean, sometimes you just got to accept that things aren't going your way. PUBG is tough and whatnot. We don't like to think, you know what, you just have to accept that it's fine in phase 1. I mean, that's a phase 4, phase 5 mentality going, oh, we're not going to get the spot that we wanted. This right here, it just goes to show how brutal this first circle is, because coming in from that south side, if you're trying to make your way up north and you're already, as you breach kind of the circle, starting to see those roadblocks and difficulties in making your way further forward. If this next circle shifts anywhere north and you're sitting down on that southern side, that's you going, oh my lord, this is going to be a tough one.
You know what else is interesting as well? I think We Live Again started this game with 3 people. I'm pretty sure they're having connection issues at the moment because it looks like Pin is temporarily out of the game, but hopefully we'll be back in. That's the reason why We Live Again stayed in El Pozo. They were looking for places in Circle where other teams are less likely to go because they don't want to fight with a numbers disadvantage from the beginning. It totally makes sense. But what that means is that if they resolve their current issues and they're a full 4-man squad, for example, in game 2 or 3, expect a different playstyle from We Live Again. There is still a question mark over what their strategy is.
Yeah, and as great as this circle would have been for them had they all 4 been there, this is really dangerous because look at the northwest of this circle. The church area they are in, kind of overlooking El Pozo, that is what I would consider favorable terrain for a lot of other teams. It is hard to breach, so despite the fact that they would be lower in numbers, they could potentially hold off. But you can see them actually now just off the corner of the screen that they were actively shooting and Entropic making their way through. We Live Again do not want to fight up close right now. They want to do as much as they can to pop a fish and make everyone else aware that we're here, we're shooting like crazy people because we are 4 people in this compound, despite the fact they're actually only 2.
And a little bit of confusion in terms of rotations here. A lot of drive-by activity happening. I'm surprised there were no knocks there. LLW and After All, we're going at it hammer and tongs. The vehicles must have taken an absolute battering in this engagement. They're going to peel off and maybe just hold the edge a little bit here while they regroup because they've been split off into God knows how many units right now. After All, still north and south of the road. Everyone just needs to take a chill pill.
Yeah, it's always hard. I mean, we talked about the terrain and how hilly it is, or mountainous, I should say, and the fact that we already now get a somewhat hard shift towards the east. It's difficult to traverse because the real only kind of main street leading there goes straight through El Pozo. And you saw how fast Entropic were in making that rotation. They know we don't want to go through that city late. We're going to be ambushed everywhere we go. So they make their way in fast. Now they're sitting on the east side of the city in the big warehouses. There's smart play on their side. For SC on the south side, smart play on their on them as well to make their way down from the hills and into the to the city too.
And it's really interesting watching these teams come into the city, right? Ultimately, cities are really easy to get into. Buildings are relatively easy to defend, but it's very difficult to make your way out of cities because you have, for example, 3 or 4 teams. If you haven't watched competitive PUBG before, if you have a whole bunch of teams on mountaintops who can't see each other, but all of whom can see down the valley or like down the street to where you are in that building, good luck getting out of it. That's the reason teams don't like it. But make no mistake, while they're there, they tend to be safe. It's just they're not your first port of call. So when you start to see the circle shrink to a point where, okay, like El Pozo here, for example, you would argue that that greater area is maybe a quarter of the entire circle. That's when you go, okay, mathematically, it's worth the chance at this point because so many of the other compounds are taken. But until you get to that point, you ideally don't want to commit and you want to look for easy exit routes. Look at Entropic, for example. They're going to be able to move out to the east if they need to, if the circle shifts wildly east. But after Alt and Sakura Zensen, they could be in trouble.
Speaking of, I mean, I'm actually a little surprised to see that we don't have anyone sitting on the kind of the peak. You can see right there, the mountain east of El Pozo. There's usually a team or 2 kind of fighting over that position because it gives you a fantastic line of sight of not the entire circle as we see it right now, but should it go south, you would have vision of pretty much everything from El Pozo and south of there. It is, of course, dangerous to sit around. Thank you, beloved observer, for showcasing exactly
Nailed it.
what we're talking about. But that's a position you would usually see at least one player split into. But again, I think a lot of it comes down to the whole we don't know exactly what to expect from the opponents. And this circle, oh no, this is going to be a city ending.
This is Entropic justifying why they moved into the north side of El Pozo right here. This is property investment 101 as far as PUBG is concerned. Because, oh, hang on a second. We've got SRM, Sarvam Esports moving very, very quickly on the south side of the circle. Everyone is going to be moving. We'll talk about where they can go from here a little bit later. We Live Again at the moment. They're just trying to stop Skade from coming their way. They want to make sure no one crashes them. We can see Pin is back in the game as well. So this is who we're observing now. All is well with them. At the end of the day, if you're north of El Pozo right now, Toby, If it shifts north, you're okay. You're going to be the last team on the edge, gatekeeping everyone. But if you're on the south side of El Pozo, you're in a world of hurt. And that's why I really like Entropic's position.
I mean, taking the mountains into consideration, you'd have to think that, I mean, I'm pretty much going to call it is going to shift south, at least to some extent, unless it was something absolutely crazy. But this for Skate, I mean, for Skate to make their way down here, how they haven't lost a player yet, I'm not quite sure, because I feel like half the server has been shooting at them and they've barely even taken damage. So the fact that they're all here, I mean, yes, okay, they do lose Ibiza to some extent, because he's kind of stuck in a ridge on the other side, but you can see he's trying to get back in his car and get away. This is going to be dangerous. And honestly, for Relive again, I think they would have wanted to find the knock on them, because the less people you have in this city, as you were talking about earlier, when they do have to traverse towards the city, the fewer the people will be there shooting at you. But for EB right now, yeah, this is what I would like to call suboptimal.
Just a little bit. That car could, I'm not sure that's going to buff right out. Let's put it that way. Sakura Zensen then, it looks like they were the ones that Savem Esports decided to crash into. One of the warehouse buildings on the southeast of El Pozo. And we've got the shotguns out. I mean, here we go. The Fuzzface cosplay is about to begin.
Yeah, I mean, for Sakura Sensen, they were the team that got here first, right? They were sitting on the southern side of the city alongside Entropic. I'm surprised they haven't opted to send taggers over to them as well, but maybe they weren't prepped for a push coming through. But when they see that circle go to where it did, and knowing that the next one's going to go into the city as well, you would have to think that they knew what was coming. The thing is, I'm not sure. I mean, okay, the way they're positioned right now tells me that they have a good idea that there are players from Sakura Sensen inside this building too, because no one is moving a muscle right now. This could be a stalemate for quite a while.
I don't think there's any real need to move. What I will also say, though, the moment one knock comes out, this is going to explode.
Oh, yeah. This is one of those observer nightmares where you know you have to be here, and that's why the observer's here. But the second he goes away, and then in like a half second, everyone dies. That's just it's just how it is.
It's all right. We've got everything hotkey. We're good. Half a second, not a problem. On top of that, easy peasy. Salty's only got 10 bullets there, but 10 bullets is enough to kill 10 people.
They're backing up.
That shotgun.
Okay, I like this play. Sakura realizing, you know what, they're not pushing. We have the power to hold off. But Taggers, again, wasn't there to help. But he says, you know what, guys, I have a building in the center of the circle. Come to me instead. In the meantime, while everyone's been stalemating in the city, the East has become a bottleneck of death. And it continues to be just that. No tag trying to make their way into the circle. Explicit, if you want to find a kill before you go down to the blue, it's gonna have to be now. Finally goes for the shot, finds the knock. Does he get the flush as well? No, he doesn't find it.
Oh, no.
Explicit can't get it. Pains there to defend his teammate.
Tried to wait as long as possible, and when he thought, actually, I might be running out of meds here, that's when you're forced to take the shot, which makes sense, right? 1 point better than 0, but unfortunately not able to get the flush quite quickly enough, and Pains takes him down. We now have, oh no, Kellyas from No Tag. I mean, he's in, but he's in a way that he definitely doesn't want to be, and I get the feeling that Dopamine here knows exactly where he is.
You know what, Jor? We just need another, what do we need? 5 hard hits east, 4 hard hits east, and he wins that game. Easy peasy.
Exactly.
And surprise, again, I mean, the more teams you see go past you, the harder you know your eventual journey is going to be. So the fact that they only got 1 kill here is it's a little trigger. Jenny is getting carried down from the hillside. So while they don't have the city, they do have the riches. They can play around for a little while longer. They find their 2nd kill on Rafa as well. I believe another DC there, unfortunately. But phase 4 turning into phase 5 real soon. And I would love to see this one head straight up back into the mountains.
Oh, if that does, you got to feel sorry for the teams in El Pozo if that ends up happening, right? Like, you get teams like Skate and Entropic putting so many of their chips into that city ending. If this ends up hard shifting north, first of all, question mark are going to be the 500 IQ team of the group. No, absolutely no doubt about that. But secondly, everyone who's on the south side of El Pozo right now, you're going to be feeling so sorry for them in 4 minutes' time.
Yep, there's somebody coming in. Shelly is in trouble. Tries to make the run around the back. Now he's on fire. 2, not gonna happen. No tag out in 15th place. I like the fact, I mean, obviously they must have had a pretty good idea that there was someone there, but the fact that they don't take any chances, you know, Molly at first, hold the ankle in the meantime. Nice 1-2 kind of set up by DPM there to make sure that they're not risking their lives trying to get that kill.
Which is exactly the kind of kill where, when it happens to me in a ranked game, I'm raging over. I'm like, at least give me a chance to get a point. No, absolutely not. These guys take no chances. Every point here could be a big difference as far as prize money and indeed placement into the grand finals is concerned. So taking it super seriously from game number one, exactly like we want to see. Here we go. And you know what, Toby? Part of me wanted you to be right, but I'm actually kind of happy we have the circle.
This is going to be brutal. I love the way, I was going to mention that before. I mean, now it doesn't matter all that much, but the way the DPM is spreading on the south side. They have Seasung and Eddie up towards the east, and then Hansus and Molen down on the south side. I love that two-way split with full vision on the city. Now they can kind of, they have a bigger variety of opportunities of approach to the city than they would have had they all four been on either the east or the southern side. So smart splitting around the city for them.
But here's my question, Toby. Where does question mark go?
Into the city.
How? How are you going to be able to do that without
cars and drive-bys? Have you not been watching PUBG lately, Joro? That's how they all do it, right? Just shoot out of the windows.
Like, I feel like they need to get the best possible outcome for question mark is to have teams like Skade and Entropic engaging another team so that they have this 5-10 second window where the cars can actually go down. Otherwise, 3 different teams are going to be full autoing them all the way down.
You gotta find the perfect third-party opportunity, but as you can see here, I mean, for Entropic on the map, they're looking north, and so everyone else. Skate now taking casualties, though, as Noik goes down in the meantime. EP full-on exploded as they tried to push into AF. Tough pull for them, but they go down and trying to make their way down the hillside. Not gonna happen. Pixel in the meantime trying to do damage to the team pushing in from the west, and they know the more damage they do here, the more they can focus inward, but they need to deal with the old bones first.
All bones then. Pretty much everyone on ground level now trying to push into Skade as well. Noik is knocked at the top floor of that 5 stack, and it looks like all bones are going to be moving up to try and claim that as their own. So they're not looking to move further in right now. They're consolidating this position, and that does mean that unfortunately Skade are going to have to play down one Noik.
Yep, unfortunate for them. DPM on the southern side, again, as you see here, making that smart wraparound. I really like the way they set up, that they knew they weren't going to get the city, but they get as much info as you can and then make your way in. And actually, I mean, should this circle go anywhere south now, they go from not having a spot in the city at all to prime real estate. So smart play on their part. DA in the meantime, still on that extremely trafficked west side of the circle, trying to hold off. Huge spotted through the window. Pixel, nice peek. That does go down in return, though. That's from another team, and now Sheila comes through. Pixel goes down. Skate out in 13th.
Not the kind of start Skade would have wanted. They have been going from building to building quite a lot in El Pozo, and it's important to remember that while they went out to Digital Athletics here, they've probably fought, like, say, for more than 5 seconds. About 6 different teams, to be fair. Skade have been shooting at pretty much everyone, and it's just one step too far, sadly. The old bones now where they used to be, and they're going to be looking at Digital Athletics next, no doubt.
I don't want to say I'm surprised to see them not engaging, but they must have noticed a hell of a lot of both Skate and DA players in that kill feed just a moment ago, so they know who they were up against. And, well, I mean, Sheila was the only one surviving, but now able to get 2 players back on his feet is really nice. Molo looking over the top. They have question mark out into the open, and with the circle going south, question mark, well, you went from being in trouble to, well, being in even more trouble.
And that's not what you want at this point. Phase 6 with so many teams left alive. It's not like going out now even gets you a placement point. It's the top 8 you're looking at here, and there are still 12 teams and 41 alive. One team that we haven't spoken about too much that I really want to call out, Austrian Force PUBG, are up to 12 kills right now. They've just been quietly getting on with it. Entropic was center circle for so long, and they, of course, they had that run-in with Exhalation early on, so we know where the first 4 kills came from. They're up to 12 as well. Austrian Force with just 1 left alive. Entropic with 3, and both of those teams have 12 kills. Very strong starts.
The fact that they've been able to hold off this strong is pretty impressive. I mean, for Entropic, they've been sitting on the north side of the city harvesting as much as they possibly could. And Austrian Force up in the northeast been doing the exact same thing. So they've just been with a roadblock for everyone to try and make their way into the city. Now let's see. Here comes moving forward. Not gonna happen. Unfortunately, it comes to an end. I would have to imagine. We live again holding off Great Hair Marbo, the only player for life, and I can see it's actually only 6 kills for Austrian Force. So I was so surprised to see them having that many, but 6 kills is what they amount to this time around as they do go down.
No, that makes more sense because I wanted to call them out because the last time I saw them, I think they had 4, and I was like, wow, they jumped up quick. Must have been a team crashing into them or something. This makes more sense. Entropic with 12 kills and 3 alive, although, to be honest, both of these teams have had good games. Rupture having a little bit of patience pay off, but there are going to be more old-timers there from Old Bones looking to get the return frag. They haven't got it right now, so that's an additional point for them. They've lost Dogser early on, but they're up to 3 kills now, and they need to fight just to make it into Edge. They are not safe yet.
Not at all. Hewitt trying to wrap his way forward. They're well aware that they're fighting not just building to building, but room to room here. Always have that second guy with you to maneuver further forward. They're hearing nades being pulled from above. Use that utility wisely, because you ain't got a lot of it, and you still have a lot of rooms to clear.
And the problem is, you're going to use that utility to clear a whole bunch of rooms, and that's fine. Maybe you even win the fight. But what about the next one? Vanilla trying to come in to help Metrics, but unfortunately a barrage of utility right outside at the moment, preventing them from doing just that. It looks like he should just about be able to get the revive, but look at how unsure he is about that corridor. We don't know how many more teams are right alongside waiting to come in for a chance to pick off a weak team.
Yeah, I like the way they're approaching this, though. Playing it slow, holding the angles, making sure that there are 2 guys, so you're always there to trade the knock if need be. In the meantime, it's DA, and after all, would have to fight eventually. This time around, it's Hewitt alone. Not going to happen. Lurich from far away gets the kill on Hewitt. DA will fall in the end of things. And Tropic now, 2 players on their feet trying to hold off after all. And look at this. We talked about DPM earlier not being inside the circle. Well, guess what? They are the team in the center of this one. Now, they couldn't get into the city. They didn't make a big fuss of it. They played it slow, and here they are. Dopamine, just 1 kill. Doesn't matter. They're in the top 7.
That 2-2 split you mentioned earlier, Toby, so well. About it has paid off and then some here, where they've gone, look, let's just make sure we're in a section of the city where no one else is. Let's not crash it. Let's send 1 or 2 players, scout out, then make an informed decision. And as a result, phase 7, all 4 alive. And in a game like this, where everyone's fighting room to room everywhere else in El Pozo, I'm not saying it guarantees you top 4 or top 5, but when you're still 4 strong and you're all together in the same building like this, it would be an incredible game for you to not get a lot of placement points out of this. This is a great reward for them.
I mean, right now, 4 of 7 teams still have all 4 alive. You can see Sakura Sensen, they've been in the city for a while as well. They've been on the less heated, I should say, side of the circle, or the side of the city. And now, of course, I mean, you can only fall back for so long. Now they have to take some of these fights before they run into other teams, and it should be popping off real soon. And the end of it, after all, will go down. Out in 7th place, they fall. Metric, nice double with the mini there. And you can see Entropic trying to make their way forward, but this is a hard rotation to have to make.
Very hard indeed. Dopamine, now they might be in a position where they can start to reap those rewards, right? Everyone else is moving in and they're going, who's next to me? And Dopamine are like, well, we've got DMRs. We're just going to pick off everyone on the edge of circle while they're looking for other people to fight. So I'm expecting them to go from 1 kill to several more here from the relative comfort of their own home, as it were, because they do not need to move from this position.
See Tegas holding up here still. He-Man securing the double. Coming on through for them, their first 2 kills of the game. They have had quite a few knocks, but not in a position to really find the flushes so far. Now, finally, they do. Solid hold off here using the 5-story building to try and do just that, Tegas. I mean, there are only so many ways Pin can get out of that building, especially with the circle getting ever so much smaller. But look at the way he's constantly maneuvering around, knowing exactly where his opponents are. Will that nade go far enough? No, gonna bounce just short.
That would have been amazing if it did get into the arena though there. Pin goes down. We live again out in 6th place. We've got Entropic, Lul W, Sakura Zensen, Dopamine, and Sarvem Esports left. Dopamine and Sarvem, last of the late rotates into the city as well, remember. Entropic now out. And they're out with... Am I reading that right? Does that say 20 kills?
No, I think... no.
No, surely. No. They were definitely on double digits, right? Like, they have had a lot of kills this game, that's for sure.
Sure have. Let's see now. Zarim Esports. How do you make this approach? I mean, they could try and stay down here. The thing is, DPM haven't really done a whole lot to engage in anything, so I think that's what's not allowing them, but making them there to make the push forward. You see Dopamine, they're very, very confident that this game is going to end literally inside their warehouse. And, I mean, according to how the map is playing so far, it's turning out to be true, but the SRM not really in a hurry to push across the street. They're actually back further off on the backside here.
And Zeus, they're just trying to make sure Lul W knows that they're there. Now spots people coming out in the smoke. If they get a knock here, it's a little bit lucky, but they'll take it. They know that everyone has to come to them. And that's good to know, because sometimes you think, hey, late game, we've only got 1 kill. Shouldn't we be having 5 or 10 by now? No, if you're in a position that good, don't worry about the kill points. They will come. You just need to make sure no one sneaks up on you. And Dopamine at the moment, they're doing that quite well.
Let's see how long they can hold off in this position. He-Man and Salty going together to find the knocks on SRM down on the southern side. They wanted to make that wrap around, and they knew that Sakura was looking elsewhere, but now their focus is south, and they are making them pay for it.
This is so important as well. Imagine those 2 members of Savem Esports were still up. It's so much harder for He-Man to actually rotate it and get off this cliff. So now that that pressure isn't there, it allows Sakura Zensen freedom to rotate.
Solid. Coming into this, I mean, when there were 8 teams alive, they had no kills. Look at this. They've been fragging out now. Smart plays on their part. Little W in the meantime. 10 kills so far, but they're starting to get peppered. Being torn apart by the second Metrics, only one alive, trying to hold off here outside the behind the truck right now, trying to see for how long he can stay tight in this position. Hopefully get at least 1 more placement point, because there are still 2 4-man teams on the other side.
And those 2 4-man teams can bring a lot of firepower their way. You cannot afford to rest on your laurels like this. Lol W going for the cheeky res. They've gotten to double digits as well. Very nice start for them, to be fair, but now it's all about the finish. Look how close the blue zone is to their backs. They need to find a way into this building.
Oh, maybe around the building. The issue is Takers is holding on the other side. Let's see Metrics. Out of flashes as far as I can see, or else he probably would have used them already. Molen now looking for one behind the tree. That's Nixie being shut up, but doing a lot of damage in return, making sure nothing's going to happen there. Takers finds one more. They found an additional one, too. Metrics down, I believe, for the second time in this game. There's no way he's getting that rest at this point, is there? Is he? I mean, it is moving slow, but that is ballsy.
Who dares wins?
It's gonna be close. No, there's no way he gets that. Nope, he's gonna go down. Takers finds the flush in the end. Plenty of kills coming through. Blue tags him one more time. Does have a growth. Only 21 HP though, and no meds other than 6 bandages. Nixie finds one more. Plenty of kills coming through. Sakura, they had 0 kills just before. Now they have 10, and now make that 11.
And well, Lol W tried to hold on for as long as they can. This warehouse fight had to happen eventually. The blue now encroaching on the warehouse itself. And Dopamine down to only Seasong. They've got 3 kills. They did manage to add to it, but how much longer? It's not going to be enough. Sakura Zensen pick up the first chicken dinner of the day.
The last Dopamine bear is going to be blind coming into the start of the next lobby with the amount of flashes that were thrown into that room before it went down. Sakura sends in 2,200 damage and 13 kills this game. Again, I have to underline it. They had 0 kills when everything was in the city, but they knew if we just sit tight, if we wait till late game, we will have the numbers, we will have the advantage, and damn, did they make use of it.
They really did. It's very much a, it's a little bit of, how do I put it? It's almost 6 of one, half a dozen of the other when it comes to where we go in a city once you know the circle is finishing there. We could talk about We Live Again and Entropic, for example, getting such good positions early on. But the honest answer is that keeps you alive. That doesn't guarantee you the victory at all. And we actually saw the teams that rotated super late into the circle be the ones that benefited the most in terms of placement points.
Yeah, the only team that was there early was them. I mean, everyone else were rotating, like the entire top 4 by the end of things were the ones on the edge of the city early on. Not something you see happen often.
So that was map number 1, ladies and gentlemen. We've got 2 Miramars and then 2 Erangles for this group before we take a break and go to the second group of players as well. We're going to take a short break now. When we come back, we'll be breaking that game down together with Sam and launching ourselves into game number 2. See you in a sec.
Some say character is forged in the heat of battle. Others say it is only revealed. But I don't need to tell you this, because you're a survivor. Your choices define you. They make you. They reveal who you are. You know how to take that shot, risk it all, and drop in fearlessly. Straight into the unknown. Straight into what may seem like a hopeless battle. But you have confidence in your insanely accurate controlled spray and your smooth, effortless melee weapon skills. You are a fighter. And you are no mere brute. You're thinking 20 moves ahead. extra ammo, a fully kitted weapon, plenty of meds, and the wits to gather it all while staying ahead of the circle. That's your endgame. Patience is perhaps the most difficult skill to master, but mastering you have. Waiting for the perfect moment to spring your trap. That perfect headshot, a C4 ambush, or yes, even a quiet closet with some tempting bait. In freezing snow, in burning heat, you have pushed beyond the limits of endurance. Here, every choice has consequences. Here, every fight could be your last. But I don't need to tell you this, do I? Because you are a survivor. Be the survivor you were born to be. The choice is yours.
Everybody has to start somewhere.
Even if one of them gets knocked on the other side, I don't think they're going to push for test it up. Able to find the first, takes the shotgun in hand, gets the second as well.
Feel the rush of competitive esports with G-Loot. Create your team. Compete in weekly and monthly tournaments. Play against skilled opponents around the world for the ultimate esports experience. G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
Welcome back. We're about to hop into game number 2, and I just realized Sam's on screen as well, and I need to be quiet for a second.
John, that was a little bit upsetting. It hurt my feelings. I have my whole intro
I'm so
planned.
sorry.
I was ready to go in, and you were like, "Shush, we're talking now."
Chocolates are in the mail. That was completely me. Can you tell it's the first of better 2022? I'm so sorry, Sam. Wow.
We have 2 hosts.
Unbelievable.
Can I do the intro for the next session?
Done.
Okay.
I'll try turning it off and on again.
My favorite part about this is I actually wanted to start by being like, we were talking at the build up to this about how exciting it is, how the teams are going to be all hyped, and I'm so hyped. I have too many questions for this segment. And then John was like, well, I'm super hyped. I'm going to be a host now. Let's actually get into the game though. Game number 1. I had a serious question. I'm going to ask it now. So for me, I really loved the way Entropic played there. I thought that their early positioning was really good. I thought there was a lot of forward thinking. They obviously got the kills as well early on. That helped for them. But then on the other side, you had Dopamine that had to do the late rotation into the circle, also getting a lot of the kills. So Toby, if you took a look at both of those teams, compared their play styles, what worked for them, what didn't?
I mean, for Entropic, they were in the heat of the battle right from the get-go. They knew the importance of being on the edge of the city, and they claimed that spot pretty much before they had finished looting up, whenever they were done up on the northern side with the fight there. And for Dopamine, I mean, they were doing the exact opposite. We talked about it coming into today's games, right? Where some teams will just want to punch it out, and some teams will want to sit quiet through the beginning of it. And I mean, for both teams, it worked out. Entropic didn't get the placements they would have wanted, but got the kills instead. And for Dopamine, they might not have had all the kills they wanted, but they got themselves a second place.
John, I mean, off the back of what Toby just said with Entropic, and I'm focusing on them just because, again, I really like the way they set themselves up there with that circle. I mean, I know that there was something you wanted to chat about as well. They really did a good job of foreseeing what could potentially happen and setting themselves up in that position. Any other teams that you were looking at thinking they've actually got that as well? Because those are the teams I want to watch for the rest of the weekend, because they're the ones that normally end up at the top at the end.
Yeah, there's a couple that we want to take a look at there. First of all, I think you're right. Dopamine and Entropic both did really well. But bear in mind, the circle shifted south to Dopamine. And if that had happened earlier on, they wouldn't have many placement points. But Entropic, they've got those points through the kills, right? So they have those points in the bag. So Dopamine, arguably, a little bit more of a difficult play to maintain. But We Live Again had a great position for so much, and they were playing with 3 players, Sam. So I really, really want to see if hopefully all 4 of their players get into the next game, if they're going to be playing similarly.
You've got the scores on your screen right now. There's 2 other teams that I want to talk about because we spoke about them a lot at the start. Toby, what did you think about Skade?
I like their initial idea of making that transition across. I mean, it came down to We Live Again managing to hold off and force them to make a wide rotation. You saw how bruised they were coming into the city to begin with, and then being forced out on the west side of the circle. They knew that the west side was where everyone was coming in from, and they lose EB in the transition already, then being down in numbers. Then when you have to hold off against the full 4-man coming in from the north and another 4-man coming in from the south, no matter how good you are, that becomes an impossible task.
John, it's not the performance they would have wanted. That lineup, I don't think they're going to be very happy with that.
They won't be, but at the same time, the way the circle's finished in game number 1, it's never easy to chalk off a game, right? At the end of the day, you only have 12 games to prove yourself. But if you had to pick one, when you had to rotate in like that, and there were loads of teams already inside a city, and more often than not, you expect the circles to move out of the city, they'll be fine with that. They'll be able to comfortably reset. You know who I feel sorry for, though? Question Mark were almost like an extreme version of Skade when they had to come down from the extreme north, and they didn't do well either. But I don't think they're going to be blaming themselves for it at all.
There's one other team that I want to talk about because, again, we chatted about them a lot in the beginning, Digital Athletics. John, I mean, we had a lot to say. They're going to be happy. 6th place, they're in the points. That's a good start for them.
I think they definitely wanted to have a better finish, but they're in a similar position to Skade for very different reasons. Skade were just trying to get into the circle, whereas Digital Athletics were forced into a position after they successfully got in, where they were basically fighting room to room with something like 3 or 4 other squads just to own the northwest of Phase 6, Phase 7. It was a tremendously tough position for them to be in, and if it was more open and they managed to take Compound Center Circle early on, I'm sure they'd be looking at themselves going, you know what, that would basically have been a top 3 finish. We played that okay. I think they can take that as a good baseline.
Okay, so John obviously took my intro, which meant that I just wanted to talk about all the teams that I had questions about. But Toby, now I'm going to stop doing that and ask both of you, what were your favorite standouts there, the things that you saw that maybe you want to draw a bit of attention to as we move into game number 2?
I mean, as a caster, there's nothing better than putting something to attention early on and then making it an argument that you hope is going to see come to fruition and then seeing that happen. So that's going to be Dopamine and the way that they split out on the southern side of the game early on.
Look how fast you spoke, because you know we're going into game number 2. John, now you can talk. I'm done.
I feel like I should give Sam the plane now. I almost don't want to talk here. I'm like, Sam, come back. I'm so sorry. I thought we were going to our 2 box. I was getting ready for that, but we are actually here now. Game number 2, I want to highlight We Live Again, especially if all 4 players are in the game. Are they going to do something a bit differently? What other teams do we think might have a different game 2 to game number 1?
I hope all of them, because I really don't hope we're ending in a city again. I mean, that's one thing is having you got to kind of dust off after a long kind of quiet time between tournaments, but getting tossed straight into an El Pozo ending, that is just, I mean, it's one of those games where even if it's in the middle of a long-lasting tournament, sometimes you still have to throw the playbook out of the window because you just got to play team deathmatch in a city. So having to start off like that, I mean, we'd already talked about how the plane was somewhat tough, and then the Northwest Circle. That was just, I mean, that's one of those where you just write it off and you go, let's just go play next, because that was a crazy warm-up game for a lot of these teams.
Well, Go Play Next is exactly what's happening now as we get into Group 1, Game 2. We've had the horizontal plane path. Let's have the vertical one now as well. Slightly skewed to the left-hand side, an 11 to 6 o'clock plane path to start us off. possible Southern Island finish. Wouldn't that be fun? Well, maybe not for game number 2 after the chat we just had.
Don't even begin. I know you're gonna curse it somehow.
We'll cast the curse it so that it can't finish there.
Wait,
so
you
really,
can't do that because you're a host now, right? Oh wait, am I wrong?
Well, I was for about 20 seconds, but I'm back in my box now, Toby. I'm back in my box. We're all good.
There you go. Question mark on your screens. Fate swapping the bolt for the SLR makes pretty good sense. Having said that, though, there are quite a few people these days starting to play the bolt action. So maybe we'll see if that's going to be more of a thing here in G-Loot Season 5, whether it be in the Super Week or in the finals come next week. In the meantime, Howl and our Austrian foes trying to spread out and get looted, knowing, of course, that they have opponents nearby. You want to grab those cars fast and get going if need be, as it's never fun looting a building when you're already kind of spread looting and you're looting right next to an opponent and there's one car to share. Fortunately, they're all inside the circle.
Oh no, the Southern Island's in. It's in. But if I call it out now, it won't be. We're good. It's west of Los Leones to start off with. So phase 1 is going to be south of Los Leones and Chumacera. We have, let me see. We've got SRM looking pretty chilled out. Old Bones, who have taken the west side of Los Leones, they're going to be all right as well. The question then comes down to rotation paths. So if Digital Athletics, for example, come in quickly, or We Live Again come in quickly, they might find themselves almost accidentally going by Afteralt, for instance, on the west side of the existing circle. So how many of the teams that are currently on the edge, think Picado, think Valle del Mar, how many of them are going to move quickly so that other teams can come in from outside? That's what we got to be watching for the next couple of minutes.
And I hope the answer to that is all of them.
Fingers crossed.
Mainly because it makes it so incredibly. It's one of those gentleman things, you know. If you get given a circle, you move towards the center, unless if you're Virtus Pro, I suppose. But if you're on the edge, you move towards the center. That way, the teams that are coming from the outside can make their way on in. That's just how it is. And not at all for that reason, but because if you're given the opportunity to take a center position in a circle, it's a pretty smart thing to do, at least in the early game. There's arguments to be made that you want to play the end game more on the edge, but if you're having a circle tossed straight on top of you, you would probably want to try and take advantage of that.
This observing. Mom, Ansfar's making me hungry. And when it's so early in the day, we can't afford that just yet. No, I completely agree with you, Toby, because for those of you who don't watch competitive PUBG that often, basically, if you take a fight early on in the game, if you win that fight, great. You've got 4 points, hopefully, and you're able to advance to the next phase of the game. But if you lose, you're out in 16th, right? And it's the top 8 positions that get the placement points. Whereas if you're having that exact same fight, but it's phase 7 and there are only 4 teams left in the game, even if you lose that fight, you're in 4th place, which means that teams don't really want to engage until the last possible moment in a game, because even if you lose that, you've got a decent haul. The risk reward is so much better the longer the game goes on, and that's why it's so important for these teams to get out of the way of each other, guys, to make sure that there's space for everyone, because no one wants to take that first fight if they can help it.
As much as I agree with you, because I agree with you, I also know that there are a few teams that really don't mind fighting early. And as much as I try to tell them, maybe you shouldn't be doing this. I mean, just watch at Sakura last game, right? They had 0 kills when they were coming into essentially the late game with 8 teams up and alive. They ended up with 10 plus kills in that match and won the game as well. So why bother risking your entire mid and end game for 3 or 4 kills early game if you can, play it smart into the late game and get the kills there? It seems, as you said, like a risk not worth taking. But then again, we also have those teams that just like to, I frag out better in the late game if I also got some frags in the mid and the early game. And I get that too, because as much as I don't personally think it's the safer way to play, we see a lot of teams do it, and we see a lot of teams have success doing it. And speaking of a team that's not afraid to take a fight, here are Entropic. Nailop, of course, didn't really get to be on the server a whole lot during the last game. He didn't even get to go into El Pozo because he died in the early game when they were getting pulled up on. But this time around, he is up close and personal.
Exactly right. And yeah, absolutely. Don't get us wrong, guys. Like, these teams are so confident when it comes to gunfight that they have no problem taking these fights whenever they present themselves. But obviously, if given a choice, you want to try and do it a little bit later, unless, like Naila, you maybe sneak a point out of someone. They don't hear you coming. They come around a corner. They're completely not expecting it. Rafa might be trying to do a little bit there against LOL W, and that effectively gets you a free point early on. If that's going to present itself, well, you have to take those opportunities with both hands.
Oh, yeah, exactly. It's very rare. I mean, regardless of how many crazy things happens in a game of PUBG, it's very rare that you're presented with a completely free kill. So if you get a chance to get one of those, you have to go for it. Rafa, though. Oh, no. Oh, not only does he get attacked, but also there's cavalry arriving. The staircase are being pushed. The flash is thrown, so at least buying himself maybe enough time to get the first hit off. But there are 3, make that 4 people making the push on in here. As I say that, I realized that I'm completely wrong because there are only 2 guys here. I got baited by the name tags in the background. There are just 2 in the compound. It's just as he gets the first hit off. Now 55 damage done with the nade. But he's holding them off for now. The issue is, I'm not seeing any cavalry riding for Rav to get out safe.
No. Yeah, and that's the problem. That's the reason why he needed that kill early on so he could get the hell out. And unfortunately, LW have gone, hey, there's a rat in this building, and everyone else is arriving to help out. And Rafa knows that there's no one else from No Tag coming to help him. So suddenly, he's gone from possible free kill to now a 1v3, 1v4 situation.
Yeah, they're in a wide 1-2-2 split. No tag here as well. So tough position to be in every single time it does anything. They get the audible cue forward. He does manage to find 1 knock, though. Doesn't take a whole lot of damage with it either. Now the nade is coming up and through. Let's see if he can get away safely from there. Not a whole lot of damage coming through. Actually, none from the nade. It's the Matt from the other side down towards the south that's now third-partying this.
This is this is getting more and more ridiculous. LW bringing in the last remaining team member now. And Raf, this is going to be some Harry Houdini style stuff as he manages to get away. If he vaults out of that window, gets in the Murado, and drives away without being knocked, I mean, that is the best magic trick I've seen in PUBG today.
What better than not only getting away, but getting away in the opponent's car? So
right?
I don't necessarily think that's going to be possible. We are seeing no tech players. You can see them in the corner of the map there on the left side of Connell. And the guys, 3 guys in 1 vehicle. Only good thing right now is that there's no windows on Rafa's side of the building, so they should be able to pull up on this. But 3 guys in the back bus. This is a suboptimal vehicle for pulling up on buildings. Fortunately, though, as I'm saying, Lil W don't really have a great angle of approach to hold them off. So all of a sudden, we're now in a 4v4. Actually make that a 4v3 because there's a knock player still on Lil W.
So strategically, what Toby, what do you think of Lil W choosing No Tag choosing to pull up on this?
The fact that Ravas managed to survive for that long is one of those, now we have to go for him. I mean, we can't not admire the fact that he's been waiting for us for a minute and a half trying to survive. So true. I like the fact they pull up. They didn't have the best position to split anyway. The issue, I would say, for Lil W is that they were in a 2-way split with hill control, which they have now lost to Enterprise, and that is going to make it hard for both those 2 teams. They were in a 2-way split. They committed to the buildings. Now they didn't get the fight they wanted, and they can't really peek anything because they have Enterprise up the hill just peppering at them.
And they also, I think, were knocked by Howl a little bit earlier on as well. They're now going to be maneuvering themselves through these single-story buildings.
Anything.
No.
You cannot peek anything. You got people in the church on the southern side. You got Entropic looking from the southeast. You have another team. I mean, there's a very good 2-way split for them. So they can only really push to the south side. And they have to make that play now, but into that 1 building. This is going to be a tough push for anyone trying to make it. Lurix does find O'Connell. A lot of damage coming through. 2 players knocked on the side of Lil W. Now Explicit. How do you make this approach? One on the side fights the first one. Will he get the second as well? Yes, he will! Somehow, in a cluster, able to get the double and No Tag survives.
When do you keep shooting? When do you revive? It becomes a game of chicken between these 2 squads, and one that Team No Tag just about wins. But don't forget, they had Hal shooting down on them. They had Enterprise shooting down on them earlier on as well. Escaping this position, if the circle doesn't go their way, that's going to be a problem they'll have to solve in the next couple of minutes.
I know this is only phase 1, and we talked about how teams want to be smart and all, and I keep saying I want teams to be smart, but I'm not going to lie, I'm a little surprised that either Entropic, Enterprise, or Howl in the splits that they were in didn't like that. None of them tried to do anything to get a few free points off of knowing that they had to go for a double res in there, but of course, hindsight knowledge, pretty smart they didn't because the circle just went south.
Very hard southeast, 4 o'clock hard shift there. And Skate are going to be very happy. They're pretty much smack bang in the middle. Old Bones are going to be cool as well, just on the southwest side of Los Leones. But where on earth does everyone else come in? I don't know. Unfortunately, No Tag, they're going to be right back in the thick of things in 2 minutes.
there could be a world where you would run up north for Leonis, tank a bit of blue and come in the southeast, because right now, I mean, Dopamine is the only team that's coming in down there, right? So there's going to be space over there, because we all know for a fact that the southwest is going to be an absolute bloodbath cluster suicide area to be in. Not only are there only so many areas you can play, because it's a big valley and you can see everyone everywhere, but with the with the attention and the pressure of teams coming through that direction, it's going to be living hell. Whereas in the east, they can just sit back and chill. Nail Up now in the meantime. You know what? Once Nail Up is alive on the server, he is terrifying. And they've just found a double with a scar of all guns in the world. Unfortunately, I spoke too soon because now he did get attacked and knocked. We'll see if hopefully he can get back up on his feet.
So Hull and Enterprise were both shooting a no tag earlier on. So this is possibly several teams just trying their best to rotate in. See, we'll see if Entropic manage a similar fate. Hull losing 2 on rotation, though, after getting several knocks early on and having that confidence booster. If you're them right now, this is going to feel pretty crappy.
Yeah, unfortunate way to start things off. They lose 2 mid-rotation there. You can see Nail Up should be able to get back on his feet, I suppose, anyway. Entropic down to just 3 alive, and they have Enterprise on the north side here. Enterprise planning a push. Oh, Neonix goes down. Ruin was holding up, but solid play from Jabasta to hold up and come in. But Eski is there on the side too. They go for the flush. He goes for the flush in return. 1 down on each side, but I thought he was going to get them. But the double comes through. Howl, regardless of it being a pretty bad game for them, at least they do get to salvage something.
And unfortunately, it's going to be damage control at this point, right? 2 kills and 2 points. You're not on the cusp of placement points here. There's still 15 teams alive, so it's less about fighting now and more about can you survive long enough to actually get some extra kills or some extra placement. That's a rough place to be.
Yeah, seeing 53 still alive, that's you knowing that placement points are still quite far away. But then again, I mean, again, we talked about free kills. You can see they're pushing for it. They want to get the kill on the guy that took out them. Marbo also want to get the kill on his teammate. Of course, that's unfortunate. So hopefully the Austrian force will get the res on up and get ready to make their rotation. Killer B trying to figure out and isolate where the opponent is. Oh, I think that's a pretty good idea.
Excellent frag grenade, 56 damage done straight away. Wouldn't be surprised to see the follow-up volley. He knew he had to peek. He had to try and get something out of it. And that's how eliminated with Eski. Sadly, plenty of places to run, but not to hide.
Nope, not at all. Ives was taken down earlier. Entropic playing this one as 3, trying to hold off against Enterprise, who are being surprisingly aggressive in this one. They were in a, I mean, while it being northern side of the circle, still a somewhat decent position. QB, unfortunately, not ready, unless if he wanted to isolate the angle there. I think he wanted to get that molly a bit further inside the warehouse.
And because this is on the edge of the zone as well, Enterprise basically had 2 options. Go for a very, very wide wrap, or just go into this warehouse to manage to make it over to the edge. And QB with a beautiful flash, I think that was from Janny as well, will get knocked and flushed to Enterprise, managing to take this position.
I didn't see how it happened, but both Lukarooks and Nail Up managed to get out of there and get down towards the south. In the meantime, I mean, QB was kind of left on his own. I'm not sure if he didn't get in the car, if I've completely misunderstood something, but holding off 1v4, difficult thing to do, of course. But for Enterprise, not taking any chances they could see, even though they were, if not fully aware, then at least somewhat aware that they had the numbers advantage. They never took any chances. They played it in slow, and there you go. That's the real killer. That's the doomed bike. And Enterprise lives to see another day.
Although if they move much further into circle, they're going to be dealing with Old Bones. Although they're very happy to get instantly stuck into that fight. Killer B getting knocked. And free kill, by the way, is so close to Old Bones compared to the rest of Enterprise. Old Bones might think, that's fine. We can go for a free res here. Maybe even just inside the fence line or similar. But free kill here is looking to absolutely ruin their day. 0 chance of a revive now that spray has come down.
Yeah, I'm curious if Enterprise is aware. I mean, you can see Yanni is looking north, because while they're fighting down here, although there's not really a whole lot to fight because Kassad is running away, they have the entirety of no tech up north of them, and I think they're starting to realize that now. Yanni is giving the info across that, hey, guys, can we look towards the north for a second? Because we have an entire team pushing in from behind.
You got to feel for this sort of position. Like, if you're Janny right now, I'm almost tempted to say, was there a way you could have gotten out of this? Because they need to get into the next zone as well. No Tag are in a little bit of desperation position. They don't want to keep rotating. They see several teams fighting up north in Los Leones. They want to find a way through. All they want to do is have free passage, and Janny at the moment is holding them back.
Yeah, gotta do what you can to slow them down, and now that the fight has come to an end up in the north, that's where the remaining Enterprise players should be able to focus their attention elsewhere. Granted, you can see already up here trying to hold off. He'll be playing kind of the edge play against O'Connell. We'll see who gets to win that 1v1. Chilia, in the meantime, looking over, trying to see if he can get a good advantage. Peeking over the smokes, unfortunately, not quite gonna happen. Kalias
isn't completely sure whether it's 1 player or 4 players inside that warehouse, and just playing it a little conservatively. Janny, I promise you, is just going, is there going to be an easy way for me to exit right now? And unfortunately, there isn't. He just needs the rest of the team to basically keep shooting and convince No Tag this is not the warehouse you're looking for, so that they have a little bit of breathing space. And that's a tough ask right now, because No Tag are very committed.
You can see Notek trying to wrap around, get into the circle from elsewhere. Relive again is sitting just on the other side. You don't want to be riding that bike, that's for sure. That's the one that got QB killed in the first place, and Yanni's going to go down because of it too. Relive again, I think only in this position because they accidentally ran each other over when they made it to the dip. I think they initially wanted to go further, but they ended up stopping here because they had to get rest and whatnot. And now they're getting kills because of it.
I mean, this is potentially paying off, but unfortunately, those drive-bys work both ways. Explicit looking for the knock, doesn't get it, actually, and that trade-out means that We Live Again are gonna be able to just about hold out into circle. No Tag outstaying their welcome, out in 14th place. And you know what? We Live Again, full credit to them for being able to hold out so far, but now they've got After All to deal with.
We are fighting, we're brawling for a spot in the middle of the circle, and everyone is dying because the center is currently very unplayable. Not a whole lot to take on that northern side of the field, and you can see Molodor tried to stay put Pokemon on the other side. That nade, oh nope, gonna go a bit too far as well, but vehicles are gone. Not a whole lot for him to do. His Enterprise now start shooting as well. Deadrick's able to find the knock. Should be able to get a pretty easy flush as well. Pin wants to go and save him, but maybe, I think Molodor go, no, don't come here, don't come here. It's suicide. And now Pin is starting to realize too.
Unfortunately, that realization might have come a little bit too late. That's what happens when 2 teams are committed to rotating to the same position at the same time, ladies and gents. Still 13 teams and 37 players left alive at the 18-minute mark here of Group 1 Game 2. Pokemolodoy now, well, getting poked by Pin. Actually, a really good molly throw means he has to insta-heal, and he can't actually. After All, it's eliminated. We Live Again picks up their 7th kill of the game.
DA just wrapped from the hard west north in this circle. I would have thought if there's anywhere you would want to play this from, you go south and not up to the north, but they didn't see what we've just seen, and now they're going into the exact same spot that we've just butchered an entire team in, or 2 teams to make that. We'll have to wait and see if DA is going to be the 3rd team to die here, but by the amount of crates and exploded vehicles that are here, I think they're now starting to realize that maybe it's not the smartest place to be. They had so much room in the south too.
When you say rotate graveyard on Miramar, you don't normally think of where DA went, but that's pretty much exactly what happened here. The amount of loot boxes, they're going to be happy for utility for days, but they do have to get out of there quickly enough that another team doesn't trap them there. That's got to be the concern now, right?
You would have to think so. Kashad, in the meantime, solo player for life. Speaking of free kills, Deadrix is as free as can be. Unfortunately, Kashad able to land the shots needed in order to get himself a bit of a freebie.
Nice old pickup. Not going to blame anybody there. Kashard on 2. Old Bones, though, with just the 3 kills and no other points to their name here. They're looking for a little bit of a better performance if they can. And I think part of that is going to be not shooting as... I mean, if you can avoid not shooting Enterprise and they rotate away from you, he almost has to take that right now. The problem is Enterprise knows someone's here and they want to clear it out before moving.
Question mark, want to wrap around. I like the approach here. Garki over the top, trying to get into a better position. Manages to do just that. Adusi was up on the hillside trying to hold off, but didn't manage to see him in time. So Fate goes down. Gem Team finds one of them as well. Skate, third partying a bit, helping out QM in the hold off. You can see Gargi, I mean, Faultless, he has to back off. Can't go for the rest immediately because he knows that there's someone up on the hillside. And because of the way that Skate are positioned, the Adusi can't really do a whole lot to deal with him either. So smart positioning from Gargi to realize they had opponents in the dip and find the knock that should, oh no, I say should, probably won't actually be converted to a kill.
He wanted that conversion, but might be a little bit trickier, especially with Skade just staring down the barrel non-stop. Austrian Force had a good flurry of late-game kills, actually, in game number 1, but now they are being properly held. Question Mark didn't really have a fair crack of the whip, I would say, in game 1. They were held on the north side of El Pozo, felt a little bit sorry for their position. They didn't get the points they wanted off the back of it. Maybe now we're going to see a different side to them.
Yeah, gotta say though, I gotta give it to Austrian Force. The way they're holding off right now is incredibly impressive. I mean, QM, not an easy team to push, but they're managing to find the knock, kind of weave back down, and then make the push on forward again afterwards. In the meantime, the teams that fought for first and second in the previous game fighting here once more. Sakura and Dopamine. 1 kill so far for Sakura, but similar to last game, not really in a hurry to get those kills in there again. Now, Adusi spots 1, finds the knock as well. 1 down, nice. 2 down, 3 down, all of Austrian Force out.
Good little bit of peeking there, and knowing that they're unlikely to shoot back as well. So that was a solid point there for question mark. And they're moving a little further away from the road so that they have a bit more high ground. I get the feeling they're going to keep moving and wrapping towards a doozy. In the meantime, their Digital Athletics being collapsed upon now from Sarvem. We were talking about whether they want to stay in this graveyard for too long. Well, not only did they stay there, it's going to be permanent now, unfortunately. They're adding to it. And now it's Sarvem's turn. It's a little bit King of the Hill, this.
Yeah, from one dip into another, straight out of the lobby they go, and it's always so dangerous. Yes, the small dips give you the cover you want, but they also really prevent you from seeing anything else, and that allowed for Sabrim to push up, that allowed for Enterprise to wrap in from behind, and when you're just sitting 4 people on top of another, and you're all of a sudden within nade range from the opponents, that's GG. And you saw, like, in an instant, the first 2 were knocked to nades, last player alive was down to 20 HP, and then when they push us full, sometimes the cover of a pit can be a downfall.
And that's why the very simple goal of the game is just be the last team there, Toby. Who knew it was that simple? All you have to do to be a coach is just say, don't worry.
I never thought that.
Yeah, just be the last team there and make sure no one comes in after you. Oh, wait, that's the hard part.
Just get the most points and you win the tournament. I mean, how hard can it be, right?
Right?
Let's see how Skate manages to do just that. They've just gotten themselves a very nifty circle out towards the west. And, well, I mean, it's a pretty big company. You can see how they're spreading out right now. And I like the way they're doing this. They know where the attention has been so far. There's been fighting in the east. They haven't had to really worry about that. So they take the majority of their attention towards the north. And now, with things quieting down again, they start maneuvering down towards the southeast once more.
Exhalation. I mean, this is going to be very interesting indeed. They are on the edge of phase 6 here, and Dopamine, they're out of the circle and they need to move in. They've seen the vehicles. They know what's going on. Eddie will lose the first aid. It's speculative at the moment. Not anymore, though. With Cezone grabbing 2. Can we see a third? We do see a third. It's only iZoom left. He throws one back, but I think it's the defensive capabilities that are being called into question here. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is as close to V for Vendetta as we're going to get on this stream, as Exhalation are properly exploded out of the game.
Yeah, the dips and the crevasses. Oh, the cover is so nice, but it also makes for a great funnel for utility to be thrown your way. Let's see, Salty trying to make the wrap on forward. They heard the commotion. They saw the action in the kill feed, and now they want to see if they can pick up where they left off just before, fighting against Dopamine once more.
Just be the last team to get there. It sounds so simple, but everybody wants a piece of the pie. Now Sakura Zensen. Decent haul of points from game number 1. They need to follow it up by at least winning this fight. And at the moment, actually, Dopamine dropping enough smokes that Sakura Zensen aren't 100% sure where all their enemies are. And suddenly, a lot of that utility, well, it hasn't resulted in the kills they wanted. And they're now entrenching themselves in. This is a problem. Another team could wrap behind Sakura Zensen. If they're not super careful, they need to finish this fight quickly.
Yep, Skate are actually pushing out of the compound to try and third party this. I like their approach on it. They hear the commotion in the north. They know they have the space to make the move. And now Tegas over the top finds Thron. That's going to be Dopamine down, but Skate are already here. Let's see if they can do some damage on this. They know that the center up towards the north is currently being fought for. That's why they've allowed themselves to make the wrap out east, but now knowing that the fight came to an end, the smoke's been thrown, the kind of the vicious, but ooh, as I say that, EB, solid headshot coming through with the SKS. This is going to be dangerous for Skate if the fights come to an end on the north.
Yeah, Skate, and that's part of the reason why as well Skate are in that 2-2 split right now. They're focusing on making sure no one can come by at the end. Ooh, Very nicely done there from Sarvum. Enterprise eliminated. But if Skate have any indication that someone's coming from their west, they need to disengage from Sakura Zensen. That's Noek's job at the moment. Gemty will be able to tell them as well. That's why they can do this so freely.
Yep, and this is the one thing that couldn't have happened. One player crosses the road. They have one on the west side of the compound. That's Gemty. He's holding the contain. His job is to make sure that no one can make their way across. He looks away for a split second, and Fate utilizes that to get himself the kill. And all of a sudden, now he has to go back and commit to the rest. And now that means that for both Pixel and for EB, they know they're playing backs open. They have no cover because Nowik is occupied elsewhere.
And being carried into the house for a little bit of a safer res there. Very, very sensible. Gemty will be able to make his way back up. The 2-2 split continues for Skate, but now they know question mark is on their back. At least they know there's no one in between them. So Pixelic and co can still look at Sakura Zensen, but for how much longer?
I mean, as long as they're hearing guns being shot north of the road, I think they're fine. But once that shooting stops, that's when you got to worry about your behind as well. Sure. Let's see now. They know there is one, maybe two players down here. Salty very much alone. Now in all kinds of trouble with the mollies being thrown forward as well. But also, I mean, how much utility does Skate commit to this? Because you know how handy those mollies and nades come in when you go to the real end game. Yes, there are only 4 teams alive, but there's quite a bit of space in the circle still.
You know what it is, though, right? When you have so many teams third partying, you almost want to stick yourself in the middle of the graveyard and go, I've got 25 nades because there are 8 loot boxes here. But I think that's actually closer to Salty, to be fair, than to Skate. So they haven't quite got access to that yet.
No, fight still being happened on the north side. Nowik did manage to get the rest onto Gemty. So back on 4. They can spread a little bit more, and Pixel finally finds the kill. Adusi will fall down as well. So the flush comes through on him. 4v2v2. They know that Fate crossed over earlier, and you can see they instantly make a look for that as well. Thoughtlessly looks for one. A little bit of a spectator. There we go. Shoots forward. Gets the first couple attacks in on towards Peak. Not going to be more than that, though. Nice headshot coming through second time around, but he will fall in the end. Baron able to get him down. Now Fate on his own. This should have Skate written all over it. As I say that. As I say... Oh,
so close.
I thought he was going to get the second as well, but EB fortunately able to get the knock there, or the flush, I should say now. 3v2. Well, they still have to cross the road, unfortunately, so for SRM, this is going to be a tough one.
Gemty there, second knock, but I think Noek should be able to get that res one more time. That's going to make it a 4v2. If Pixelic or Ibby are spotted and they get knocked early on, Skade's going to have trouble resing there, but at the end of the day, the numbers don't lie. 4v2, Sarvum have to get the first knock, and I basically think it has to be Ibby.
Yeah, I mean, he's the. You'd have to say that EB is the one that has to win in the game right now. If there's a knock coming through on the backside, he has to find one playing the spoiled position that he is. He's kind of the booby trap, the trip wire. That once they get the knock and they make an aggressive push for it, he's the one up close, ready to do damage towards them in return. Pixel now over the top. EB just partying, having a good time, listening to music, bobbing his head around while he chucks his energy drink. He's just got to sit tight. I mean, he right now, Skate, again, I mean, speaking of mentality and playstyle, there are other worlds where a team with the play skill of Skate would have just said 4v2 easy peasy, let's push it. But they know the importance of this. First tournament under a new org, you want to impress, you want to play it smart, you want to be the clever team that the org is happy to have signed. And the fact that they're playing this slow, despite being in a 4v2, I think that is incredibly good to see. Don't take
Yeah, Sarvum wants Skate to push in because even though it's a 2v4, at least you have a chance, right? And right now, they're being starved out. They're being forced to move by the circle, and Skate have got them outnumbered. This is not ideal for them at all. They want to maximize their chances of winning this game. Don't forget, though, they have got 9 kills. Sarvum have actually done themselves super proud in this game so far.
Oh, yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, they've played a phenomenal game. They've cleared out the north. They were up on the hillside. They had early on, they had a good chance to third party, but for the last 3-4 circles, it's been all up close and them fighting face to face and come out on top. So impressive to see yet one of those teams that I didn't really have a whole lot of expectations from. So seeing them get themselves 9 kills this game, love seeing it. Now, EB, well, he could only stay quiet for so long. Now he's the one that the rest of the Skate has to defend because they know now that there's one nearby. But look at the HP on the opponents, and this could be the aggression call, and it is now already crossing the road. They know damage has been done on both opponents. One comes through, but unfortunately a team flash comes through as well, and EB can't see anything.
And Baron, unfortunately, in fact, Baron and Ibby both getting flashed at one point there, but that's okay because Nowick is there to clean up. And 10 kills for Skade there as they take the chicken dinner in game number 2.
Solid. Playing it slow, playing it smart, never overstepping their boundaries. They knew to stay inside the comfort of the compound, but most importantly, they knew when to leave the compound as well. Sometimes teams get too comfortable behind those walls, and that can be the end of them, because had the fights outside come to an end closer or faster than Skate could have left, that could have been them have been caught inside the buildings. But because they left early to take control east, because they crossed the road when they had to, in the end game, that's what got them the win.
They weren't worried about the backstab on the 2-2 split. They had their teammates to deal with that while they were gatekeeping Sakura Zensen. They just did so much right. We'll be breaking that down and a lot more when we come back after this break. That's Miramar done for this group at least. We move on to Erangel next. See you soon.
Two new options for tactical gear, improvements to training mode, the return to Haven, and the return of the Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 16.2 patch report. First up, the Battlegrounds just got a bit more tactical with 2 new options to change up your squad plans. With the new Tactical Pack, you'll be your squad's quartermaster, storing and distributing key items that can't fit into a normal inventory. Load up your Tactical Pack with extra vests, helmets, weapons, and more, and drop them when a teammate is in need. Alternatively, you can pick up the new Spotter Scope to mark enemies for your squad mates to mow down. Enemies or enemy drones you spot will receive a passive mark, which turns into one that allies can see if held over the target for a few seconds. You can also place map pings through the Spotter Scope to give your team even more information. The Spotter Scope comes with a 4x zoom, so pick one up and be the squad scout on your next drop. Next up, we've made some improvements to training mode, including new target dummies that show you visual damage numbers, a vehicle shooting range, and more. There's also a new private area for target practice, or to practice listening for sounds. This private area can be accessed by interacting with the helipads on the map. For map changes, we've significantly increased AR, DMR, and SR spawns and attachments in normal games on Miramar and Erangel, added more rocks and cover to Karakin, as well as some helpful new signage to prevent getting lost in the underground bunkers, and decked out Erangel and Tago with some festive 5th anniversary decor. And speaking of maps, Haven is dropping back into the map rotation this update, replacing Senok in normal games for the time being. However, rank match options will only consist of Erangel, Miramar, and Tago. Finally, the Survivor Pass makes its triumphant return with Survivor Pass Punk Wave. Earn and collect tons of great new skins and other rewards as you complete missions and level up your pass. There's plenty more coming with this update, so make sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 16.2 is here, so hit the improved training grounds, grab some new tactical gear, and drop back into the mean streets of Haven. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Everybody has to start somewhere.
Even if one of them gets knocked on the other side, I don't think they're going to push for test it up. Able to find the first, take the shotgun in hand, gets the second as well.
Feel the rush of competitive esports with Jilu. Create your team. Compete in weekly and monthly tournaments. Play against skilled opponents around the world for the ultimate esports experience. Jilu, the home of everyday esports.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm not the host, but I just figured that since Joe got to do it last time, I would do it this time as well. Back to you, Sam.
Funny guy, Toby. Okay, let's get into this because now we've seen 2 maps. And Skate, in the first game, we spoke about it. I was like, oh, that wasn't what I was expecting, but they jumped straight in here. This was an impressive performance from them. John, break it down. How did they get that chicken dinner?
Look, map number 1, I thought their rotations and the game plan was good. It's just the fact that it was a city ending and they weren't first in. And that's always such a difficult position for any team to be in. Game number 2, I feel like they felt a lot more comfortable with that. The third party and their map control was just sublime.
A lot of aggression. I mean, I want to talk about the game in full, Toby. Suddenly, we just saw all these teams getting in there right from the get-go. Lots of aggression. I like watching this, but there were some teams that got it right, some that got it wrong. So let's start with who got it wrong? Where did that aggression not pay off for them?
It's always tricky, especially that early on in the game when you have a two-way split. I think for Lil W, when they committed to, because they were in a two-way split, they did like push down the building and then sit in a 2v1. When you commit all 4, you have to push. You have to aggress. You have to clear out that one solo player to not make his, to not allow, I should say, for his teammates to come over and help him out. So they should have executed them faster. Even if they get knocked instantly, the first guy, you have to commit to it and get the kills instantly after.
John, same one for you, or do you have another example you'd want to point out?
Completely agreed with Toby. If the earlier you take out the one player, it's more of an incentive for the other 3 to go, actually, maybe we should back off. But if you're going to give them hope and you're going to give them a reason to come in and crash you and take that early engagement, you're going to end up with an early fight. So I completely agree. If you're going to commit, do it early and do it hard. Oh, I mean, they're quite all. I would say Enterprise going into the warehouse, for example, was actually really good, even though they didn't survive into the end game. Honestly, Skade, they weren't the most Shift W team out there, but it was controlled aggression. They knew they could hold the angles as long as their teammates were watching their back, and that bit they did perfectly.
I think, yes, most definitely. I think one of the things that stood out to me the most, I mean, yes, they win the game, and that's, of course, amazing, but the most important thing to me in all of this game for Skate is the way that they played the end game, the way that they spread out, the way that they push up, take control. When Gemty goes down, now he gets instantly there to get him back on his feet. This is something that I'm used to seeing from high-caliber teams, which they are, but high-caliber teams with a lot of playing experience together. This is not something I'm used to seeing in a roster that is essentially playing their first tournament together. So this, for me, for viewers and for Skate viewers in particular, and the org as a whole, is something that's very promising, that they've already got that dialed down, the fact that they can play that style that early on.
So we live again, I think, with 7 kills, but going out early, mainly because they got in on what I can only describe as the dog pile there in game number 2. I think they're playing in the style that they wanted to start today with. They've had a bit of bad luck 2 days in a row, but if they keep playing like this on Erangel, expect to see them in the top 5 again and again and again.
We're going to take a look at the leaderboard in a little bit, but I mean, this is a question that I'm curious about. Toby, do you think now when we change over, because we're obviously moving to Erangel, do you think that there's going to be, actually before you answer that, let's talk about this. Sakura Zenson has actually been able to finish in the high placements for 2 games now, which has set them quite pretty. Do you think that that's going to continue for them?
I mean, with the way they're playing right now, for sure. I mean, we don't know how they're going to perform once we make their way over to Erangel. Of course, different map, different setting, different favoritism, I should say, for some teams that like one map over another. But for Sakura, the way they approached both these games, playing it slow, finding the quiet side of the circle, and then start fragging out with numbers advantage late. They did that in the first game. They tried to do so here in the second as well, and succeeded for quite a good amount of time. So when you're guaranteeing yourself placement points and you're getting kills, that's a recipe for success.
John, halfway through day number 1 for Group 1, do you think the teams that we're starting to see that are finishing kind of in the top 8 are the teams we're going to see sticking there, or is there still room for some teams to shake this up?
I'm a big fan of teams that know when to frag out hard, but they also know how to change the tempo when they need to and wait for the end game. In that respect, Sakura Zenson and Skade have been the best examples of that. But in terms of fragging out when they're in the middle of a fight and they keep calm under pressure, Salvam has actually done very, very well indeed, and they haven't really flapped in the face of some very tough, very well-established opposition. So I'm looking forward to seeing if they can translate that over to Erangel as well.
Toby, you touched on it earlier, and it was the question I wanted to ask. Now we're moving to Erangel. Do you think that there are certain teams that maybe we haven't seen yet that will pop up? It's a stronger map for them, or do you think it is going to be those teams that were consistent on Miramar will be consistent on Erangel as well?
Oh, most definitely. There's going to be teams that didn't. I mean, also just because, I mean, a team that is usually good at Miramar can have 2 bad games to start off a tournament. So they could be playing well there come tomorrow as well. But I most definitely think there are teams here within these 16 that are going to be more comfortable on Erangel. It's funny to say because, yes, both maps have been in the game forever. So you should be equally good on both maps. But there are just certain play styles that cater better to one map than another. So it makes pretty good sense to me.
John, do you have a favorite map? I mean, actually, no, not a favorite map. Are you good on both maps? That's the question I wanted to ask Toby, but I'm going to ask you because you got to be good
on both maps. Whether or not you'd call it good is another question entirely, but I do genuinely enjoy them both. So, like, the point is you have to play them differently. Miramar, there's greater distances. The vehicle rotations have to, you have to give it a little bit more thought. There's more open area for you to shoot from, a lot of high ground. It's not that it's necessarily better or worse. It's just different.
It is different. Let's jump into the next game because no one wants to hear about us and how we play PUBG. Toby, John, halfway through day number one for Group 1.
Yep, just 2 more games left to play before we swap out these 16 for another 16. And of course, we'll get into which of those 16 teams are just a little bit later. But now we're heading over to Erangel. John, I'm expecting that we will see the same kind of first game mentality as we head on over to Erangel now. Because again, I mean, we don't know exactly where everyone's going to be dropping. Some teams might have their favorites, but especially in open qualifiers, or not open qualifiers, but qualifier stages like this, that's where you up to change things up. What are you expecting to see come beginning of this next Erangel game?
Same as game number 1, but possibly with different teams involved, like you say. Yep. You don't have the same teams dropping the same place on both Miramar and Erangel. There is going to be a little bit of confusion. One team I'm really keen to do better is Question Mark, though, because they've had a few really unlucky rotations. Can they turn it around here?
It's been one of those where, I mean, if we take Sakura Sensen into consideration, they've been really good at finding the quiet sides of circles where they haven't really had to put themselves at risk. I mean, they've been able to sit at a distance and do some third-party engaging, but haven't really had to risk a whole lot. QM has been fighting since Phase 2, both games. They've been brawling their way through circles as much as they could. I mean, whether it's the circle going into El Pozo or them trying to make their way in from the very, very trafficked west side of that previous game, it was tough for them. So I agree with you. I mean, get the ball rolling, try and maybe find a more quiet approach, and then gradually increase your shooting in the game rather than going from 0 to 100 in an instant.
Well, we'll wait and see now as we have a little bit of a southern skewed playing path. Not by much, though. 3 to 8 o'clock to start us off. Which teams are going to be landing close to each other? That's what we have to watch out. It looks like maybe Gatka or the vehicles around could be contested. But at the moment, Toby, I have to be honest here, everyone looks rather well behaved.
Yeah, it looks pretty good. Looks like they're spreading out pretty decently. I'm a little bit worried for We Live Again. I mean, not the fact that they're spreading out, but they are in between 2 teams. I mean, normally when you split the way they do, I mean, now, of course, they get the circle, so that's pretty nifty. But normally when you split the way they do, having one team around you is all right. But now they have, one split. That's Dopamine. And they have Sakura up on the north side as well. Actually, they have Dopamine players up there, too, so they are completely surrounded.
They really are. Dopamine almost surrounding We Live Again. The good news is, though, that Sakura Zensen are moving up to loot either South Georgia Pool or the hospital area, or indeed both. So they're going to be pretty calm. This circle here, centering south of Gatka, a couple of these teams will be very happy. Question Mark now might actually have a favorable rotation. They've had so much bad luck, especially in game number 1. I'd like to see an early rotate from them, secure a really nice priority position for maybe phase 3 or 4 in this game, and then we'll get to see what they're made of. But most of the circle now, most of the server even, are going to have to think about what those rotation paths are quite early.
Yeah, it's I mean, it's pretty interesting because this particular circle, pretty much this exact circle, because we know it's not going to go down to military. And I mean, it could still go far up north, but we're with a 99.9% chance staying on the main island here. There's so much open field. There's so much open space, and I would say the southwest of Erangel is the area of the map that mirrors Miramar the most. with the open plains, with the more hilly, with around Crory and all that, and Everest obviously up towards the north. So you have to move early to get into a good spot. Like if you want to take anything around the center, and the fact that we have two teams splitting pretty much the entirety of the center of the circle except for the southern compound right now, it means that if you're a daring team, you can try and force the team away. You can see EP trying to rotate low now, realizing, wait, why? That's like 4th priority compound. Why is there already someone there? They're starting to realize now that if there's someone there, that means the entire area is going to be contested already. And they're moving out at 3 minutes.
And that's good knowledge as well, right? Because you're going to have 3 or 4 teams outside of Circle who will have no idea who's where. And they might say, okay, the first 2 priority compounds, there's someone there. Let's go to the lower priority compounds, not knowing if someone's there or not. That adds time to their rotation. They might get knocked en route as well. So this early information that Skade have got could prove in very, very useful. Watching Dopamine move out as well. This is pretty smart from Ibby.
Incredibly smart. He is circling around like a shark in the water, just waiting for Dopamine to make a move. The second he sees him to go to the car and drive away is when he instantly claims it. This is, for anyone out there looking to improve their PUBG game, how to get into circles without dying and fighting all the time, this is what you do. You scout, you make sure that it's open, you make your way on in, and instantly Pixel is there as well to help out. So just, credit where credit's due to a player with years of experience.
Definitely taking a couple of notes from my own games there. But yes, Skade comfortably taking ownership of this compound now. It's rather unlikely that you see someone full force send it as well at this point. So they're going to be feeling very comfortable. We'll wait and see how long they maintain their split for. In the meantime, we've got some bolt action going on from Hobbits, who's very good with the snipers, by the way. So a couple of headshots on rotation for them wouldn't go amiss at all.
I'd love to see it. As much as you love to, I should say, as much as you hate being the player that gets one shot out of a vehicle mid-rotation, especially in phase 1, you also can't help but go, oh, I hate you for hitting me, but nice shot. He's going to hit those 1 out of 100 times, so the fact that he hits one, you kind of have to clap your hands and go, you know what, nice shot. I would have been proud if I hit it too. Yeah,
exactly. You just have to hope that 99 more times of doing it, you can do it yourself. But I'm still working on that part. You got No Tag there with After Ult behind them, actually attempting to drive by.
I was just worried for a second because Connell was looking forward. I was a little worried that they weren't aware there was a team right behind, but now let's hold that thought for a second. This free kill is trying to get exactly that. Managed to find one knock. Actually, that's going to be Granny's from the vehicle able to find the knock, and free kill is down to 1 HP. Oh, Dedric's to the throat.
Both teams stopping to shoot here. It could have just been drive-by, but this escalated very quickly indeed. Free kill has now been knocked, but Enterprise now choosing to absolutely full send. I think that's the way to play. If the other team are going to stop, that's Sarvam Esports, by the way. If they're going to stop and try and take that out and you get 2 knocks, you absolutely push the rest of the way.
Throw that nade up there. See how many knocks you can get with it. There should be at least one coming through. You'd have to imagine. Does it bounce left? Does it stay center? Nope. He gets the flush onto Baron. One goes down. Yanni is there to get shipless as well. Down to 2 players. Make that down to 0 players. You only have 1 smoke and a very explodable car next to you. That is death guaranteed.
And they know as well that is insta. They'll be able to get the revive onto free kill. And suddenly all of Sarvem's utility now belong to Enterprise. That is a big, big boost to their inventories here in phase number 1.
Yeah, let's see. Circles closing on in. Already losing 1 team. Obviously, it's going to make it a little more spacious for the remaining teams. And that's actually kind of nice, especially considering the circle when we talked about how there aren't that much real estate here. If you want to really be able to claim stuff, we are still seeing a few teams spread out, try and take multiple compounds. And I believe we will continue to see that, especially, for this circle closing on in and probably the middle to the end of next circle as well, of course, depending on where it's going to go. But No Tag up on the north, making their way slowly on in, and Tropic, not in a hurry to move either. They came over from Miltup, realizing that Pachinki Hill and that whole rotation on through is a little too questionable, so let's rotate over the Miller Island instead.
You've got an interesting 2-2 split from Exhalation here as well. They're just south of center, looking pretty good. They're a team that's a little bit boom or bust. They've had 2 poor games so far, but we've also seen them with 20-kill chicken dinners before. Ooh. So the question now is whether they're able to reset between Miramar and Erringle and give us some of that. Their roster as well has been together for quite some time, so they're used to playing in lobbies with players of this caliber. It just hasn't quite clicked for them today yet.
No, it's always tricky in these kind of wild waters where you don't know exactly what to expect. But for Exhalation right now, I would be surprised to see, pretty much regardless of where the next circle goes, I would be surprised to see them try and maintain this two-way split. But I hope they can fetch a ton of information now so that when the next circle does pop, they know exactly how to play it.
Well, they've got about 30 seconds to go, maybe 45, until that becomes a reality for a lot of these guys. You can see there on the map, everyone giving each other a bit of room. Most of the compounds have been taken. This is a very well-behaved game number one on Erangel.
Yeah.
And maybe these teams having a bit more experience there and understanding exactly what's required in terms of rotations. Ibby gave us a really great example of that earlier on. For instance, we only had that one definitive fight, so still 15 teams in the lobby here. And now we have no tag moving into the north side. I don't think there's anyone in South Georgia or Crates. No, there isn't. So as long as they stay out of the crosshairs of Hal on Everest, they should be able to move in unscathed.
Oh, yeah. It kind of goes down the way that we thought it would, right? Play it slow, play it smart, kind of like as if this was the first game of the tournament as a whole. Because, it is the first game on Erangel. And with that said, it kind of feels like it's the first game. Because as we also talked to Sam about in the break, teams play maps very differently. You can be a super aggro team on Miramar to then be a more passive team on Erangel. And until the teams know what they're going up against, they're going to play with caution, or at least the majority of them. Entropic now making their way on over. I was kind of curious to see if be Austrian Force would do something to go up against it. They moved out of Ferry Pier, went a little bit east, but then when they heard the cast from Entropic, they backed off again, thought maybe there was going to be a fight happening there. But then again, why risk it in phase one? You don't even know if you're going to be inside the next circle.
Austrian Force there, they've got all their vehicles. They're sort of taking the forest position, not too dissimilar to what Entropic are trying to do up here. Plenty of trees for cover. It's easy to protect the vehicles and those tires so that you know where to go next. And then it hits. It's going to be southwest of Gatka, in between Gatka and the swamps, so north of Quarry. A lot of teams not having to move at all. Skade immediately in their vehicles. They're on the edge of zone. They don't want to be on the edge. They want to grab something prior.
I'm looking at the center splits right now. Sakura instantly moving. Relive again instantly moving. Exhalation instantly moving. And now Entropic doing the same thing. Let's see if they get out of here safe and sound. Iva's able to find a knock from the vehicle. Solid shots coming through from him. Not easy going up against moving targets when they can shoot back at you with ease.
And this is a little bit of a difference here. Entropic choosing to prioritize getting into circle. So just because you get the knock on Tamabo doesn't mean they want to come up the hill and instantly engage the entire squad here, right, of Austrian Force. You have to weigh up the pros and cons, and their focus now is being somewhere so that they can base themselves for phase 3.
And there's so little terrain out on the west side of this circle. Considering what phase 1 was, and Entropic obviously is aware of this, there's so little space towards the far west on this one that is considered phase 1 quality area. So they know that if we beat the teams that are with us on the southern side on the rotation and make our way west, we're going to pretty much have an open buffet of areas to play from. That's exactly the case. They wrap around south now. They get to play Quarry. They get to play the areas around there. But up here on the Cat Hill, it's a little different. DA has tried to push down QM once again, despite trying to avoid confrontation earlier, essentially being forced into it all the time.
They're looking up beyond the hill, trying to see if anyone's looking into this compound. The problem is Fate might have been overstaying his welcome just a little bit. Grenades coming down now from Huth. There's a chance that if Question Mark simply retreats in this compound and say, look, do you actually want to crash this? Digital Athletics say, no, we would prefer the high ground. We would rather basically live to fight another day. The problem for Question Mark, though, then, is that DA get all the scouting information, and Question Mark just have to wait for them to move because they're just stuck in the compound with nowhere to go.
It's one of those weird situations where it's a horrible compound to push if you're in the compound, but it's also a horrible hill to have to fight against if you're in the compound.
Yeah.
So neither of them, I would say, is really going to gain a lot from trying to take that fight, because it's just bad on both ends. The aggressing team will most likely, if not always, be the team that's going to be in the worst position. And the fact that Faultlessly is still all the way down on the east side compound is a clear indicator to me that QM has no intentions whatsoever of making an aggressive play here. And the same can be said on the other side. Hewitt, already out of your minimap on the bottom right-hand side, he's made his way further up the north side of the hill. They know there is much more at stake here than taking a fight for a compound that, again, potentially won't even be inside the next circle.
And that makes a lot of sense, right? Question mark. They're holding that position, basically saying, look, we don't want to fall back to the compound because we think that's a worse position, but we're not about to push you either. So how about you guys give us a bit of space and back off just a little bit? Look how far Hewitt has gone, actually. He's scouting out the north side of the circle. And if it turns out that he's confident that no one's there and there's enough cover for them to play, yeah, they'll fire a couple more shots, but I wouldn't be surprised to see DA disengage and move north.
The thing is, he has to play that spot. I'm going to put my money on the fact, and I hope that people will agree with me in saying that the reason he's that far north is because he has to make damn sure nobody makes it up that hill. Because if anyone goes up on the hill to contest them, you know one team sitting very close that could get a pretty damn good third-party opportunity out of it. So he has to make sure there's a space for like kind of a buffer on the northern side so that if something happens, they're ready for a potential QM push as well.
Very, very important to cover your backside. We saw it on Miramar how many times? A team has a really good position against someone else. They push up, and before you know it, if the fight's not over in 30 seconds, someone comes right up behind you. That is to be expected at this level of PUBG. So making sure you have that information is critical for every single one of these teams. We're going to see a little bit of chaos in the mid-game for sure.
No doubt about it. Teams trying to make their way towards the center now, but not really a whole lot of center to be taken. Now the fight for the hill is going to commence, and you can see as soon as that circle shifted south, Hewitt instantly backed off. Now they're focusing all their attention down towards the south, but they also have to make sure not to allow for anyone to get too close to them. Howell, though, is full speed sending it straight into their vicinity. QM has a full-on fortified on the other side, and Howell, they're not aware that they've gone straight in between two teams.
They can't know.
They're right in between them.
They wouldn't do this if they knew.
Oh no, they wouldn't. No, they're essentially hopping straight in between everyone. Hewitt finds the first one in an instant. Eski goes down, and now they're probably starting to realize, oh no, what have we done? And this is, I mean, for QM, they backed off of the east side compound, so they know there's a team behind them too. They're starting to consider, if it pushes, there could be a fourth party engaging in our third party.
I think actually After All are going to push into this before Question Mark, because Question Mark have got the hill, right? And they're worried if a team to their east is going to be shooting them. I don't think After All has that same problem. I think they can freely push south as soon as they get vision on more than two of these players.
It's gone from all quiet on the Cat Hill to full-on chaos mode, and I don't think, especially for Howell and DA, I don't think they're liking it too much. I like the way that DA are now shifting their position to the east side of it, because that way, I mean, usually teams don't push up on the east side of this hill when there's no east to be played. So they know that they can play with their back somewhat open. The compounds down below can't see them up there. So they can play with 180 instead of having to worry about a 360. And now we live again, taking a fight. Again, these edge fights would have to happen eventually. There's simply too much open space for all teams to find cover. Hobbit's found a knockdown zone to half HP, but he wants to make the push further forward. But flashes from a teammate, not going to allow him to do so.
Hal asking the very sensible follow-up question. If we want to disengage, can we get to the compound underneath and then instantly get two of their number knocked?
Yeah.
I mean, that is just that is brutal. I understand the logic behind what they did there, but sadly, because of where they showed up in the first place, there was nowhere else for them to go. They still have one player alive. They can still try and make it into the placement points, but at the 16.5-minute mark of this game, 15 teams and 57 players are still alive. It is going to be very difficult to get some points out of this for them.
I am I mean, we talked about how open and difficult this circle was. I'm surprised to see this many people alive, and believe me, we'll be losing half the server by the time this circle is closed in, because this circle's just gone northwest into an open field and into an open hillside. O'Connell tried to go down, coming back saying, guys, the entire server is still alive. Maybe we shouldn't rotate down there, because I just got shut up by like 6 teams. Let's do something different. And the rest of the team is standing up here. But what different? We have nowhere else to go.
Skade now and no
pulling
tag.
Up on this.
I mean, the Skade are almost in the open. I feel like they have to push in. If they're going to push in, they have to do it quickly and try and finish this fight quickly. I almost don't mind who wins this fight, as long as they win it in 45 seconds or less, because if they don't, both teams are in a big amount of trouble.
I love this play from No Tag. Again, O'Connell went down, scouted forward, realizing, guys, there's nothing for us to take down here. There's simply too many teams still alive. They're backing off. Gemty gave up the position, shooting at him in the rotation as well. Then they go, well, if they're split, we can take control. And look at this spray coming through, and talk about a drive-by meta. Relive again, ain't gonna let him have it. Lil W. Well, see you next game.
Wow, drive-by meta, you don't get to drive anywhere. We live again, all 4 alive with 4 kills in the bag. Phase 4 of this game. Okay, They're towards the blue, and they have to get the heck out of dodge pretty quickly because Old Bones are correctly nearby. But damn, that was so good.
Relive again got free scouting off of that. If they're driving there, there's probably a reason for it. Let's kill all of them and just play off of what they scouted for us. And now they can make the aggressive play. They see there's a player now knocked on no tag up the hillside. Fortunately, he is back on his feet, but he's not going to be full on healed yet. You can see O'Connell. Now he's setting the heals up, but the cars are coming full speed forward.
We live again, moving up towards O'Connell and co. No tag. I mean, they now know everybody's there, right? We've had the first couple of bullets exchanged. We've had the utility, and this is basically them saying we're not about to back down. We could have gotten our vehicles. We could have moved elsewhere. We're not interested. Let's make this a fight.
Exactly. At the end, question mark, fighting each other. The entire edge of this game is burning, except for the west side. Everyone on the east trying to make their way on in, and question mark falls down to Digital Athletics. Solid hold on their part, denying any sort of entrance, playing the cattle on the southern side, and no tag in the meantime, trying to make sure that We Live Again can't get a foothold, but they already have. They've gotten out of the cars, they've spread out, and they will be the next team to make the aggressive push towards the Wizard.
Is there any team south of no tag that's going to third party this? I'm just constantly keeping half an eye on the mini-map, because if the answer is no, if they're not going to come even a minute from now, then this is almost a little bit blessed for no tag, because I'm waiting for the third party, right?
Oh yeah, this is an incredibly heads-up play from no tag, trying to grab underneath Levante, goes down to the Mullen. Here comes Chile around the side. There are two players down here. O'Connell finds one. They find a second, but no, he whips the spray. That was a crucial spray to get it. Fortunately, Rafa ain't gonna miss those. I was scared there for a second, but as we were saying, with the fight going on in the compound, with Skate being forced to stay down on the rope by Sakura, there's no one to punish them. No tag gives to live with a scare and a somewhat unfortunate spray on that one, but fortunately they live to see another day.
Triple fight going off on the eastern edge as well. This compound, that's Exhalation, that's Dopamine, and that's Old Bones, all fighting over the same bit of real estate. The winner wins the opportunity to go out into the open, into phase 5. That's how brutal this game has just been.
I mean, I said we were going to lose half the server. We lost 27 players, so I'd say it was close enough to be true anyway. Everyone is brawling their way into this one, treating it like it's a city ending, but we ain't even at the ending yet, and we're far from any towns. I assume Flashed, trying to hold off here against any push coming up from downstairs.
And this is messy as well, because they knew it started with 3 different squads. They know that one of them has probably been eliminated by now, but they're not 100% sure exactly how many players they're up against still. It could be one, it could be more. So they're still having to play it a little bit careful. We now see teams slowly moving in. Actually, southeast, the 5 o'clock position right here. This is about to properly kick off, because Digital Athletics are trying to make their way into circle. Enterprise wants to third party this fight, but they might actually be starting the shooting first. Austrian Force are here as well, and it's not clear who's making their way in.
No, Austrian's been playing it real slow up in this direction, and I mean, credit to DA. They've been holding off incredibly well so far. Not sure how they're still alive. They've held off 3 teams. Now they're split in between 2 as well. Probably fortunate that Austrian Force ain't really looking to over-aggress on this one. Spray comes through from Payne's. Not going to be able to fight the knock, though, as they try to make their way further forward. Spray, second time around. That's going to hit it. Sheila falls down. Hewitt now all on his own.
Trying to pick up the pieces and salvage what you can from a situation that can frankly just be described as chaos. Zoka still with Marbo as a duo, looking to rotate towards the east. And they know that there's no one directly north of them, because if there was, they would have third partied by now. So that's the way to disengage. How long is that going to last, though? Skate in the meantime. They held this low ground for so long, but they stayed on the low ground next to the road. Always going to be risky if more than one team can see them. Sakura Zensen and No Tag combined then will make sure that they go out.
No Tag is playing this game so incredibly smart. Full-on information as to where your opponents are and how to take advantage of how the other teams are playing. If they give you anything, take it. And that's exactly what they've been doing. They took control of the hillside when Skate back down, and after winning the fight against We Live Again, they go down the hill and they manage to third-party the team that had a potential to third-party them earlier. Now they fight Bruce once more. I mean, Sakura Sanson, again, not afraid of playing on the edge. The issue is Tekas is on his own, and I don't see any scenario where Salty or his teammate can get to him. As I say that, they're trying to go for it, but Shilly is not going to let him have it. He-Man goes down on the rotation. He does manage to find O'Connell, so 2 knocks for now. Shilly looks over. Goes for Salty, but can't find him just yet.
Not quite. Trying to think about, are we in a position to maybe roll the momentum a little bit more? Another spray from Killian. Yes, he gets me. Needed to get him there as well, because if he didn't, not only would he go down, he wouldn't be able to revive O'Connell. So that is big for No Tag. They are now up to 9 kills as well, with all 4 players left alive.
Yeah, 4 now anyway. Here comes After All, full speed forward. Ibago down to 1 bullet, doesn't manage to hit anything. Unfortunately, Pokemon is the one going down now. Zoom from afar, able to get one from behind. He's going to find one. Shalia's going to go down to the nade, and Explicit now finds one in return to a 3-way fight that no one was really hoping would have to happen at all. Diaz, you can see, tough position to get a good angle, but the spray comes through from Rafa, holding off, allowing for No Tag to get their players back on their feet.
And that time is crucial, right? At the end of the day.
Oh, yeah.
You don't get that all the time if someone's third partying you, and No Tag are running a big risk right now because they've got the low ground. As long as more than one team can see them up high, they're in big trouble, but they know there's no one to their west, and that is so critical. They knew something that Skade perhaps didn't have earlier on, and this is what's giving them the chance now in this late game.
I was just going to say, when is Austrian Force going to pounce on this one? Exhalation was so focused looking the other way that they didn't see Austrian Force pulling down the hillside and make the play in from behind. They lose 1. There are only 2 alive, but it seems like Austrian Force ain't really too keen on making an aggressive play on this. I'm surprised by this because they gave up high ground, which has now been taken by a 4-man strong Entropic. And if there's a team you don't want to have sitting behind you, that would be them. Headshot comes through. Diaz, solid shots. Unfortunately, level 3 helmet. It's going to keep Rafa alive for a little while longer.
Exhalation going out in 5th. They have had a much better first air angle than they've had so far today, but perhaps they'll be thinking they could have got more out of that. I didn't quite see how many kills they've got. 3 of these teams have 3 men strong. Entropic, the only team with a full 4 stack. And they are, I like their position because they have the inside, so you have the south side of the circle to their own. Is there someone in the shack? There absolutely is, and a couple of throws later, don't even have to go to check.
This game has gotten Entropic written all over it. I mean, they've been backfilling so incredibly well, and it's interesting to see because we like to think of Entropic as the super aggressive teams that go out and just take control. Here, they've been allowing for the mayhem to kind of unfold on its own. They've been there when need be, but they haven't had an urge to aggress. They've been sitting in the splits. They've been waiting for everyone to push down the hillside, and when Austrian Force did so, they said, oh, so you're giving us high ground for free? Sure, we'll take that. We're not in a hurry to go die in some sort of cluster fight on the roadside. No, we'll take the high ground and we'll play it in from here. So smart playing from Entropic. It's not oftentimes you see them play this. I don't want to call it passive, but this slow. It's a compliment when I say they play passive because it's the right way to play this one. Don't play for the 3 potential kills. Play for the not guaranteed but the likely win with the position they've just been given.
Yeah, some teams are really good at playing passive. Some teams are really good at playing aggressive, but the top tier teams are really good at doing both and knowing when to switch between them. And Entropic is absolutely one of them. If you think back to how Entropic have played this entire game, I can sum up why this game has been so good for them in one sentence. There is no point where you are able to third-party Entropic. Think about that for a second.
Oh, yeah. They've been smart. I mean, they've been wrapping around. They've been playing a safe, explicit. Bullet to the head. Nail up, don't miss those. Especially not when he doesn't hit the tree. We'll see if we'll see. We'll see what more they can do from here. Because again, I mean, Entropic has put themselves into a position where they essentially only have one team to worry about, and that's Austrian Force. They know exactly where they are. They know that they gave them, or they know that they got the high ground position from them earlier, and they know that now No Tag and the remaining player, Pokemon from After All, has to fight one another. So they can essentially play with their backs turned to the road for now. Yep. As long as they make sure that they have control and knowledge of the position of Austrian Force.
And this is so good as well because Lucarux and Nailup, yes, they can stand there and fight. They know they're good enough to do that. And they went, no, let them backfill us because we can join Evas and we can be in the center of the circle. They can backfill us and be in a worse position. And we're actually going to get this play paying dividends in Phase 8. So I really, really like this play from the Glories. Wow. Oh, yeah.
Made has been done. I mean, a game of PUBG is a game of, we're talking 50 to 100 decisions having to be made and for the right decision to be made. And No Tag has just played essentially flawless game up until this point. The fact that they're still 3 alive for the amount of fights they've been in is unheard of. And they've done an incredibly good job, not only at staying alive, but also just rotating in super wisely. Entropic, same thing. They have done so, though, without ever, as you said to Joro, putting themselves at risk.
It's like 5-minute chess games put together, Toby, one after the other. You can never stop making those decisions.
Yeah, I would not last a long time if it was a lot of chess games. That's been proven to me too many times today.
Fatigue is a thing, though. You make those first 20 or 30 correct decisions. That doesn't mean that in the late game you make the correct ones as well. Like the mental fatigue and just making the wrong decision because you spent so much of your energy making the right call early game. That does exist. That's why you see some teams frag out in the first half of the game, and then they make one weird decision and they all die, and you go, what the hell was that? I would have done that differently. The process of making those decisions is so tough on all of the players, and you don't always see it spectating when you're at home.
And the toughest thing is, it doesn't matter if you do 50 correct decisions. If you make the one decision in the end that makes you lose the game and make people question what you did, that's the one they remember.
Oh, yeah. Checkmate, man.
Yep, that is what they remember. Locarooks does not want to concede high ground, and I can understand why. You can see how they're right now. I mean, again, Entropic is playing this perfect. Do not aggress over the hill towards Austrian force. As long as you can make sure that you're forcing NoTac to play the merry-go-round and stay on the northeast side, you have yourself a guaranteed third-party opportunity. And that's the way that they, like, this is the exact way that they have been essentially sheep-herding NoTac into Austrian force so far.
It's very, very good indeed. I think NoTag have a chance of maybe firing on Entropic first, but again, they don't want to. They're not sure where the third party's coming along. And if Afteralt then try and move north, really, they're almost the kingmakers, Austrian force, pardon me. We've got the first frags coming out from NoTag. This might force Austrian force to now say, okay, Entropic have to be the team, the third party. We have to commit here.
They can't get over the hill. That's the issue. If they push downhill, they get shot in the back by Entropic. If they push uphill, they get shot in the back by NoTac. Austrian force, by not having made a decision earlier, have killed themselves.
Oh, man, this is frustrating to play. Barbo does get a knock onto O'Connell, but that's Payne's down and out. It's now a 2v2 from this point of view, and Entropic are going to see that in the kill feed. They're coming into fight as well. Beautiful grenade, and the follow-up gets Zocker as well. Austrian force are on their knees. Can they get a couple more points? They survived the second at least, though. The third party is real.
Picture perfect endgame execution by an absolute top-tier team. There are so many, so many absolutely incredible PUBG moments in this game that unfolded before our eyes. I'm flabbergasted. This was an absolutely amazing game, Joro.
Look, PUBG is a game of incomplete information, right? You don't know where everybody else is unless it's a 1v1 where you're 100% sure where you're being shot from. It's really hard to work out where everything lies. And Entropic couldn't see all of it, but they inferred from all 4 team members' communication, the info that they had. It was so good. They knew exactly when to pounce, Toby. That was a masterclass.
Sure was. Absolutely phenomenal first game of Wrangle. We got one more game here in group number 1 today before we head on over to group number 2. Before that, we'll take a short break and then we'll be back with Sam just after. So stick around. We'll see you again real soon.
Amelia, what's the deal then?
2 up top, 2 downstairs.
All right, so we just go prancing in the front door as per usual then, huh?
Not today, hermano. We must be like ghosts. Trust me. These will do the trick. The fog of war. Remove all visibility. We take them out one by one. They won't know what hit them.
Oi, who's that behind you? Here's what we do. Surprise attack. We go in big chicken dinner style through the window, guns blazing.
You mean like in Miramar?
Oh, shit.
Enough. First, we smoke out the first floor, but we'll need a distraction. Something super loud and obnoxious.
Right, I see where this is going.
Don't worry, Aziz. I got your back.
So, where to next?
Everybody has to start somewhere.
Even if one of them gets the knock on the other side, I don't think they're going to push for testing up. Able to find the first, take the shotgun in hand, gets the second as well.
Feel the rush of competitive esports with Jilu. Create your team. Compete in weekly and monthly tournaments. Play against skilled opponents around the world for the ultimate esports experience. Jilu, the home of everyday esports.
Okay, they're not going to interrupt me. Welcome back. We are moving into the final game of Group 1 today. We've got 2 groups playing, of course, so we're actually going to hit the halfway mark very soon. You better not go anywhere. We've got so much PUBG esports coming your way. Let's talk about what we just saw there, though. Entropic, at the end of game number 1, we spoke about how good they are at positioning themselves, how well they move around, Toby, and they showed that again, taking that chicken dinner.
I mean, right from the start of the game, they showed us exactly how they wanted to win that game. They looted Milta, they didn't go straight into the circle, they wrapped over military, they played it slow. When they came up around, they had a chance to take a fight, so I believe it was Austrian Force, they got the knock on the rotation, didn't commit to it, they wrapped around. They made the wise decisions to get into a position in the late game from where they could get a, not easy win because it's extremely difficult to do, but because they do it so well, they make it look easy, and that is extremely hard to pull off. So just congrats for Entropic to rotating perfectly into a win.
John, also no tag. I mean, there was early on, we saw them position themselves really well. So break down how they were doing that.
Look, the teams that have done really well so far and have impressed me are the ones that were able to go in hard when they needed to, but knew when to pull back and hold on to their position. No Tag definitely adds their name to that list now. I think We Live Again haven't had a chicken dinner yet, but they're looking pretty good. Entropic have done a great job. No Tag are a force to be reckoned with here because they're not just showing they can win the fights, they're showing that they have a really good understanding of the rotation strategy in this lobby as well.
I want to talk about that battle that they did have with We Live Again, where they positioned themselves and they didn't have the third parties. John, break it down for me.
Honestly, I think Toby actually said it really well during the game, but the fact that they were in a position where they knew there wasn't going to be a third party, I spent half that fight going, it almost doesn't matter who wins if a third party comes in their toast, and the teams knew that they could afford to take that 1v1 fight here, and that awareness of their surroundings is going to serve them so well, not just in that game, but moving forward as well, just being hyper aware of when they can afford to take that fight a little bit slower.
Another example, I mean, I'm just pointing out all these examples because I feel like if you're watching, you probably play PUBG. I'm going to try and make you better so that one day we get to commentate on you. Toby, right at the start, we saw Evie move really well, showcasing his experience. Break that down for me. Why is that something that we should all be paying attention to?
Just if you have a chance to avoid risking your life to get the information that you were looking for in the first place, do it. There's no reason to over-peak something if a safe peak gives you the exact same information. And EB did exactly that. Don't ever park the car and jump out in the middle of a field. Keep on driving, keep on looting, and do not approach the compound before you see the guy in the car drive away from there.
We're taking a look at the scoreboard for Game 3. I also think we've done enough now to help everyone get good. John, yes? Have we done that?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, by that sort of note, I should be hitting, Masters top 500 this time next week? No problem.
If you're not and you're watching, it's John and Toby's fault. Blame them. I'm sorry we couldn't help you. I wonder if Entropic gets tips from you. I'm still really impressed with this team, and I feel like maybe I'm fangirling a little bit hard for them, but I saw it in game number 1. We've seen it again. But Digital Athletics as well, like we questioned this early on. They're starting to look like they're holding their own. But what's important is to look at this leaderboard now, because this is what it's all about. You want to finish in the top 8 by the end of Super Week, because that's going to get you a spot in the finals. Toby, what do we think about who's sitting in the top 8 there?
I mean, no big surprises on Entropic and escaping up there. Sakura Sensen, I must say I've been incredibly impressed with how they've been playing this. Again, this game as well, that's 3 out of 3 now, where they found their quiet entry to the circle. They didn't get a circle gifted towards them. Yes, they were on the west side alongside with the circle, but they had to wrap into it. They played it slow on the west side. They pushed out late to take the fights, and No Tag was the team to take them down off of an amazing game from them, so I can't really fault Sakura for not being able to beat No Tag, because they were just on fire that entire game. So the west side of the leaderboard, or left side, I should say, makes pretty good sense to me so far.
I'm going to put my head on a chopping block. I mean, I should actually know this because this is my job. But Sakura Zenson, as far as I'm aware, has finished up in the top, relatively high in the top, John, for all 3 games. And I don't think any other team has done that yet.
They've been really, really good. There are a couple of teams that have done something similar, but they managed to get a lot more kills, even if they don't finish inside the top 3. And at the end of the day, that consistency is what makes it. We called out, I think we mentioned up to 5 teams where I thought so far we've seen them be able to fight in that really high pressure cooker sort of situation, but able to pull back when they need to. And the only team that wasn't in the top half of the leaderboard was We Live Again. And they got screwed by the circle in game number 2, and they had to start the game with 3 players in game number 1. And we've only had 3 games. So I'm actually okay with that, in the sense that I think if these teams carry on being that consistent with their decision making, they're going to be very, very good moving forward.
Toby, how do we feel that this is going to go into the final game? Is it going to be very aggressive like what we saw with Miramar, or do you think it's pretty much going to follow the same pace of what we just saw?
I mean, if last game is anything to go by, it's wise decision making. That's going to be the key for this one. Don't take chances you don't have to take, and play it smart. That's the way to end the game in a win.
John? Is it good to be back at PUBG? Are you feeling it now? I mean, we spoke about this at the start. Has it lived up to expectations? I feel like we're about to hit the halfway mark, so I can ask this.
I think it absolutely has. And I'm echoing this. I love the fact that good decision-making is dominating the headlines, and we get to see how the teams are thinking. That's just so cool.
Let's see if good decisioning, because that's a word that I've just made up, continues into game number 4. I should stop talking there. It's all yours, boys.
Thank you so much, Sam. Back to the 2 of us. One more game to go for group number 1. And I mean, John, I gotta say, I said I was flabbergasted after that game. Having sat down and kind of thought over it, I think the thing that impressed me the most with this last game was that you don't see this kind of performance out of No Tag was the kind of the name of the game early on for me, and then that turned out, I mean, the focus kind of went over to Entropic late game. But that kind of play style, like when they play it like that, that's the play style I expect to see in the top tier teams lobbies. That's the type of play style I expect to see between teams where everyone knows everyone, where everyone knows what to expect, because you can't make that. I mean, I feel like statistically you cannot make that many right decisions in a game in a row without doing something wrong, and they just continue to make the smart moves in a situation where you think, how could they ever anticipate that? But they had an answer instantly every single time.
Don't forget as well that we might not have seen the likes of No Tag and Sakura Zenson, say, a year or 2 ago on the professional scene, but they are dotted full of players who are used to playing with the best. And it's a question of how well they gel together, because you can have 4 of the best players in the world and they could still go out in 15th, 16th, right? If you just have fraggers and you're not talking about how to play, the decision making that those 2 teams in particular have come up with, I'm so happy to see how it's panned out for them. And I think, like you said, it's momentum building. I think they're going to keep doing well too.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, it's always a sigh of relief for me when I see a team I have big hopes for go out and impress. Whereas I feel like oftentimes when I go, okay, this is the time they really make it. Then you see that first 1 or 2 games where just nothing goes their way, and you go, oh, not one of those again, right? Because you want teams to do well. You want teams that put the hours and the effort into improving. You want to see them succeed. And I feel like with Entropic, I mean, they've been one big success story over the better part of the half year in terms of how they've been performing. And now that we see a team like NoTag go out and have, even though it might just be that one amazing game, if they can follow that up with more good games, maybe 2022 could be the year that they make a show of themselves.
It certainly could be. And I'd like to see more teams join them there. I know I've mentioned We Live Again a couple of times, but now that they have all 4 team members in and effectively the first 2 games were either really unlucky or write-off for them, I want to see them bounce back a little bit and make it into the top half. But they have to have a good game between now and then. Phase 1, dead on Pachinki, by the way, everybody, here in game number 4, which means minimal distance to rotate for pretty much everybody in the server. We're likely to see a slightly quieter phase 1 and 2 as a result. But that said, in every phase 1 so far today, or it certainly felt that way, just when we thought everything's settling down, we get at least one team wiped in phase 1, which is a little bit unusual if you think about it in top tier PUBG.
It's, I mean, again, one of those where, I mean, last game it was the rotation on the north side of Pachinki. Because the teams don't have a chance to know every single split-second decision being made by other teams, because the lobbies are as unknown to some as they are.
Sure.
You will have moments where 2 teams just happen to rotate side by side because they came from 2 completely different places but ended up the same place at the same time, and there's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do to prevent it from happening, but there's a lot you can do to prevent that situation from escalating further, where some teams don't necessarily spot the fire escape fast enough to run towards it. They just see the fire and go, holy moly, we have to fight. And I think it takes more experienced teams to, when they go, oh my god, there's a team here, it takes a more experienced team to stay calm in that type of storm and go, but that's fine, let's just drive the other direction. But other teams that maybe don't have a complete palette of different rotation suggestions mapped out, they go, oh, but we only had this one idea in mind. Now that there's a team here, they're ruining that idea. What do we do if we don't get to execute that idea? And then they go completely confused, and that's when the fights happen. So I think it's just a matter of, as I said, I mean, experience. And that's why I love seeing these games where we know there's going to be at least potentially, higher level of play come next week because some of the more established teams are invited to the finals and whatnot. But the fact that we're already seeing it here with teams that we maybe didn't expect it from, that's just a big smile on my face for competitive PUBG.
And hopefully we get to see a little more of that next week as well. They still have the rest of the weekend to go, though. Hobbits spotting that a couple of players from Dopamine are starting to close in on the compound. Rather than risk anything, just quietly exiting and going back towards the teammates. Love that play from them. I can't wait to see whether day 1 ends up being a good source of momentum for a lot of teams going into the weekend. Are we, for example, going to see a team that finishes, 13 through 16 today, suddenly win 2 chicken dinners tomorrow? It's PUBG, anything can happen. Or are we going to see the same teams stick with the tried and tested formula from day 1 and steamroller the lobby over and over again? That chapter of this book is still yet to be written. And right now, in possibly the most central circle we've had today, we're going to get to see what the end of day 1 looks like.
I feel like the more unestablished, when I say established as in teams that have experience playing together in top tier tournaments, the more unestablished or not established teams you have in a lobby, the more you have to be able to adapt. I said that earlier as well, but I think it comes from a day-to-day basis as well, because some teams will have a plan in mind, and you will know, okay, so if, let's say, Liquid had a bad day 1, we know that they will probably go out and do more of this on day 2. So you can kind of bring that into your considerations for the day to come. But there could be things where, let's say Entropic, now they have run shoulder to shoulder with the Austrian Force a couple of times in the games today. They go, great, okay, so if we meet Austrian Force again tomorrow, we can only assume they're going to be playing the same way that they did today. But Austrian Force could be coming into tomorrow going, okay, this didn't work. We have to do something completely different now. Now we'll loot somewhere else. We'll play different. And there's just nothing you can do to prepare for that, or to prepare for that happening. So I think, as you were saying, with how teams are going to be coming into tomorrow, we could have a whole different lobby playing tomorrow, but under the same names.
Yeah, so the way to sort of break it down is that very broadly, and this is grossly simplified for anyone at home, but there are two very important things to do outside of shooting in PUBG, right? You have to make the right decisions, and you have to know when to make them. So the speed of that decision making is equally, if not more important. Most of the players in top tier PUBG, and indeed in the couple of tiers below, everyone knows what the right decisions are, but your experience playing in the same lobbies with these established teams, exactly like Toby's saying, knowing your teammates, knowing how they're going to react in certain situations, and your enemies as well, that's what helps you make those right decisions faster, get your timings more crisp. You know that the drive-by where you missed the other team by 3 seconds, that could have been a team wipe on you, but because you were 3 seconds faster, you get to the compound faster and you hold it and you get a chicken dinner. It's all down to those crucial couple of seconds, and the speed of those decisions is so important.
Speaking of holding it, Skate ain't really too keen on giving up the highway crossing here. The issue is there are only 2 players here. I believe it's, I can't quite see who it is, over on the east side, but they've split it up 2-2, and I believe it's Nawik and Pixel. Like, they're not with him, so I like the fact that despite Demti getting a headshot there, that they back off, and I'm not sure if EB is aware that little W is backed up behind them. Like, they've backfilled the compounds they were around, and EB could be in trouble here.
He's looking around like he suspects the back door. I think he thought someone would be, in the garage compound, but maybe not the rest. And Metrics took him by surprise. Lurex will be able to finish that off. And that is Ibby down and out to start things off. I think Ibby knew that he was backfilled, but I don't think he knew there was more than one person looking at him.
He was wise with the scouting. Again, not taking chances, not going in early, but Metrics did not jump the gun either. He held tight. He waited for EB to be in a position from where, had he hit all his bullets, he would have had an easy takedown. Fortunately, his teammate was there to help him out in Lorix, but perfect execution, honestly, on Metrics. And on the side of EB, you can't really fault him. Honestly, they didn't know they were there. They thought that would be a spot that would be free for them to take. EB didn't see anything early on, so you can't fault him because Metrics played it perfectly.
It was good scouting from Ibby. He knew he had been backfilled. Very few players would even realize that had instantly happened. It's just Metrics went one further, and there were 2 or 3 different guns aimed at him, unfortunately, and the combination of that allowed them to get him out of the vehicle. So we move on then. After ult, on the north side of the circle, going straight past no tag. O'Connell waiting for the last vehicle before opening fire. So close to getting a knock onto Dies, but doesn't quite make it happen. Very good that they waited for the last vehicle. I feel like they gave themselves every chance, but not this time.
If there's a time to get a heart attack when playing PUBG, that is when 3 players have just driven the exact same path that you're on, and nothing is happening. You're sitting, you're jamming, you're, throwing out a couple of jokes before the real game starts, and out of nowhere, the exact same spot that your teammates have just been, you just hear onslaught of rifle fire towards you, and you get hit by the first bullet. That's when you, if you were sitting with a joystick, you just toss it in the air because you get scared completely out of your mind. So kudos for Dees for not hitting a tree on that rotation there, because I would have been completely shocked at that movie.
No, it's always frustrating. The goal, Toby, is to never be in the first or the last car. If you're sat in the middle, then hopefully the enemy shoot everyone else. The problem is, once the car before you gets shot out, or once the car behind you gets shot out, you then become the first or the last car.
Yeah.
There's no escaping it.
Yeah, you will always be the first or the last car at some point. And well, fortunately for After All, they didn't lose anyone in that rotation. You can see NoTech, actually, they were moving down south past the bridge and past Everest, but they go, no, you know what? After All just wrapped around this way. We let them through. We didn't get the knock on anyone of them. We know they just crossed over here. Why bother going in and backfill a team that's right in front of us that know we're coming in too, when we can just wrap around and take the smart rotation in the meantime? Enterprise holding off strong in the compound, and the old ones seem to be having a fight over towards. Yep, it's down to the southern side of Potato.
This is a 2 o'clock hard shift here for the next circle. And things are about to get very spicy indeed. All 16 teams are in the lobby, and most of the teams are actually rotating in via the west side as well. I want to highlight Entropic. Look at them. They're going across the bridge. You know why? Because they know that every team trying to move into circle right now has to move in from the same quadrant. And they're like, you know what? Let's take a little bit of blue damage. Let's go from the east. Because if we successfully get over to the east side, there will be no one that's still moving. We might run into a team, but we'll run into a team that's already rotated as opposed to driving side by side. I love this play from Entropic.
I think this is a year of, and I'm always so I'm always so worried about putting things wrong to offend not so much the fans but the players themselves, because I know oftentimes they sit and watch their spec. But I hope this is the year of Entropic's smart decisions. And what I mean by saying it is that they're always up there in the top, but it's the small things that keep them from going from top tier to S tier. And Entropic playing this smart now, even though they're in a lobby where they probably feel like they're one of the better, if not the best teams, the fact that they take this time now to play it wise and slow and more schematic than just kind of play off of the instincts and aggressing forward, that has me in hopes for a very promising year for Entropic.
It's added a new layer to their game, right? It's they've got the mechanics down. It's almost like they've improved not even improved their decision-making. Their decision-making's always been good, but they've added new outcomes to that decision-making process where they're comfortable playing a wider variety of positions and playing the same situation a number of different ways, depending on who they're going up against, what the timing of the game is, whether a third party's coming in. And the way they've been able to read that today has just been phenomenal.
Amazing.
It's the sort of play, and Entropic are an absolute top-tier team, but I want to use this as an example. A team that isn't as good at shooting. So a team that, I don't know what we define tier 2 as, but let's imagine a tier 2 team. If they had the decision-making prowess of Entropic, they can easily be mid-table in a tier 1 lobby because the quality of the decisions they've been making is so good.
Yeah. That's where Entropic becomes scary now, because I at least have never ever doubted their fragging and individual capabilities. They are phenomenal when it comes to fighting. But it's been one of those, again, as we've talked about over the course of the day, it's been one of those where they do risk losing 1 to get 3 kills early. And that means that they never come into endgame with all 4 alive. But now, what we've seen today is why get the kills early if we can get the endgame spot and then get the kills? We saw it in game 1 with Sakura Sanson, how they had 0 kills with 20 alive. All of a sudden, they have 10 kill win. Entropic has been playing the same style, at least for the last 2 games, and I'm loving what I'm seeing. Now, well, we talked about them and Austrian Force running side by side. It might be the case of that once again as we head up into the mountains.
That's right, phase 3 going up into the hills. None of this hardcover stuff you're talking about. Sakura Zensen gets absolutely deleted by Skade there on rotate. Pretty sure that's 3 down and out as well. And almost insult to injury there, Salty, with the grenade to take home as a souvenir. That was brutal. Really good sharpshooting there from Skade, and that gets them their first 2 kills of the game.
I'm surprised that Sakura, who's been so wise in playing it slow and cautious today, didn't expect that there would be more people on the southeast side of Potato already, because there have been shots fired around here. I mean, we had team like Old Bones, they got a kill in this exact area earlier in the game. I mean, obviously they weren't right next to them, but just, with the circle shifting over, with the double Eastern hard shift, you'd have to expect that this would be highly contested area. And well, they pay the price for trying to get here. Only He-Man actually made it out of there alive. Fortunately, he's got some hard cover, but well, we all know the danger of sitting in that wizard on your own.
Entropic have now made it into circle, by the way. Waltzing in on the east side, absolutely nobody there to greet them, and that is what a good rotation looks like. They can now sit there and gather as much information as they want. He-Man, on the meantime, can now sit here and gather as much silence as he wants. He probably doesn't want anyone knocking on the door of this wizard tower anytime soon.
What He-Man really wants is that someone runs out into the middle of the open and then stands still to check his map for like 18 seconds, so he can get a knock and a flush, and then he can go back into hiding.
Look at that insta peek. Oh dear, beautiful.
Double headshot coming through, D's.
That's why you peek and you move back.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate scout coming on forward. Ruin, do they know that he's here? I don't think they do. That nade is close. 52 damage done. One more attack to find the knock, but he can't find it. 9 more bullets. There you go. Finally able to find the knock on towards Eden. He will fall down. And again, after all, they thought they were slow. They thought they were safe in their approach, but out comes the Howl, and the Wolves find 2.
I thought Ruin had that, like, with the 4th shot, and there must have been about 6 bullets that whizzed by their head so close it gave him a haircut, but they managed to get a kill anyway. Off the back of that, that's Eski and Ruin both with 1 this game so far. Hull have got all 4 of their team members alive. They haven't had the greatest day so far, so they're looking for a good game number 4 to propel themselves up the rankings just a little bit, and that is a good way to start.
Sure is. While the fight escalates up here in the north, a new circle has popped, and when we saw the previous circle, if I were to ask me what is the worst circle we could get in the next circle, what's happened now is probably it. Let's see. In the meantime, we live again, trying to prevent Dopamine from making their way in, and they're doing a great job at just that. Molan falls down, Seasung falls down. In the meantime, Eddie and his teammate Hanses are tanking blue as heavily as they can. You cannot ignore the snakes, though. It's what a turnaround!
Hanses manages to get the knock at the end, but Hobbit's there with the amazing reaction and godlike spray to say, you're not touching me out in the blue. And now we're going to see if we can get some smokes down and the insta-res out here as well. That was a great shot from Hanses. Let's not take anything away from that, but Hobbits was the star of the show there.
Oh, they're taking too much time on the edge now. It's starting to prove difficult. Phase 4 means you can't rest in the blue. You got to carry him. You got to get him inside the circle. But while they have been fighting on the north side, everyone else has been allowed to position themselves up the hill. You can see the kill feed already now popping off as all these teams are trying to make their way up the hillside to just have to go down on the other side in just a second's time.
And the problem is they've got quite a long way to run. So that's a lot of shift W's with no weapons out, not able to defend yourself properly. This is going to be rough. And after all, know this, they're down to a duo. No, sorry, a solo. Only Pokemolodoy. He has to boom or bust here. But the grenades are so good that he can't actually push out of his compound without getting absolutely eliminated. Howl needed that because they have to find a way to make their way down south.
Oh, yeah. Solid clearing there. And look at on the east side how Entropic has just utilized the fact that everyone else is fighting to spread out and take control. Lookaroots don't want to allow them inside the circle. And no tech now. This fight has been on the upbringing for a while. And O'Connell takes damage, but fortunately Explicit is there to find the knock for him. So working 1-2, making their way up the hill, trying to clear everything on their way.
This is a pressure cooker on the northwest side of the circle. We're watching individual fights right now, but it's basically 5 different teams fighting for what is essentially one spot on edge going into phase number 5. We live again, unfortunately, way out in the blue. They might run out of meds there, sadly. No tag here, now trying to engage low W. The winner gets a free pass to walk straight into Enterprise, although someone took that early. That's low W out. And then Digital Athletics are here to try and clean up whoever survives.
I was just going to say, I don't think No Tag are expecting Enterprise to be up this close, and they sure as hell didn't. A freebie for Yanni as they now start backing off, but they have a fight brewing of their own, as you were saying. EA just over on the other side with an MK in hand as well. Docks up, gets the knock on to 1. Seconds should be falling instantly after Ruin. Actually, it's going to be Ivers from the east able to find the knock. Who's going to get the flush though? The nade is committed to try and see if he can find it. Not going to happen. And Doxa, double headshot in return. Matt able to find him, but these guys are taking casualties by the second. We live again out. No Tag in trouble as well, and Howl dying, well, faster than I can call it.
Digital Athletics are going to be a little bit worried there. Dogsa was the one player there to try and grab a couple of free kills onto Howl. And unfortunately, there's no one anywhere close to res him, so they have to finish Enterprise quickly and then run back. Otherwise, Digital Athletics could end up in a sandwich.
1 HP on free kills bleed out there. Very fortunate to still be on his feet. He's got his teammates to thank for that. Enterprise now, well, they know they got DA up close. The issue is they both have to move straight down into the open. So do you take this fight or do you try and back off? I feel like with them having been up here for so long, they have to. There's no way they get out of here without getting shot in the back by DA or having fought them before.
I'm really worried. Like, Digital Athletics have basically chosen, I think, to leave their 4th up above and not try and go for the res because they know that they haven't been able to finish Enterprise. It's a horrible decision to have to make as a team, right? Someone's not, you're not going to res them, but I feel like it's the right one. It gives them the biggest percentage chance to beat Enterprise here.
And this is playing perfectly in favor of Entropic, because had that fight at the top been over, Entropic could have had a real hard time pushing in from the east, but because they know they're still up on the hilltop, because they know there's a fight waiting to happen up there, they're going to set up right behind them. They're going to just say, you know what, we'll stick around for a while. Once the fighting commences, that's when we're going to push you.
Absolutely. And they might not know, all of the identities and the nuances of the teams involved, but they're going to know that there's a lack of activity coming towards them that way because everyone else is where all those gunshots are. So they're going to be very prepared later on. We're not watching too much of them at the moment. They are peeking their heads, though, over the parapet on the north side. And I don't think DA can push into them, so they will be able to get the res. They could end up third-partying all of this,
Sheep herding them up into the corner, try and take them out. After doing so, Naleb, of course, isn't there, so they are only 3 up close right now, which is a little bit dangerous. But again, they had one player knocked. I believe it was Ivers got knocked. They slow the push down, they back off. This is again where Entropic in the past could have been overzealous, could have aggressed, even though a teammate went down. But again, they get the res up, they play back slow, and now they just sit here and hold DA from being able to go anywhere. Rupture down to blue.
I love how they can choose to back off if they want to as well. And Tropic know there's no one behind them. So again, another example of, you're not getting third party. You've got the freedom to make these decisions when you want to, not when they want you to. So good.
They're just playing full control, and despite the fact that they're doing everything they can to find kills on the top side, actually didn't get any on DA there. One dies to blue, another is stolen by Enterprise. Now let's see, do they commit the push further forward? Again, remember, they are only 3 players here. Lookarook's able to spot one. Solid peek through the bushes there, but do they fall back? I would assume that they do, despite the fact, oh no, they do get the knock. Maybe that's gonna tempt them to stick around at least for a little while longer, and the circle shifted up here too.
And that's Janny down, looking for Grendis now, and Lukarook's already dialed into that tree. There's almost nowhere he can go. They have to try and take the fight.
Back off.
This is brutal. Where do they back off to, though? There's another team on the other side.
Naleb is down here. Naleb has just been shot at by Austrian force. They know that people are coming in from behind. Naleb right now is playing. He's just one big alert bell going. If I ring my alert bell, you better come down here and defend, because this is the position that they were in, right? If all of a sudden Austrian forces are allowed up on the ridge line, Entropic is going to be shot in the back no matter where they position themselves. So they need to deal with this. Right now, they don't consider Enterprise a threat. They need to come back down here and deal with Austrian forces as fast as they can. And Naleb already finds the first knock.
I love, by the way, the attitude towards this. Nail-Up, if you notice, he waited a couple of seconds before throwing that frag. Why? He got the first knock onto Gargi and then immediately went into cover. He's buying his team time to get there before they go full aggressive. And it's these kind of decisions that give you the maximum chance of winning a fight. This is fantastic holding out from Entropic.
This is insane. They go from a 3-1 split with 3 on the top and Nail-Up down below. Then when the call comes in that there's push being applied from the south, and them realizing and prioritizing the south side confrontation, they leave QBE up on the top to play essentially the same role as Lucas did, as Nail-Up did, in just playing backfill and making sure no one's pushing in from behind. Now QBE dealt with the entirety of, or the rest, I should say, of Enterprise on his own, and that's going to allow them to play a 3-1 split again, and this time with full topside control. That is incredibly well played by Entropic.
It's very, it's a great example of adaptability, right? The decision comes in and they instantly move in on the position. Okay, we've got the all-in coming in from Austrian Force. They know they have one knock. They have to push in now. Okay. And they managed to get a second one done to Lukarux as well. Entropic have made all the right decisions, but these knocks mean that Austrian Force now have a good chance of overcoming them.
This is their chance to make a play. They have to do it right now. Nailor fights the double. Unfortunately, goes down in return. Sog, a nice off angle, making his way over the ridge line. But Austrian Force are in trouble now from behind as well. The more they push up this ridge line, the more SRM are able to spot them from down below. And I don't think QBE can really make a play on this. He's over on the other side of the road still. But you can see every single time Austrian Force try to peek on forward, they're getting shot from the west. It's a really difficult position for them. They know they have to make the play. QBE able to find one. Marbo goes down. Now Soccer knows exactly where he is. What more can you do? Still has a nade, still has a molly. You gotta use some utility to try and deal with QBE here.
And managed to make it into a 1v1. QB has 4 kills to his name. Can he make it 5? Down to 44 hit points, though, and Zocker's got another nade in hand. Is the follow-up going to be good enough? It is! That is right on top of him, and Tropic eliminated now. And Austrian forced by the skin of their teeth, but they've done it. Eliminate them to move into the top 6.
Massive kudos to Entropic for playing a good game, but sometimes you gotta admit defeat when Austrian Force lands bangers of shots like they did there. It's so difficult to be the team that has to peek over the ridge line because they will see the top of your head before you get lines inside of them. And again, I mean, you're only giving so many chances in a game of PUBG to go out and get yourself the win. And Austrian Force, while they might not win the game due to the casualties they took advantage of every single chance they were given, getting the beat, I should say, on
absolutely
on Entropic.
Really nicely played by both teams, to be fair. And yeah, here we go.
Sneak. That's a lot of utility.
He's telegraphing his presence there. We can say that much. That's a great throw into the first floor of the house. If you think about it, in real life, to do that, you gotta have some muscles on you, man.
I love the fact that he threw 2 nades in here and a multi and still checked to see if there was someone in the building downstairs. If there was someone in there, he would have been wearing a Hurt Locker costume in order to survive that.
He's thinking, oh, that's going to be me around the corner. Don't worry, I'm not in this game. Definitely not. Fate going down to 1 shot, just about able to hit the deck in time as Skade now. Skade probably want to move further north if they want to aggress into this because they have another team immediately to their south and they don't want to be stuck in this sandwich for long.
Issue is here that, I mean, Fate is really being a nuisance to Skate, essentially. Skate, as you said, they want to wrap around. They don't want to take the fight to the compound, but now they're getting punched from both sides. Really unfortunate. They would have wanted the knock on Skate long ago, but not going to happen. He's going to be allowed to push back up the hillside. The issue is Himan can see him from above, so he can't really full-on commit to that either. And from down below, Adusi can't do a whole lot to help him up above. Adusi does get the knock onto Jempty, though. And now Himan back into hiding once more. Somehow he has made it in to 8 players alive. He was in this wizard tower when there was like 50 people still alive on the server.
He's got a desk to hide behind. It's all good. A doozy downstairs, He-Man upstairs. And to be fair, Question Mark knows what the score is. They're saying, we're going to have to spend a lot of utility to 100% force you out there. We're happy to kill everyone else and deal with you later. There's almost like a quiet understanding when you know someone's right there next to you, but on a different floor. You're vibing. You understand what's going on.
Yeah. Saban, in the meantime, they've been chilling in the compound pretty much the entire game. So not a whole lot of kills going their way as the heat has kind of been focused elsewhere. But I like the decision they're making now. We know that there's people over in the Wizard in both floors because they've been shooting over here. So why not just grab East instead? Why take a chance in making an open push into a building that is fortified when we have a chance to wrap the other direction? So a smart play on their side. Whether that's going to be the winning play for them, I'm not sure, because solos can still hit hard when they're giving the attack of opportunity, but we'll see here if they can make a smart play over the top and what Soccer is planning on doing, because as far as I know, they're not really aware that he's still up there.
You know, I reckon everyone else in this game thinks that it's the same team downstairs and upstairs. There's no reason for them to think they're different teams unless they saw the nades coming in so much earlier.
Yeah. I mean, now smokes are being thrown. We'll see if how things are going to pan out. But you're not wrong. I mean, again, Himan has been up there for a while, not really had a whole lot of impact on fights. He found 2 knocks here, but those were both rest. So all he's done is gotten a flush onto Jempty, and if they didn't catch that in the kill feed, there's no reason for them not to think that it's 3-on-1 team being up.
Now looking for bodies in the smokes. Does he spot that Zocker's peeking the left side? A doozy just patiently waiting. He just wants a glimpse. Sees the throwable, sees Zocker, and look at that! Instantly out of the smoke and instantly out. That is Austrian Force out in 4th place. Beautiful stuff there from a doozy. And now are we really going to move away from this? I mean, they haven't dealt with the top floor yet.
They have to know that he's still up there. Is he just driving back and forth to bait? I'm not quite sure anymore, but oh my lord, he's taking a lot of damage in doing so. What is Himan's move here? Every time people get tagged, you hear the impact from above, so he knows that there's wounded people downstairs. The issue is the staircase is open on this side of the circle, so he can't really expose himself to that side. I mean, this game has Sauron written all over it, but how it's gonna end. I'm not sure. You can see the staircases on the side of the three-man team. They're just sitting and waiting. This could be. I was just gonna say this could be 3 people dying to blue, and that's exactly what's gonna happen. Is he even gonna give him anything? No. Saffron is gonna get a freebie. 3 down to blue, and Saffron with a 2-kill win. That is not something I've seen in a while.
The circumstances around that circle were very, very weird indeed. But to be fair, was there anything else? We have to ask ourselves, was there anything else, question mark, could have done? I didn't see how many smokes they had. Was there a way for them to underarm smoke and then leap out? Maybe everything was just gone. But what else could you do?
As soon as Soccer dies and they lose the east side control, because he was what was holding Saffron down the hill. As soon as he dies and they take control on the east side, they push the smokes, they get like more of a wrapped around position, they're doomed. Because they didn't manage to deal with He-Man earlier, there is no push for them to make. And I honestly think it was the right decision in just forfeiting that game there.
I feel a little bit bad for Sarvam because they had absolutely excellent positioning going into the latter phases of that game. And normally when a team does that, it doesn't matter if you haven't had that many kills earlier in the day, right? That's fine because you're about to pick up the last 3 or 4 kills and that bolsters your score. And they kind of didn't get a chance to do that. So that's not really Sarvam going 2-kill chicken dinner. Oh my God, there's not many points. They were a little bit robbed by that. I feel like they deserved a bit more.
I mean, you'll take 12 points in the game any day of the week, but I agree with you. There was a world where they could have gotten a lot more kills. But then again, I mean, they had chances to make pushes out of the compound earlier, but they opted not to. But with that said, that is it for group number 1 today, guys. We're going to take a short break, and then we'll be back with another 16 teams in group 2 playing after. So stick around, and we'll see you in just a few.
Some say character is forged in the heat of battle. Others say it is only revealed. But I don't need to tell you this, because you're a survivor. Your choices define you. They make you. They reveal who you are. You know how to take that shot, risk it all, and drop in fearlessly. Straight into the unknown. Straight into what may seem like a hopeless battle. But you have confidence in your insanely accurate controlled spray and your smooth, effortless melee weapon skills. You are a fighter. And you are no mere brute. You're thinking 20 moves ahead. Extra ammo, a fully kitted weapon, plenty of meds, and the wits to gather it all while staying ahead of the circle. That's your endgame. Patience is perhaps the most difficult skill to master. Mastery you have, waiting for the perfect moment to spring your trap. That perfect headshot, a C4 ambush, or yes, even a quiet closet with some tempting bait. In freezing snow, in burning heat, you have pushed beyond the limits of endurance. Here, every choice has consequences. Here, every fight could be your last. But I don't need to tell you this, do I? Because you are a survivor. Be the survivor you were born to be. The choice is yours.
Everybody has to start somewhere.
Even if one of them gets knocked on the other side, I don't think they're going to push for test it up. Able to find the first, take the shotgun in hand, gets the second as well.
Feel the rush of competitive esports with Jilu. Create your team. Compete in weekly and monthly tournaments. Play against skilled opponents around the world for the ultimate esports experience. Jilu, the home of everyday esports.
Welcome back to G-Loot PUBG Season 5 Super Week. I'm giggling. If you haven't seen this yet, so Toby made a comment, well, his wife made a comment that apparently the three of us together look like the IT crowd. And somewhere during the break, Jorasar and Toby decided that Toby's going to be allowed to cut my hair because apparently I need bangs. So this is a cry for help, a very public cry for help. No one give Toby scissors because I do not want him to cut my hair.
I thought this was a surprise, Sam. I thought we were like coming together next week and we were like be cosplaying and stuff.
I've ordered the afro. What's going on?
You're not cutting my hair. I'm making a public declaration to stop it. Okay, let's talk about what we just saw, the final game in the first group of the day, and then I'll explain that we've got even more action coming up. I want to specifically talk about Sakura Zenson because I thought it was very clever what they did. The first 3 games, they finished high in the placement points, got kills. Then early on, obviously get knocked down. They have one man standing, He-Man. He sets himself up really nice. He doesn't camp. He does actually take some shots, but just made sure he had high ground. And he stuck it out all the way to the bitter end to make sure that they got some placement points, Toby. So really clever strategy from the team.
Yeah, really. I mean, kind of contradicting with the highlights we're seeing right now of them getting torn apart here. But up until that rotation in the final game of the day, I completely agree with you. They were incredibly wise in their decision making. They knew where they had their opponents around them, and while other teams might have wanted to engage more often, they said, you know what, we will use that information to help us avoid fights even more, especially in the early game, and they positioned themselves accordingly. That's how they got themselves into late game all those times. And then, of course, the final game with He-Man just chilling for the longest time in the Wizard to then hold off. I mean, he was dodging grenades all over the place come end game there as well. So different, I suppose, games that all gave them end game results and placements.
It's going to be good for them, and we'll see that on the leaderboard very soon. But John, some standouts for you in that final match?
I know it's easy to say because of their position on the leaderboard, but Sakura Zenson and Entropic for me embodied the know when to be aggressive and know when to be defensive. It's just true. They knew how to rack up the points when they were pushing into other teams. They knew how to rack up the points when they were in a poor position and other people were going to get more points than them. They played it correctly. They made the right decisions at the right time. And as a result, the consistency is showing.
Interesting though, Toby Sarvim, 2 kills only to finish in the top spots. You don't see that often. Not
very often at all. I mean, speaking of teams with late game presence, Sarvim weren't really there a whole lot today, and I think other teams, I mean, looking at Skate on the Miramar game, would have pushed out of the compound earlier to try and take control. The issue is that the fights never really came to a full-on finish until very late. So had there been a direction for them to push, they could have third-partied, but because there were people fighting all over them all the time, it was just never really worth the risk.
Let's take a look now at the final standings after day 1 for Group 1. And look at that. Entropic sitting nice and pretty in the top spot. They've had a really good day, John, of setting themselves up well. Their rotations have been fantastic. So well deserved for them, I think.
Yeah, and look, I want to point something else out as well. They're on 31 kills, and the next highest number of kills on this list is 21. Now, You need a little bit of circle luck, and you need to be able to read things really well to get great rotations at a lot of placement points. Sakura Zensen did this really well. But if you're Entropic and you're able to get the kills, whether you're having a good game or a bad game from a rotation point of view, those points are still on the board. So the way they're playing bodes well for the rest of the weekend.
Toby, after game one, I was looking at Skade and I was going, oh, this is not good. But they finished really well. And they also, I mean, it was a bit of a not so good start for them, but looking impressive. And they were a team that we said we were going to be keeping our eye on right at the start of the show.
I like the way they played into game two. I mean, yes, they had the compound early, but the way they spread out and took control in the end, even when Jempty went down in the compound. I know this is a couple of games back for those of you guys who are tuning in late, but that showed me what I also said there. That showed me that they've already not necessarily mastered, but kind of beaten the hurdle of communication issues that oftentimes is, if not then one of the at least bigger issues with newly formed teams. You can't play a spread like that or split like that with the way they were doing without having good communication. And the fact that they did and won the game because of it is a clear sign that they beat that already.
You've seen 4 games, and we are only halfway through day number 1 for Super Week. Of course, we have 32 teams battling it out for only 8 spots in the finals next week. The schedule is on your screen right now. Group 2 is about to start. We're going to see them play 4 maps, and you'll be able to watch even more PUBG esports action. And of course, this is going on for the whole weekend. By the end of this, we will have 8 teams making it through to compete with the other 8 invited teams. And it's all to play for because there is a big pot of money on the line, and everyone likes a little bit of cash dollar in their back pocket. Based on what we saw from Group 1, though, John, are you expecting a similar performance out of the teams in Group 2? Because I think we saw some really good level PUBG esports.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing which of the teams that perhaps we're less used to seeing in a tier 1 lobby, say, who have really good players, but maybe it's a new roster, or maybe they're playing for a team that isn't quite a household name. 1 or 2 of them are going to rise to the top and show us that actually there aren't any comms issues. We're fine. We're happy to play this way. I don't 100% know who they're going to be yet. It's going to be very, very interesting, but I'm looking forward to finding out.
Toby, we are seeing Group 2 on our screens right now. Which are the teams that you're keeping an eye on?
The first 2 that come to mind would be We Are Who. A lot of talent on that roster with Kilya, Kai, Braxco, Chris, and Marco. I mean, they're all household top tier players, have been in the business, I should say, for as long as I can remember. Then we have Polish Power as well. Very, very high caliber team. Sometimes a little over aggressive, but I hope that they maybe look to Entropic and seeing what they have done that have granted them the success that they had today, and maybe try and do something similar. Because I like to think of Polish Power in the same playstyle that I've seen Entropic in the past, but I like also to think that the way that Entropic played today is a style that I would love to see Polish Power try and do similar to.
John, how about you?
I'm looking at 2 similarly powerful teams, but perhaps with slightly different play styles. I'm looking at Ding, who are a little bit boom or bust when it comes to, and again, we're not really judging them by scrims, but seeing they have some really good games and some poor games where they're out early. It'll be interesting to see how they've massaged that, because when they're on form, they are close to unbeatable. And Pink Pony would probably be my pick for a team that, even if they don't come out of the gates crashing into everyone and winning every fight, I can see them being super consistent. They're very calm under pressure. Their communication as a team are really good. So for me, they're going to be setting the baseline, the benchmark for how I'm going to be judging all the other teams here.
When we started with day 1, obviously with that first group, the first game, a little bit chaotic in the start. Everyone trying to fight for their drop spots, figure out where they want to go. Toby, expecting the same from the teams in Group 2?
I would think so to a certain extent. Yes, I don't expect to see a whole lot of early shenanigans. Having said that, now it's probably going to happen. But I would expect it to play out similar to last game. Yes, there will be teams flying side by side, but I feel like we've reached a point in competitive PUBG where most teams, there are still some stubborn ones in between, but most teams have realized that it's just not really worth it to commit that hard to a fight for a spot that ain't necessarily even that good. And I don't see any teams in this lobby that are like die hard, full on committed to one particular loot spot. So I wouldn't expect to see any big confrontations early on.
I mean, I said this at the start and I'm going to say it again. I love early shenanigans. So, Toby, I'm hoping commentators curse hits and we get it, but we probably won't because you know your stuff. You're normally right. But I do like a little bit of drama right on the start of it. I'm expecting quite a slow pace, though, John. Most of these teams in the first start there, you kind of want to take it slow, get a feel. Are you thinking the same? It's going to be a little bit of a slow game one. We're just guessing now, but that's what we do here on an analyst desk, so it'll be fun. What do you think?
I think when you've got two groups playing in a single day and you're the second group playing, even if it's just a quick glance before you hop into the plane yourself, you can sort of see how everyone else is intending to play. And with the exception of the odd skirmish where a team's trying to save a single teammate who's been surrounded and nobody backs off, most of the teams in Group 1 have been happy to play conservatively. And I actually expect to see Group 2 to be following in the same footsteps, if not be slightly quieter. And the great thing about making a statement like that is if I've just cast or cursed the oblivion out of this lobby, we've got a hell of a game one to watch.
Yes, for me, that's all that matters right now. Just kidding. It is interesting. So I'm going to confuse you if you're watching at home, but bear with me. So the groups that you're seeing now, Group 1 and Group 2, this will not be Group 1 and Group 2 tomorrow because the groups will change up and we'll explain that at the end of the show. But with that in mind, John, do you think a lot of the teams that just played, I mean, they're probably a little bit tired, but maybe grabbing some food, are they going to be sitting watching this closely now to prep for tomorrow?
110%. Are they going to be fully focused 100% on the game and nothing but the game? No, they're going to be relaxing. They'll probably have taken a bit of a break. They've got some food. Probably they'll be sat in a voice chat with their teammates, just taking a look. A little bit of a watch party, if you will, but 100% they'll be watching.
And Toby, how many of the teams in Group 2 were watching the Group 1 teams play, or do you think that they were just focused on getting ready to compete themselves?
I hope that I'm correct when saying all of them. I mean, we talked about this during the broadcast in the previous group. We talked about it during the games as well. A lot of these teams, it's very hard to find any previous footage on, and you're given not only just a couple of the teams, every single team that are playing in this tournament you will be going up against at some point throughout the event. This is the best info you can get as to what teams are planning on doing. So if you're not taking advantage of that, you are losing out on crucial opportunities to get ahead of the game.
At the beginning of the show, we did talk about some of the roster changes that we've seen leading into 2022. We pointed some of them out that we got to see in Group 1. What did you think about some of those shuffles, Toby, and did they fulfill your expectations?
I mean, with the way we just mentioned Skate before, right? A team where obviously all the players have years of PUBG experience, but not all of them have played that much together recently anyway. And the fact that they could come off as strong as they did, I thought was incredibly impressive. So yes, I mean, that was really the one team I had the biggest, not necessarily expectations for, because I've seen you put 4-star players on one team and that's still not working out. But here it seemed to work out, and I was very happy to see that. So yeah.
How about you, John?
I think we've seen that players' experience, especially when the lobbies are less aggressive and more strategic minded. The longer you've played PUBG, the calmer you are at a top level, the easier it is to integrate into a new team, the better communication is going to be as well. And for that reason, I don't think we're going to see anyone particularly fray at the seams here. I think even the new rosters here are going to be quite comfortable.
You've had 4 games, gents, and it is the start of PUBG Esports here in Europe. Has it lived up to your expectations? Has it got you nice and ready for the rest of the year, John?
I mean, look, we broadly got a bunch of predictions right. We said everything was going to be quiet, and then a ridiculous fight pops in out of nowhere. We've had 3rd, 4th, 5th parties, some unexpected teams making it to the top, some teams that we thought would do really well struggling in a couple of games. We've already had a little bit of a taster of everything, and we're only 4 games into PUBG Esports 2022. So I feel like the games are deliberately there to prove us wrong, and you know what? We celebrate when that happens because it's these twists and turns that really make this esport what it is.
How about you, Toby?
I mean, considering what quality we've seen of play today, to expect, which I mean, I guess we have to do, that there's a level above that in the grand finals, that is, I'm just beyond excited to have PUBG back in Europe and active at this caliber, because it's an absolute joy to both get to watch and to be part of broadcasting as well.
So that is something that's going to happen when we move into the finals next week. 8 invited teams. So there are 8 teams that will make it through here, and they will have to compete against them. How much prep goes into that, though? Because obviously you can't prep in a couple of days. So do you think that some of these teams have already been trying to see what they can about those top teams, possibly preparing for that as well, over and above what they've been doing for Super Week, Toby?
I think it's safe to say that for not all, but for a vast majority of the people that are going to be present in the grand finals, PUBG is, for the most part, their livelihood. They are full on committed, investing all the time they have with eyes open to PUBG. And if they're not, as I said earlier, spending all that time committed to try and perfect and improve their play coming into the finals, however that may be, they're not spending the time right.
We're moving into game number 1 of Group 2 and committed to PUBG and bringing you all the action. Your casters, Toby and Jorasar.
Here we are again, Toby. 2 games of Miramar before we hop into Erangel. 16 fresh-faced teams. I'm looking forward to seeing how this pans out. It's an interesting thing, isn't it, when we're talking about which teams are taking notes on each other right now. I think everyone playing this weekend are absolutely nonstop taking notes on each other. But the teams that are waiting for them in the grand finals, the other 8 teams, they don't know which 8 are going through yet. So they're taking some notes. They're keeping an eye out, but maybe they're not quite deep diving as much until they know the identities of their opponents. What do you think?
No, I agree with you. I mean, I feel like for the teams that are already guaranteed to be in the finals, their focus will probably be on what I would assume they consider to be the bigger threats, being the other invited teams. So they will be their main focus. And then depending on what teams come through from here, they will, of course, be no doubt taken into consideration as well. But I just want to be, now we're talking about rosters and whatnot. I want to mention some player names that are going to be playing within these next 16 teams. And I don't want to ask you what year you think about, but there are some players in here that obviously they've been around for a long time, but they've been counted a little bit out of the loop for a while, and now they're back here. I'm just instantly getting like 2019 vibes. Just hear me out here. We got Braxco and Chris. We have Bestalog and Senya. We got Shiv and Monkey. I mean, I could go on. This is just, these are like the prime of a couple of years back. PUBG players, Max is all in there as well. A lot of players who's been around forever, and they're back here doing what they can to make their way through to the finals. I know what they're capable of, and I want to see all of them coming up, pushing on all cylinders to, give us the best show they possibly can today.
They're coming back, man, and I cannot wait to see them get started. This is game number 1 of Group 2 here at GLL Season 5. We have our first game then. It's going to be a 7 o'clock to 12 o'clock playing path, very slightly skewed to the west side on Miramar to start things off. 16 fresh teams. I'm looking for the hot drops. I'm looking for the drama. And you know what, Toby? It's pretty chill.
Yeah, it really is. Not a whole lot of drama. But you know what? Okay, let me ask you, since you are a embracer of chaos, like so many other casters are, what do you like more? A game that has, like, let's do it on a scale from 1 to 5, like a solid 1.5 through the entire game, or a 0 for the first 15 minutes to then pop off at a 5 at the end?
So
on the chaos meter.
I would say I would like the chaos meter to start off strong and get lower as the game goes on. So let me explain my reasoning. Let's imagine you have a crazy hard shift phase 1, right?
Yeah.
Even if you're on the complete opposite side of the circle, if you're an established team and you know exactly what you want to do, well, you can think of creative ways to show us why, let the experience shine through and show something amazing. But if the same thing happens in phase 7, and let's say you have an El Pozo ending and it just shifts to the other side of the city, you're just going from building to building and you're a little bit screwed if you're full out, right? So I want something that lets the really good teams show why they're at that level early on in the game. And then I want to see everything even out at the end to see some really nice fair firefights.
It's a bit of both.
Yeah. A bit spicy to begin with, and then I want my dessert as well. You know what I mean?
Makes sense. I get it. And, speaking of spicy, we just mentioned them before. The duo from the past that has... Monkey is such an OG that he has got a compound on Erangel named after him. That's how early in the game he was a thing. That's how early in the game he was an established player, before compounds were even named yet. That's how much of an OG, both him and Shiv. I'm super pleased to see them continue to commit to the fight, which is trying to make it to the very top, which is a place they've been in before, and I hope to see them go back to in PUBG Esports.
Absolutely. They're both playing for No Name Yet, NNY, you see in-game there. And they're together with Filu and Tundo as well, who some of you might remember from the Adepts. So a lot of familiar faces on different teams, and that makes me very, very excited to see this lobby, because we could say something along the line. In fact, I was counting it before the beginning. 9 out of 16 of these teams regularly play scrims, for example, in the EU Pro scrims, and you think, okay, that's roughly the percentage of experienced players that we cast day in, day out. And actually, if you look closely, quite a lot of the other players are also names we're super familiar with as well, just playing in a different team. So the percentage of this lobby that's used to playing with each other, that's used to being in top tier PUBG, it's huge.
Then the question becomes, what gets you further? And I don't necessarily have the right answer to this, but I'd love to hear your take on it. What gets you further? 4 players with a lot of team chemistry and experience, but maybe not that much individual, like haven't been part of the scene for that long? Or having a team that might not have that much team experience, but with individual players that have, that much more experience.
So I'm biased here because I'm terribly bad at the game. However, I have an instant answer for you, Toby. Okay. The former, 10 times out of 10, because you, like we explained in the first group tonight, you can have 4 players that, and you can define this however you want, are tier 2 individual players. They're not the best, but because they communicate and they gel so well, they can consistently get top 3 finishes in a tier 1 lobby. That can happen all the time in PUBG. If you've got 4 absolute fraggers, what'll happen is you'll get the odd game where you win with 20 kills and you look amazing, but you'll get a lot of games where you don't end up in the top 8 as well. And you just get fragmented, and after your first fight, you've got 1 or 2 people left alive, and you can't get those double-digit point games regularly. You lose the consistency.
I've always liked to think that the only way for a fragger to show that he or she is a fragger is by having a person that puts them in the right position to do that.
Exactly.
Not saying that people can't be both a good fragger and a good, knowledge player, because obviously we have a lot of examples of that being the case. But oftentimes the people that are famous for only, just winning those 1v2s, 1v3s all the time, mainly do it because someone else on the team told them, or obviously it's a team thing, but the whole team work together in putting that person in the position to get that kill to begin with.
Yes.
So I'll agree with you.
Yeah, absolutely. It's about supporting the players to be able to frag out. Like when I play ranked, my nickname is Bullet Sponge for a very good reason. I'm really bad at peeking, and everyone looks at me and goes, "Ha, easy kill!" And while everyone's shooting at me, the rest of my team bolts them. It's a fantastic arrangement.
So how often do you come out of that alive?
Not that often, but I'm a little bit like Obi-Wan Kenobi. Once I die, the team gets stronger, so they need to try not to finish me if they knock me.
I see how it is.
Exactly.
Okay. And speaking of, I don't know how to segue out of Obi-Wan into Pink Pony, but speaking of, I guess C does have a little bit of pink and it's more purple in their name, like team color. Regardless, extends. And Pink Pony realizing they have opponents up above them. And I like the fact that they're being present here. Don't sit tight. Don't wait around. Don't let them take control. I'm surprised, though, that they... we didn't see them in the very beginning, but that they opted to play low ground, because I believe they had a chance to take hilltop control earlier. I might be wrong, but I'm pretty convinced they had a chance to play up there. So the fact that they have committed to the low ground instead of playing high ground, especially in this area of the map, has me a little surprised.
No, that's a good point, actually. Although I'm trying not to read too much into it on the grounds it's still 3 minutes left to go before the end of phase 1. But if they stay there for much longer and, other teams get angles on them as well, I can see that potentially being a problem for them. You're right. Like, even this choice of location for phase 1, they have to be thinking about how they're rotating later on.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. It's not a terrible spot, but I like to think there are two types of teams in PUBG. There are the teams that don't mind other people dictating the flow and you just kind of adapt. and then adapt, and then adapt. And there are teams that set the pace. There are teams that come out. I mean, it doesn't have to be by aggression and pulling up on compounds and whatnot, but there are teams that will do everything they can to force their decision that they've made through and have other teams have to adapt to what you decided to do. And whenever you see teams do, I mean, for Pink Pony right now, it's a decent split. They have a lot of ground in between them. They have a lot of vision on different things. But if the team above them, as they're doing right now, two-way splitting on each side, the two guys from Pink Pony that are up on the north side, they can't really do a whole lot. Because every time they peek out, they're going to get shot at. I would at least expect that to be the case. So they're right now playing very much depending on what the other team is allowing for them to do.
Yes. Yeah.
They're kind of being the punching bag.
There's more. Well, the thing is, in phase one, you just wait. There might be opportunities for you to dictate the pace of the game if, for example, two other teams rotate into each other or something like that. So it's interesting that they're choosing to take that step back nice and early and almost not react to that, saying we'll come into our own a little bit later in the game.
Yeah, exactly. Also kind of ironic that they call Crashers Esports. Sorry, I didn't see the CE name there, Crashers Esports, and they upped it to wrap around. I would love to see them. You know, once you get a name like that, you just full commit to it. Every time you see a compound with people in it, you just gotta send it. But obviously smarter than their team name. And splitting out. I mean, I actually like the way that they're positioned right now as we stay over here on the west side of the circle. Tokyo with Maxisaw and Waits looking up towards the west. They're fully aware they have Ding players up above them, and I like that they're showing so much presence here as well. I mean, Ding are in a wide 2-1-1 split, and they have a ton of control here.
Ding are possibly one of the best teams at splitting early and understanding exactly how much space they can afford to take. And if you watch a team in that 2-1-1 split, for example, if someone starts driving with 3 vehicles towards Senya times his exit from the compound perfectly so that they can't get shots off on him as well. Oh, hang on a second. Polish Power. You mentioned them earlier on, Toby. Very aggressive team. And if they keep going much faster here, Ghetto Gang won't have a chance to get away before they're on top.
Oh, speaking of, another chase being committed to here, and you called it perfectly. Senya realizes the push is coming in, gets to go away, does get tagged, but gets away. And speaking of experience, I mean, Senya, Uber, and Best of Luck on one team. That's more experience in PUBG than some of the upcoming players have in life as a whole.
I mean, you're not wrong there, actually. The number of years combined they've played PUBG, it's a very, very strong team indeed. It looks like they're going to be collapsing towards Uber and towards Senya and Sale's location now. We have Spartacus from Crashers Esports potentially getting crashed into. A lot of sprays there, but I think the first whiff has meant that it's Chris is thinking about having a second bite of the cherry, and Crashers Esports gets a second player down now as well.
Not only does he get the double, but he doesn't even go below half HP. I mean, that's not supposed to happen. Especially because Agos, I mean, yes, okay, he whips the first spray, but he gets a second chance to peek on over, and then he finds that, and then Chris peeks over and gets the second as well. Incredibly well played by Chris, who was just time and time again proving his capabilities.
Oh, we've got X-Flow now, unfortunately, getting wrapped a little bit here. Hulk Modus is in such a good spoiler position. If he manages to get a knock, or if he manages, for example, to get a nice sniping position onto Tarkus so that X-Flow can't actually get a return frag, that's going to be huge. Thankfully, they managed to get a knock onto Flix. That might actually slow this fight down a bit.
These hillsides are so incredibly difficult to fight around because while it might not be the case, you're always worried that there's people from elsewhere who can spot you. So you're stressing in combat scenarios when you don't necessarily have to do it, but like the way they're aggressing over the hillside here. Headshot found. Nice that he goes for the resing player rather than the knock to find the guaranteed kill. Global Army able to get the second there as they continue their push forward, and everywhere else fights are being had now as well.
That's about as perfect as a grenade as you can get. Almost half the damage done to each player there, despite them being split. Global Army for X-Flow doing what Unusual Freaks were trying to do earlier on. He manages to get the flank on them rather than the other way around, and as a result, X-Flow will take sole control over this compound.
Massive mountain in the middle of this circle makes for a pretty split two-side fights here. I mean, everyone right now is fighting over on that west side. You saw while this fight was going on, that little kill feed was popping off, and here are some of the aftermaths of that. Polish Power now playing the roadside. Not a bad spot to be in. One of those spots where you go, why would you sit down there this early in the game? But because of the topography, it's actually not a bad spot. On the contrary, it's a pretty good spot to be in, especially if you have intel on what's happening around the side, and that's exactly what Polish Power does.
This is, considering Phase 2 hasn't come in yet, Toby, like, some of these players are being not aggressive, but they're taking a lot of space and they're super close to the next team. And I guess the idea here mainly is they want to know, in the event of a hard shift, can the rest of their team rotate to them? They're maximizing their options for Phase 3 and 4 because of the number of cliffs here on the west side of Miramar, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, also just because there's only so much land available. I mean, when you have Ding doing a wide four-way split, kind of pearls on a string, like they're doing here and up towards the top, you got, who is that, 4 Slayers in a 2-1-1 split as well. That is essentially all the prime real estate on the north side of the center of the circle available, and that's taken by just 2 teams, where it could have easily been 3 or even 4 teams occupying that space. So everyone else that don't want to take the fight early kind of have to settle.
And the circle continues to go further west. So a lot of the time, the teams south of Monte Nuevo basically bank on, is it the bottom side of the cliff towards La Drilera, or is it going to be the top side of the cliff? And it's top side today.
It should go down to the southern side there. It's going to be... This is going to be tough. Like, no matter how you put it, for all the teams that are currently out on the eastern side, you would have to expect... except for Crashers Esports, that they all wrap in from the south. You can see no name yet.
Collapse now, don't they?
You would have to think that they try to group up. The thing is, I mean, no one's really shown presence. You can see both Bestelog and Sale, how they're looking towards the east. Senja is doing the exact same thing. None of them are looking towards the center of the circle right now. They're trying to find out where are people coming from over the top. And now they're starting to see teams coming in. And the first one to do exactly that is Stardust. They're coming up right in between them. And that's the most scary thing you can have happen when you're in a split, to have a team literally split you apart.
If they recognize early on it's a split, though, and they go, hang on a second, there's literally only one gun shooting us on the right side, they could end up crashing where there's a solo or duo. But it's so hard in the heat of the moment. You're driving, you're trying to make sure you don't crash, you don't want to get shot out of your vehicle, and you have to work out how many of the guns shooting you are from what direction and from what team. It's easy for us to say if they recognize Senja as a solo, they can crash him, for example. But while you're in that car, it's almost impossible to know.
Oh yeah, you're being shot at from everywhere around you, and people, I mean, everyone is shooting. Doesn't necessarily have to be at you, but you can't you can't differentiate between whether it's 1 gun or 2 guns shooting from the building when there are comms being called out and there's explosions and shots fired everywhere. It's incredibly difficult, but that is also, I mean, the art of audible cues like that is yet another element to being incredibly talented at PUBG. Marcelik kills his teammate. I'm sure that's got DC written all over it, unfortunately. Ooh.
Really sad there, sadly. We've now got... Oh, wow! That grenade, just as Erky rocked up on the door of Girya there. And they must be wondering what they need to do to catch a break. The bystanders eliminated, but I have to say... it was great play, but if I'm the bystanders, I'm going, that was really unlucky.
I don't think bystanders, I mean, considering the way that they were pulling up in the building, look at how they died. 2-1-2 split. They got out of the vehicles. They played it smart. I thought for a second Gary was going to explode himself with that nade. Fortunately, able to get out, but they just held the fort. I mean, Solf and Gyria, 2v4, holding off like that, incredibly impressive.
Well, 50 teams left alive now, and wow, Shiro doing... I mean, there's nothing else he could have done there. That spray at range was phenomenal. For Renewal to go ahead and grab that. And you called it, Toby. It's going down to the South Tokyo Manji gang. Very happy with their position right now. Ding need to collapse now, surely. Uber and Senja are going to have to go down to join Biestoloch and Sale. They have to now. They're just farming for kills if they want to stay on the edge there on the top right. Right.
The thing is, I think they will want to try and see if they can force teams to wrap around and maybe portray that there's a full 4-man in the north side compound. Because the less pressure they have up on the hill, the easier they can spread out next circle and take control, like start really fragging downhill. So the more pressure they can apply right now, essentially the easier they're going to make their next rotation or the rotation.
Downside, though, is if a team comes up the cliff to their east, they can only fight 2v4.
Oh yeah, they're going to be screwed. But that's, I mean, again, it's a game of risk and decision making. And right now it seems like they're committing to try and hold on. Because every single knock they get here is going to make for an easier transition for them later on. So find the first one, get the flush confirmed there. Well, there you go. Uber finds double, and now the fight commences. The thing is, now they're in a 2v3. Make that a 2v2.
Yes, and I mean, Senya and Uber, very, very dangerous opponents at the best of times. I can't believe it, but it looks like they are clearing up here. That is 2 down, 1 to go. Continuing to look. It's like they haven't even broken a sweat. The 4 Slayers are eliminated, and it's as if they walked into a full squad, but they walked into 2.
Best of luck, full speed, send it down the hill to help there in the end, but then instantly pulls back up to the hillside up above where Sail is. It's just, I mean, these two, Senya and Uber, it's just, there's not even a word to justify the amount of experience that these two guys have. They've been at the top of the game ever since the very start of it. Marsalik, another player with a hell of a lot of talent, hitting a good headshot there too. Finds one, Braxco falls as well. Senya now knocked by Vasu as they push over the hillside, and this is the danger of Polish Power's position if you allow for the team to come close, but seems like Polish Power has an answer to the push, and indeed they do.
And weRwho eliminated there. I have to say, I'm a little surprised to see them eliminated this early in the game, but with so little real estate in the circle, if you're not in to begin with, it's going to be difficult to rotate in, even if you have got all of the experience. So a little bit surprising, but I've no doubt they'll be back, which is why I'm not worried as well. Gearya, in the meantime, and Pink Pony, they've got the north side of the circle, but Polish Power are looking to keep them out.
And this is why the position that Polish Power is in is so good. The only the only downside is that you have to be incredibly aggressive to play it. Because if you allow for teams to peek over the ridges for too long, you're going to be in trouble. If you allow teams into nade range, you're going to be in trouble. So that's why a team like Polish Power can do it. Because you can see now, as soon as they allow for teams to come close, things start falling apart. You have to maintain the pressure. But with so many teams trying to push in from the north, it's an impossible task. And in the end, they will fall down.
Unfortunately, if there are multiple angles where someone could get at you, and Haiku did actually get a word in sideways there, that makes it incredibly difficult. The story's not over for Pink Pony, though, and as you can see, Gedrock's actually getting the finish off there onto Zorf, and that's after Haiku were dealing with them earlier, so they still need to find a way, and they can't just go down the road. That's the low point of the circle. They have to choose east or west.
This is going to be tricky. I'm not sure. Do they know that Upa is here? Well, now they do, obviously. Double tap comes through. Uber finds the first. Will he get more? He hasn't been able to reunite with his teammates yet, which I'm expecting that he wants to do real soon. Let's see. Finds damage on the first, finds damage on the second. Can't get the knock, though. Gets the headshot. Coming the end of it. What an absolutely insane play. Targus is there to help for a bit, but Uber stays alive in a situation where most others would have fallen. The use of the hill in front of him, the maneuvering, the crosshair placement, everything playing out perfect.
Fantastic stuff there from Ding. We highlighted them early on as a team to watch out for. They can be very high fragging indeed. Still 9 alive. 9 teams alive, rather. And Ding have got 3 players in the lobby with 8 kills so far. So they're doing tremendously well. Let's see how well they do at the next circle collapsing. Pink Pony just behind them with 5 kills, but they still have to fight to make it into the circle. Ding, on the other hand, they've got a nice position out east, and they can choose when to engage X-Flow.
Let's see how things are going to pan out from here still. As you said, a few teams that have yet to make their way into the circle. Again, Ding want to get as much info as they can on the hill as long as they have it available. They know they have to leave here at some point. Curious to see if they're going to want to take the fight uphill, or if they want to try and maybe see if they can get a knock and then back off and run down.
Oh, I think that's the play. I mean, if you get a free knock and you can push in, that's great. But if not, I think the critical words there are run down. If you can't get that initial knock, you need the instant plan B. Yeah. And with phase 5 less than 45 seconds away, it's important that you are able to make that split-second decision super quick. So I agree. I think that's exactly what they're going to do.
Uber managed to make his way down the hill. The thing is, they need a knock either on Stardust or on X-Flow on the other side. And X-Flow, I mean, they only have one place to go. That's towards Ding. So either Ding, you stand your ground here, or you back off, hoping to get into a better position. But the more time is being wasted up on the hill without them really doing a whole lot, I don't want to say easier, but the more doable it all of a sudden becomes for X-Flow.
Yeah, the more attractive the option starts to look. Xflow, they don't want to go back south, and they might take a look at it to see if any teams are there, but I think they end up being too open to the teams in the center circle. Look at that whole of game might even be able to get a snipe on them from afar. So luckily, we have a couple of extra minutes because the next circle isn't forcing anyone completely out. I think Ding still have some dips to work with around there. So there's a chance other people engage first, but otherwise these guys are on a collision course.
What is it gonna take, or what is it gonna have to take for Xflow to make the push? They've targeted and tagged up the 2 players in the compound. Now, of course, they don't necessarily know that Uber backed off, so they could still have 3 there for all they know. Best of luck now, shooting downhill again. This is what Ding needs to do right now. As long as Xflow ain't pushing, Ding needs to do as much damage as they possibly can downhill to make the fights to come that much easier for them.
If you can pave the way with a couple of knocks, that just means there are extra guns that aren't pointing at you while you're out in the open. So this is critical for Ding right now. There's only 3 of them. They're actually quite split as well. Uber on the north. That gives them extra information, but it means they have less firepower concentrated in any one place. They haven't got the knocks. They're going to have to risk it for a biscuit. This is very dangerous indeed. Uber is split so that if the rest of the team get absolutely destroyed, then at least they have one still alive.
Tires popped on both sides. I think that was the 3rd tire off. Unfortunately, it is a very steep downhill, so maybe they can still make the run. But look at this. Uber, the sneaky snake, has made it all the way up here. Nate moved forward, finds the first with the M4. No knock with the Nate, but a lot of damage done. And now Xflow coming down the hillside have started attracting attention as well. Uber, 5th kill for him as he makes his way further forward, trying to allow for his teammates to get down the hill. Unfortunately, both of them fell in trying to do so, and he's now on his own.
And well, with 9 kills, they should be able to get some additional placement points as well if they're, hopefully not too noisy. Philu, though, is moving up behind him, and I think Uber is either going to fall victim to Philu or he's going to get into top 5. One or the other.
He would have had to commit to it earlier. No way he gets that rest there. Now, I mean, obviously 17 alive. You know that with every single knock in the kill feed, that could be you granting your way to more placement points. So with everyone still fighting, I would say keep your calm, Uber. I know you're a great fragger, but keep your calm for a little while and net some more, again, guaranteed points rather than the ones where you have to risk your life.
Yeah, I think that's sensible. Every additional place after 7th, of course, gains you at least 1 more. Pink Pony eliminated as well. And that's actually Philu doing the shooting as well. That's useful to Uber because he knows that came from northwest of him. So because he knows that just allows him to snake longer or at least choose his moment more carefully.
He's going down to corpses and picking up nades is what he's doing, and he's going to find Vice with it as well. Again, look at this, the instant peek backwards. He knows, as you said, he knows that he had Philo down here, and he knows that there's only one place for Philo to make the push towards, and he gets a second with the second car explosion as well. That's the kill confirmed.
Wow.
That should be a guarantee to Uber that he can push further up and towards the next dip. 2 nades thrown, vehicles there to help him, and Uber gets the double.
You know when we say it's what teams do when the odds aren't in their favor that turns a good team into a great team? I feel like Uber's giving us a demonstration of what that looks like right now. We've got 8 kills, 1 player's left alive. We're into the top 8, we're into the placement points. Guys, let's wait a while, get a couple of extra placement points. Uber, not happy with that. He properly maximizes the game and he gets an extra 2 or 3 kills before even talking about placement. So good.
I mean, Uber almost has more kills on his own right now in this game than some of the teams had in Group 1 altogether. So, goes to show the effort that one man can put in and the show he can put up, because it's just all knowledge. Incredibly impressive to watch. In the meantime, another player we cannot underestimate. Max is so able to fight the double. Goose able to fight one as well. Tokyo, they're fracking on all cylinders, doing everything they can to make their late game that much easier. Whole of game, it's not been their game. They've pushed in on the south side. It's been quiet for them. And as soon as they make their presence in the circle, well, they got pulled apart. Fortunately, Karks is alive and should be able to get both the rests up here.
Tokyo Manji Gang, don't forget, they've been center circle since about phase 5, so they're sort of waiting for their opportunity to collect on those kills, right? They didn't have a high fragging game, but that's because their position was so good. And now they're looking for those initial knocks. They're looking for the opportunity to start cleaning up those points. The problem is everyone's fighting on the periphery. It's not one of those circles where everyone's looking into the center. Literally, all of the fighting is going on around the edges. And that means there aren't that many targets for Tokyo Manji Gang.
Let's see. Cynic trying to fight one over the top. Not going to happen this time around. Got an entire team from GTG down in the bottom as well, trying to find something. And now, well, oh, but you looked in the right direction. You kept trying to keep track of Philo, but the second you look away for too long, he's going to backstab you. Philo gets the kill, top 5 guaranteed, as we make our way into the last 10 players alive.
5 teams, 10 players. Most teams have taken a little bit of a battering so far. No one wants to go to the middle of the circle. It is open as you like. Everyone playing around the edge and towards the road, it's just completely flat.
Yeah.
But still, the circle takes them even further in. It's absolutely relentless here as we go into our final 4 teams. Someone we haven't spoken about that much this game so far, Ghetto Gang are the only team with 4 still alive.
Yeah, they've been playing it quiet on the southern side of the circle. They've been using their vehicles for cover for God knows how long. You can see them all smoking. I don't think they're intending on using them again anytime soon. And while they are 4 alive, it's essentially a 4v5 right now with everyone looking their way. And as I say that, Philo, did he spot him over the top? Yes, he did. Nate comes through, finds Voldemort 100-0 in an instant. Second one does the magic too.
Wow.
As Philo gets the double with the 2 nades, and now he can start charming in on the other side of the circle.
Very, very nicely done there by Philo, channeling what, well, we know he's capable of doing what Uba did earlier on, and that's exactly what he's currently accomplishing for No Name yet. He might even be able to get a top 2 winning the game here would be tricky at best, but if he finds Maxisor here and Kusyara can't be rezzed, you know what? I actually think those extra couple of placement points could well be his.
Right now, I mean, I'm gonna say, if you're Philo, stop shooting at Tokyo Magic, and you gotta kill the other guys first. He finds the first one. Oh my lord, Philo! Playing at a whole other level right now. We talked about Monkey, we talked about Shiv, but we didn't give Philo the respect he wanted, and now he's making us pay for it. Found the first one. The flush is gonna go elsewhere, but that's all right. We'll say, at least for now. The rest is coming in. Down below, Max is all still alive. Then Molly is gonna potentially force him out of the building, and I shouldn't spread that much, but it is going to hit him. That's for sure. Is it going to do enough damage to him? Yes, it will. Philo keeps ragging him up. And unfortunately now in a 1v4 with Blue closing in, just 2 ticks, takes almost half his HP away. The nades are coming up now as well. That is going to be it for him. I would assume, but no, they bounce a bit too far.
Flashbacks coming in as well. Philo, though, protected by his own smoke briefly. Took a little bit of a hit from the blue, now moving in. I think he's going to move out. He realizes he can't win this one, and there we go. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. The Ghetto Gang with 7 kills, but honestly, Philo and Uba arguably taking a lot of the attention in the latter stages of that game. What a fun game that was.
Indeed. I mean, and again, for Ghetto Gang to win that game, we talk about the attention being elsewhere. That is kind of the type of game you want to have. If you just say, we got a 17-point game without saying anything else, every single team on the server will gladly take that. And the fact that Ghetto Gang got to do that without having to really risk a whole lot until the very end, perfect game for them.
Really nicely done. And they actually came from the south side of the circle as well. Remember, it was Tokyo Manji Gang, the other gang, if you like, that was sent to circle phase 5 through phase 7. So Ghetto Gang had to time their advance. They had to recognize that everyone else was fighting around the edge. They did that beautifully well and then executed when they needed to. So that was our first game there. Absolutely fantastic there for group number 2. A great start, and I look forward to seeing what we have next. We'll be back after a short break with more.
Everybody has to start somewhere.
Even if one of them gets the knock on the other side, I don't think they're going to push for test it up. Able to find the first, take the shotgun in hand, gets the second as well.
Feel the rush of competitive esports with Jilu. Create your team. Compete in weekly and monthly tournaments. Play against skilled opponents around the world for the ultimate esports experience. Jilu, the home of everyday esports.
The first game of Group 2 is complete, and I only have 3 words. Ding, ding, ding. I know that they didn't finish right at the top, but I thought that they just gave us a masterclass in how to play PUBG, Toby.
It was phenomenal to see the way they spread out early and dared to maintain their split, even when teams pulled up on them, even when teams drove through their split. They never seems to budge, and it worked out for them. The only reason I want to say that they didn't get further in that game was because there was a hill that was simply too difficult to push down.
I mean, they didn't get further, but Uber did a lot all on his own. At one point, I was like, what are we doing here? How are you taking on all of these teams? Jorasar, what an incredible performance from him. And I know we spoke about it, the experience coming into play there, but just superstar performance from him.
Exactly right. I mean, if you allow yourself, if everyone else allows you to be in a position where you could just focus on the task at hand and you just deal with the individual or the team that's right in front of you, then, oh my God, Ding are one of those teams that can absolutely pop off. You need to third party them. You need to stab them in the back because you go into a head-to-head fight. They're one of the best teams in the lobby.
Without a doubt. Now, we're talking about the star player Uber, but there was another star that we got to see in this game. Philo, for me, Toby, also just an incredible performance from him. And it's exciting to see these players step up and kind of just take it all on their shoulders, right?
Let me put it this way, the less games you have in, because sometimes you play 4 games to go through, sometimes you play 20 games to go through, the less games you have to play, the more dependent you are on being able to convert bad games into mediocre games. And you can see this Philo when he got the kill onto Uber, there were still 7 teams alive and he had 1 kill. He ends up in 2nd place with what? 5 kills, I believe. 4 or 5 kills in that game. That's an additional, never doing math on camera, but like somewhere close to 10 points of placement points and kill points combined that he got in a situation where many other players would probably just have, died with that 1 point that he managed to accumulate. He single-handedly nets the team an extra 10 points in a format where you don't have that many games to play. That is crucial to be able to do for your team, and worth the mention because of it.
Without a doubt. It's so funny because you mentioned doing maths on camera. I was just nodding. I mean, you couldn't see me, but I don't even try to do the maths. I just trusted you to get that right. So I hope you did. You also spoke a little bit when you started the cast about the chaos meter. So for me, what we just got to see in this game, that's what I love. I love at the end the chaos that goes down when it's like that, because it was massively aggressive. Like, I want them to set everything on fire. I just thought that was kind of the ideal game that we got to see. What were some of your highlights, Toby?
I think, honestly, as much as I like to think that players try to avoid the chaos, sometimes the game, the circles, the terrain that players are forced to play in kind of causes it, regardless of how much you try and avoid it. And when you have that massive hillside there in the end with the compounds in the bottom just getting to sit and shoot at everything, there's no way to avoid it. I mean, you try to run down a hillside while getting shot at the teams below you, while getting shot at the teams running next to you, and while getting shot at the teams that still haven't left the hill to begin with. So there's no way to avoid chaos sometimes, and I think that was a pretty good showcase of a chaotic endgame there.
First look at these teams in Group 2. Joe Russell, which ones are standing out for you?
It's really difficult to look past Ding at this point. I know that it was Uber at the end, but just the way that they handled their split earlier on, as Toby said, Senya dedicated to making sure they get that information. Biestolot, Sale, absolutely no problems with them. They're splitting. Uber got a lot of the plaudits there, but really the way their team was working together, you can't hold a split the way they do without it.
Let's take a look at the scores from game number 1. And while we do that, Toby, for you, the teams that you're watching, also Ding?
Yeah, most definitely. Ding, obviously a very, very high caliber team. A team that didn't really get anything done in this game, but a team that I'm looking forward to see what we'll do, not only throughout today, but throughout these 3 days of games as bystanders. They're a team that has produced a hell of a lot of top-tier talent within the European PUBG scene, and it's always a case of when is the next person to step up to that plate and be signed. Like, Bystanders is a team that every single time they reach the top, one of the top players gets signed by a massive team, which is, of course, amazing to be able to produce that talent. I'm just waiting to see who's the next one that's going to rise to the occasion.
That's interesting when you say that there's always those teams and with bystanders where you're kind of, the team itself is finding the new talent, but you're never seeing yourself up in the top because the bigger teams are picking you off. How do you get out of that cycle, or do you just become the team that's known for having the eye?
You tell me. It's amazing, of course, to be able to play together and make it as far as they have done in various tournaments. But for them, I think they have a really good core of players on their team, and there's a reason. One player alone never makes a team a top team. So the three that are left behind, I should say, when some gets signed, is they're still capable. They're still capable of pulling off big performances. And of course, this game here, again, we saw it when they were all dead. Their crates showed that they obviously got killed fast when they made the pull up across the street. But the way they approached it, 2 on the main building, 1 on each side, their approach to it was good. They were just met by a wall of death that they simply couldn't prepare for.
We have lots to talk about that game. We're not going to do it, though, because we are jumping straight into game 2. Let's get into it.
All right, everybody, we're about to hop into our second Miramar game for Group 2. Now, this is the latter half of the day, of course. If you haven't been with us for very long so far, we had Group 1, 4 games done and dusted, and now we've got Group 2, 2 more Miramars and 2 more Erangels. We repeat that process tomorrow and Sunday as part of Super Weekend here. All in all, Toby, we were talking about the Chaos meter earlier on. I liked that game on the grounds that the final circles were so open and so difficult to traverse. To me, it felt like a lot of the 200 IQ plays, a lot of the smart rotates, they had to happen before the end of the game, and we almost got a calming down. In fact, with the exception of Uber and Philu, I would say, okay, we kind of knew what to expect here. And a lot of the rotations going into that period was where we saw the innovation.
You see, and we kind of mentioned it during the game as well, when you see a team like Polish Power play the roadside position that early on in the game, you know that you're in an area of the map where there ain't really a whole lot to claim, especially when you have a team like Ding, who not only maintains their splits for a long time, kind of forcing other teams to go elsewhere, but also when you have a team like Ding with the fragging and like mechanical skill and capability that they have, that every single time you try and peek anything when you're in the open, you just got to go back to your foxhole, because every time you like stand up and look over no man's land, bullets are flying straight past your ears.
Horrendously skewed plane for game number 2 here. We might see some alternative drop spots, so the start of the game could end up being a little bit spicier. 6 to 2 o'clock plane path, give or take. Very much a northeastern shift over towards Campo Militar. Are we going to see some teams fight it out for vehicles or otherwise? I can see X-Flow and Los Leones. I think they're going to be able to split the city just fine. Further north, I'm looking at Pink Pony and whether the bystanders want to grab any of those vehicles. It looks like they're happy, actually, with the way things are so far. So, once again, Toby, I want the chaos, right? But everyone's being good.
I mean, this is obviously going to be an island ending with that plane. There's no doubt about it.
Oh, you've said it now.
That's just. Oh, and then it can't happen. Is that how it is?
Yeah, that's how.
Either way, we talked about no chaos commencing. Seems like chaos did commence, at least just for a little bit. Vice going to be taken down. Momme able to get the kill. First circle. Well,
Oh,
I'm not gonna say it's gonna happen because then it won't. I'm just saying.
No, you don't have to say it till phase 3.
There is
maybe?
a chance. There is a chance.
Oh my!
And I have never casted an island game before, considering the thousands of PUBG matches I've casted. I mean, I've had the southern islands.
Okay, sure, yeah.
Never the eastern ones.
It could be an esports circle.
Yeah, very well could be. Very well could be. The thing is, I mean, now we have a lot of teams, obviously, with the plane path being the way that it was. Not a lot of teams got to go far west, obviously.
Sure.
And not a lot of teams probably wanted to go west, and not a lot of teams want to go west now that they've seen this circle. So this is going to be a speedy grab for compounds in the fields in and around Impala, because that would usually be with the mountains and whatnot that are in here, and the water, obviously, where the game tends to end off of this, and there are just only a handful of them available that are actually like reliably good to play from. So for a team like Tokyo Magic, and right now they're in a split where normally they could say, okay, we can hold this phase 2, potentially even phase 3, depending on how they like to set up. Because of this circle being this far east, I would like hell, even 2-2 splitting with this circle could be too dangerous. I mean, you got to commit to something because everyone's going to try and create real estate.
Exactly right. I think that if you're in a position where you can get more real estate than you bargained for, chances are you're on top of a hill or something where you've got a lot of lines of sight. If you 2-2 split here, and like people aren't going to want to crash you out of the gate, but when so much of the circle is unplayable, like I'm including the islands here, it's basically 50-55% playable. There is such a huge chance, right, that plan A doesn't work because someone's in a compound, plan B doesn't work, plan C doesn't work. So what do teams choose to do? We're going plan D. We're going to send it to our 4th priority compound, and even if someone's there, we're committing to the fight. You don't want to be in a 2-2 split when someone else makes that decision. It's as simple as that.
I'm just disappointed to see no one has gone out to the island yet.
Camping out there, just waiting.
I mean, it's one of those where you don't want to do it, but the team that does it, that one time they get it right, is usually also the team that ends up winning that game. And again, there is a billion chances that it won't go out there, but it is one of the further eastern circles I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see people committing just yet, although it's interesting to see people sort of in Puerto and thinking about not moving until late. I have a feeling that teams like Ghetto Gang, for example, are going to be moving across the east, and for that reason, it's quite important for Crashers Esports, for example, to get out of there and get closer in, because so many teams behind them are going to use that eastern highway to rotate in, right? Yeah. And what you don't want to do is just be forced to sit there while 3 different teams leapfrog you. You'd rather be closer to the center of the circle to begin with. Even though they're already in the circle and you go, well, what's the point of moving? You're already in the circle. That's the reason why you want to be the one doing the leapfrogging, not the team being leapfrogged.
Exactly. It's always scary. And speaking of, I mean, X-Flow, They were rotating on forward, had to wait for teammates, and in waiting, they see a full team going past them, picking up prime real estate, going, guys, had we rotated like 6 seconds earlier? That would be us in that compound right now. Are they pulling up on it? There's no way. No, they're going past. Okay, I got scared for a second, but they opted to continue moving. I like that decision making.
Yeah, if they turn around now and say, "Hey, we can go back,"
I saw them going to the field, and I was like, "Wait a minute," but no.
Don't do it. Don't do it. I don't even think we could cast a curse that. I think Expo know that this is the way to go here, and they're going to try and find somewhere inside circle. Still a couple of minutes ago. What this means as well, if you're watching at home, and maybe you've seen some games of competitive PUBG, this is what I like to call an accelerated circle. Teams are going to be moving in for prime real estate in this circle a lot sooner than they normally would, because there's so much unplayable area and there's so much water in the circle. So that means that if everyone rotates in completely fine, we could have a super quiet circle 2, a super quiet circle 3 even, and that's okay because everyone is desperately trying to grab that real estate now.
Joro?
Go on.
The crate.
No, come on.
We all know that crates foresee circles, at least Frost believes. So I've just tended to agree with him. And April knows as well.
April's going island already.
He is well aware of what's happening here, what we're setting up for. It's today the day. I'm not gonna give an answer, but I'm just gonna ask the question: is today the day?
Oh man. Well, I think no matter what happens, April has clearly seen the crate. And I think Ghetto Gang are asking themselves the question, is anyone going to shoot at us if we just go for the crate? And I think the answer to that is just go for the crate, right?
Yeah.
No matter what else happens,
honestly, I'm not sure he's even seen the crate. He was in the boat before the plane came across. That's how long he's been sailing for. So I'm not sure that that's information he has. But if he does go to the islands and he goes, oh, great, there's a very good chance that he will expect it to be unlooted. That's for sure.
So now the question is, once they get to the crate, are we going to see them still be in phase 2?
We'll see. We'll have to wait and see about.
Oh no, he's coming back towards shore.
No, he's going for the other island.
He's going. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Good.
All is good. As long as he commits, we can commit. It's all good. In the meantime, Stardust, well, they committed to play the ridge line here, which is a pretty decent spot. I mean, especially if the circle comes back on land, because they will have a lot of people coming their way that should be, if not free kills, then doable kills from their position. In the meantime, X-Flow sitting tight on the other side of the ridges. They've obviously heard Stardust up above. And now they push slowly and steadily. Wait, does he not see? Okay, there you go. Blast.
No. There we go.
Tried to get cover behind the tractor. Not going to happen.
And X-Flow then grabbing a kill. Global Army getting that knock. Now we see the rest of Stardust trying to push their way into the compound. Some slightly creative parking going on there. Still driving the vehicle. And I feel like, thank goodness his teammates were there to shoot Tarkus, because if he was left to continue to snipe with that mini, there's no way he was making it to the warehouse.
No, you wouldn't think so. That's quite a journey to get back to safety. But fortunately, he gets there. Unfortunately, there was a bit of an angle where Tarkus could pop some tires. So hopefully for them, the circle will end up going into that area. Chris now making his way up the hillside. They have opponents in the nearby vicinity. He might actually run one over without knowing, and he does!
Wow.
I'm not sure if Chris, with the way that, one thing is where it was driving, but if we are to assume that it wasn't some sort of observer bug, and because his camera looked like it was not at all paying attention to there potentially being a person right in front of him. He was looking off to the side somewhere, and he just ran straight over him.
Let me put it this way. That almost never happens to me in bot games, let alone ranked, let alone competitive. This is...
we're going to have to ask Chris after if he actually... obviously he wanted to get up close to him because he had fired bullets and whatnot, so he knew there was someone in the area, but I'm not sure he intended to try and run him over like that. It didn't look like that anyway.
Well, now we've got Most Fox. Stuck in here, unfortunately, and I think that is going to be that. They knew that one person ran into this house as well, so I think we are going to be able to just come in, clean it out, make sure they minimize time spent in the blue, and we should be good to go.
Come on, circles. Come on, circles.
Absolutely brilliant.
They get the kill. They get to stay alive. I mean, they're in the blue for a little while longer. Not going to matter too much. It's only phase 2. And it's not like the former G2 gang ain't used to chilling in blue for a little while. So not really a whole lot new under the sun. In the meantime, new circle has popped. There's still plenty of water in. Don't get me wrong. But, I mean, look at the crate. I'm just saying. There are no crates landing on the mainland.
First crate's unlooted. I thought April got that by now.
There is. Phase 3 can fit on that island, can't it? It can center on the island? It's going to be close. It's going to be unlikely, but I'm going to keep praying. There's so much. There's an entire island in still.
So
in
April,
phase 2.
Yeah, April is on the island. I don't actually think the center of phase 3, sadly, can fit on the island.
I can't tell you if it can or not, but it's going to be
close. I can tell you, though, Toby, is that the center of phase 3 can fit on the beach of the main, and then phase 4 can go to the island. That's still possible.
I suppose. Where there's a will, there's a way, and right now I feel like I have a will for it to happen, but we'll see if it's going to happen or not in the meantime. Uber continues where he left off last game, and that is killing players. He's going to get himself Getrox. Unfortunately for Ghetto Gang, they didn't all commit to the island fast enough, and now they have been met by Uber, who is alongside the rest of Ding, pushing in from the southern side of the circle. It would be really sad if they die now. I mean, if April sits out there on his own and the game actually went to the island. And he can just go, guys, what did I tell you?
Exactly. Guys, I told you this was the one. You never believed me before.
Toby had faith, now. So I needed to have faith too. And it's unfortunate. The one time. He's probably called that like 200 times. That's why everyone else goes, no, April. No, don't take the boat. Just stay. It's not going out there anyway. And the
it's
one
an
time
island,
it
guys.
happens.
Come join me.
The one time
Dude, come back here. What are you doing?
Now he's gonna have I told you so authorities for the next 2 years.
Speaking of I told you so, I just wanted to point out, I don't understand completely why, but Ghetto Gang stayed in Puerto Paraiso, and they did end up letting 3 or 4 teams leapfrog past them, and they're now one of the last teams into phase 2. So I don't know if that's going to make a big difference to their game plan later on. I thought they were going to go in early, but they're actually still out there, which is a bit weird.
There are teams that prefer allowing other teams through. First team that comes to mind is Virtus Pro. They don't like pushing center early on. They would actually much rather sit on an edge, come to the edge early, then sit there, allow teams through. Because then if you're allowed for 3 teams to push through, then you know what you're up against, right?
I also think they might be dead now. So they're in the boat. They're in a boat.
Oh, they're chilling.
Oh my God, they're joining April.
Yeah, they're joining April.
Okay.
They have called it, come on, please, game. Please.
Special tactics. Let's
Give
go.
it to me. I need this in my life. It will be full circle if this happens. Would be the best way to start off 2022.
I saw Ding there and I was like, they're not on the minimap. Where have they gone? They must have died. They should have rotated sooner. Joro told you. Here we go.
We keep praying, we keep hoping, and we keep being let down.
We do. I'm sorry. That was very close, though.
It was. It's one of the closer ones. It was one of the closer ones. I'll take it. Now, for those of you guys who don't know, obviously Phase 4 is going to shift away from water, but it's also going to try and shift away from mountains, which is going to make this one a fun one because Impala has one of the mountains that counts out land ratio, and so does the north side of the city. And I don't think there's anywhere on the map where the circle can now be placed that won't include either some water or some mountains. So regardless of, it's obviously probably not going to go to the island, but regardless, we're still going to have a circle with most likely quite a few of the terrain we would usually be shifting away from.
And that means, of course, that there's less and less precious real estate for these teams to take. And because all 16 teams are still alive, and we're getting to the 15-minute mark now, as Phase 3 slowly becomes Phase 4, Toby, this is gonna... We're entering what I like to call Tinderbox mode, right? 16 teams becomes 10.
What I was going to say is that let's hold that up for a second. Archie finds the first one. Oh, my Lord.
Whoa.
Ink Pony has the response ready for Polish power. All the piece out there to... again, similar to the bystanders approach we saw previously, and it's Giria and Pink Pony again. You shall not enter our compound. They have it written down how to hold off pull-ups. But what I was going to say before is that if you're planning on buying stocks and Chaos stocks, then you do that now, because they're going to rise in value real soon.
I think so. Start hoarding them.
Start hoarding the Chaos stocks. Oh, Sancho off the beach, spots one. Aggressive, goes down. Unfortunately, they lose Blazer as well, and they already lost Gedrox earlier, so down to just the 2-man left alive now.
Sancho on the cliffs. Now, Haiku don't know that this isn't a full team. They know that Blazor has been taken out, but they, for all they know, April could actually be right next to Sancho, which is why they're not risking the push in. Attempted nades coming out there, and actually, if that cleared the window, that might have got on top of Senka Pow Pow. Never mind, though. He will live to fight another day. Sancho's risking using all of his utility just to get to a point where he has a chance to move up, and I'm slightly scared that Abdallah here is going to be able to move behind him.
Yeah, this is again, I mean, even though we're probably not getting an island ending, which we're most likely not, I can't place the next circle anywhere without it being an incredibly fun and also very unusual way to end the game, unless if it just massively hard shifts straight west, which would still make for a difficult circle. Abdallah just spots one saying, nope, not gonna be part of this. Sancho full on giving up. All hopes of taking that fight exterminated. He's not gonna have any part of it, and the circle does go straight west, of course, as expected, but still, we have the entire, nice little jump down and peek around there from Global Army. We still have the entire industrial area up on the north side Impala and the whole mountain on the south side. And remember, now we can go straight back either towards the water or to the hills. So a very interesting end game for us to be met with here for sure.
Pink Pony are going to have such a difficult time getting into circle unless they have vehicles and they're able to send it straight down the road towards maybe where light is now for Crashers Esports. Impala is so unbelievably stacked. The industrial area has 4 different teams fighting over it. They don't want to go in there. But where else can they go unless they stick to the road? Pink Pony are in such a tricky spot.
Yep, not going to be easy, that's for sure. Let's see in the meantime. Ding. Well, they've been wrapping around the south. They know for a fact that there's a team nearby here because they've been shooting. Nope, now they've been seen as well. Uber spots one. Shirox, what do you have in terms of response to this? Sail is wrapping all the way around, but do they know that Abdallah is even further down? I'm not sure. In the meantime, you talked about Pink Pony getting in trouble. They are indeed. Chris finds one. And I mean, honestly, the way that Chris and the team has been playing that east side of the road so far, it's been absolutely phenomenal. We haven't seen a lot on screen, but they have been holding off everyone. And they're, again, not over-aggressing to try and push further in. They're just making sure no one is getting to wrap in behind them. Did Sancho just... Oh, he really didn't want to be alive anymore.
Exactly right.
He even had April alive inside the circle.
Oh, wow. I mean, sure. Why not?
Okay.
Interesting. I'm not sure that's quite the play I would have... Oh, we'd have to see it from his perspective. I'm not sure what went on there. But in the meantime, very, very split on Crashers Esports. I don't know to what extent Ding are aware of Abdallah because he is behind Sail and has the opportunity to backstab.
He's going to... spotted one. Get the info across. They have no clue that he's down here. But it's limited how much closer you can get before some sort of audible cue will be given. That's for sure. But he's breached the back line of their hold here. If he spots one, which he does right now, spots the first best along his C, but no, Abdallah, you gotta hit those. You have to hit those. Fortunately, second time around, he does manage to do so, but now you can see Uber sprinting back to try and help his teammate. He's not gonna miss those, not at all. Double headshot comes through, down he goes. Light now over the top, tries to get an impact in this fight, spots one more from behind, finds the knock on towards Senya, but so much damage has been done already. Light now, the only player alive on the team.
This is a bit of a car crash, really, for Ding. Light at the moment, the last player alive, but Ding have been severely wounded by this. They need to finish this fight quickly. Okay, wow. They do, thanks to help from Xflow. But now, how much damage has been done to Ding? How much of their utility have they needed to use in that approach? Can they get Senya back up safely and still make it into the next circle? What damage that fight did to them, we're going to know that in about 30 seconds from now. That was so close. And Ding, to be fair, they did a great job of handling that crisis.
Ding got away with absolute murder there. I mean, there was no way in hell they come out of there with 4 alive, but fortunately that's exactly what happened. Shouldn't have been the case. So let's see now, bystanders. I mentioned them briefly coming into this game, wanting to see what they could put up in today's matches. It hasn't been the best start for them, but maybe we'll see something great here. I'm worried. Ooh.
Bystanders now moving in. No name yet, trying to defend the industrial compound. Hjord actually getting taken out from mid-air, and that's Monkey with the headshot from the M4. A couple more grenades going out there and going prone to try and minimize damage from the grenades. They know the return fire is coming, instantly popping the medkit. Very smart play there from Monkey, essentially making this permanently a 4v3 as the rest of the squad try to move in. The smokes are out. They have to start moving towards the entrances. They can't just stay by the truck forever and a day. They're inviting someone else to lob a nade over, for example. They do not want anyone else to get involved in this fight. But what can they do? Tundo now down. Filu has healed, and the bystanders are gathering outside.
I love the way that no name yet are backing off on this one, because they know we have the compound. We can sit tight. If they want to do anything to us, they have to come to us. And in the meantime, there's a big chance. I mean, obviously not right now with us. We can see exactly where everyone is, but there's a likelihood that bystanders could get third party from a team inside Impala should the next circle go north. So smart for them to try and buy themselves more time here. In the meantime, towards the east, we still have Senya, we still have Brax and everyone fighting for the edge control, and now it's continuing to pop off Bio does go down to Uber, Ding continuing to find Frags down south.
And I'm at the only player left up on the team right now. If he gets to Bio from here, that will be very impressive indeed. It's possible. The problem is he's got Senya between him and Bio, and when you have someone that accomplished between you and your fallen teammate. Look, grenades already coming out. I think he's going to be playing snake mode, but he's not in the next circle in 30 seconds. He has to move past Senya.
Yeah, it's a tricky one for sure. 10 teams left alive as we make our way closer to phase number 6. No more lethal utility available for no name yet. Monkey doesn't need it though. He's got the gun in hand. That's all he needs. Braxo goes down. Killica does as well once again. Ding continuing to rack up points.
10 kills and counting. We're not even into the placement points yet, by the way. Ding has taken out, what, something like a third of all the players in the lobby so far? Definitely more than a quarter. They're doing an incredible job. We Are Who goes out in 9th place, and everyone that's left is now in the placement points. The next circle, a 3 o'clock hardship. We have got that industrial compound north of Impala, but it's only half in. The circle's centering on the road. So the question then becomes, do we go into this compound, or do we smile favorably upon Pink Pony, who's got the southern edge of the circle all to themselves?
Well, let's see here. Bystanders trying to, well, stand by, at least for now. They left the position, which is now inside the circle, and probably now considering how the hell did we come back to where we were just before. But the thing is, all the vehicles were on the inside of the compound, so they can't really utilize any of them. Despite that, probably would have been the best play. They can't really find a way to get to them. In the meantime, Extens here sitting below. They know they have people up above. There is no reason for them not just to sit around here, at least until the next circle is connected.
Not at all. This is I'm not sure what you do if you're Haiku in this situation. You know there's someone underneath the rocks from you. I'm pretty sure Griffith knows the Pink Pony are there. With that in mind, do you rotate to the east side to try and move in? Do you try and land on top of Pink Pony and force the fight? Do you even have access to vehicle? Do you go down via Impala even? I actually don't know how you get down from that rock.
Wrap hard east. Follow the blue, but as you can see here, the later you do it, the harder it's going to be. Well, I mean, for starters, for the first 20 meters, right now, I mean, they're doing it. They're doing it right now. Run down Senya and stay. First chick cross the road. Will the second one cross it as well? None of Senya has anything to say about it. Nope, you're running in the wrong direction now, Griffith. This is going to be hard because right now, I mean, for Senka, he's in a good position. Look at the map. He has a surprisingly big amount of space to play around. The issue is, I was just going to say, how much is Senya going to commit to try and clean this up? Seems like he's going to full commit.
I think so. At the end of the day, Senya knows that no one's going to be third-partying by running out into the field, right? So as long as there isn't anyone LOSing him from afar, he can afford to go out a little bit and take a look at his prey to see if he can play with it a little bit. So we'll see if he ends up getting that kill. No name yet, though, and the bystanders still fighting. This is phase 6. You cannot afford to be out in the blue for more than a couple of seconds here. They have to engage now. The bystanders crashed. It looked promising, and then they were held to a standstill. What can they do now?
Keanu just waiting outside. He knows they have to come to him at some point. Spots 1, spots 2, spots the 3rd, but not gonna happen. In the meantime, Voldemort is doing all the damage needed. And as we thought they might get out of there alive, he says no. And down it goes, no name yet in 7th.
Senka Pow Pow now down. Uber has joined Senya to try and clear the fields on the east side. Oh my god, the circle's going there as well. This is rough because the road here, if you're on the road, you can actually see quite a lot of this, but there is no one playing the road right now, which is why Ding can afford to go hunting for Haiku like this. Biestoloch is telling them if anyone is coming down into a position where they can be spotted. This is so smart from Ding, but also Tokyo Manji Gang can just hold the edge of the industrial compound and force everyone else to fight first.
Exactly. No reason for them to over-aggress. Just wait. And let time work in your favor, Voldemort. Trying to push further forward, has a flash in hand. Doesn't want to make a play on it. That's surprising. I mean, I've never... Of course, there's a lot going through people's minds, but if you only have that one flash available, which just looks like it's what he did, now fortunately the nade comes through, so he's not going to peek on over. Yeah. Oh, one more nade comes through. That's actually Pink Pony retaliating here. Solid nade coming through. Garia finds one, but... It's utility warfare. Tarkus finds Garia as well. Pink Pony falls in 6.
Very close to not having enough time to get that revive, but I think because they're on the slow side of the circle, they just about managed to do it. Ding now coming under a little bit of renewed pressure from Haiku. Senka Pow Pow was able to get revived by Griffith, but he is now down himself. Senya coming round the side. Unfortunately, the flash isn't quite close enough to finish off Senka Pow Pow. Uber down to 10 HP. That was a big commitment, and they made it. That could easily have been one player left, and now X-Flow are getting in on the action as well.
Yeah, there you go. They're not going to sit around and wait, and I love to see it. Some teams would not want to pounce on that, knowing the capability of the players that are in this area, but they do it fast. Voldemort peeks on over, and 14 kills for X-Flow in this game. And not only that, but they've still got all 4 players alive. That is absolutely insane. 13 for Ding as well. These two teams have pretty much taken out half the server on their own.
13 kills for Ding, or as Biestoloch likes to call it, game 2. These guys are insane. Like, they do this genuinely on such a regular basis. Remember at the start of the stream where we were saying, they can be a little bit boom or bust. When everything goes right, they can wipe half the lobby. When it doesn't, they can go out early. We know which version of Ding showed up tonight. Oh my god.
No doubt about it. We'll see how much more Biestoloch can do from the position he is in. Solo player, and he's going to have to cross the road at some point soon as well. And while that's happening, X-Flow is trying to spread out and take control. But the thing is, it's just going to say, maybe Blue Star and his teammate could do something, but they've got that completely covered as well. Yep, 4 Slayers eliminated as Minsik runs over both of them. Ain't got no time to waste here. There's more important things happening in front of us. 16 kills and all 4 still alive.
This is an incredible game for X-Flow, and this could be a big difference maker over the course of 12 games as well. We mentioned how consistency is key, but if you have a bad couple of games, the best way to make up for it is, frankly, with a 25-plus point game. And that's what X-Flow is staring down the gun at right now if they're able to win this. They haven't won it yet. There's still 3 players up for Tokyo Manji Gang, and of course, you never know what Biestoloch is going to do. He could come in and get 2 or 3 knocks by himself, for example, and have Tokyo Manji Gang finish everything off. It is still all to play for here.
I mean, he is a clutch master if I've seen one. If he can play his cards right, and I mean, right now he's not really the center of attention, I should say, as I say that he's dead. Never mind. I will scratch that entire storyline off the book, and we continue. 4v3.
So here we go. X-Flow now down to 3 with Global Army getting knocked. Tokyo Manji Gang having the numbers advantage right now. It's 3 kills plays, 16 or 17, whatever it is at the moment for X-Flow. But this next fight is all that matters. The number of kills they've had earlier in the game doesn't matter worth a jot. And the ridge that Tokyo Manji Gang are playing is such a powerful position to play on against Global Army and the Cynic. Both of them have gone down. It's now a 4v2. They've played this terrain so well. What can X-Flow do in response?
They were the ones to have to make the crossing. They were the ones to have to make the push, and they do so in style. Plenty of kills come through already. They do manage to keep 2 up and alive, but how do you play it from here? They've just given up full center control in the circle. Tark is forced to prone on down. Believe me, regardless of whether they win this game or not, it's been an absolutely phenomenal game for X-Flow, but now they have to beat Tokyo Manji in a 4v2, make that a 2v4, 1 down already. Voldemort, it's all on you, buddy. Good luck, have fun, you're gonna need it.
Here we go, 17 kills and counting. But if we could make this a nice, beautiful, even 21, that would be lovely. But I get the feeling this is going to be tricky at best. He's waiting. He wants to get the first kill. The reason he's still prone here is because he wants to be able to get one finish. He gets one knock. Can he get it? He does. He needs to finish them. He can't. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Tokyo Manji Gang. 7 kills as opposed to 17. But they take home all 10 of those placement points.
Oh, I was like 3 seconds ahead of myself, and that I saw him get that second knock and get around the other side of the tractor, and all of a sudden, that's a whole new game, because he still had flashes to use. Woo. Woo. That was close, and we still didn't get the island ending. But it was still a good game. Regardless of me being robbed from my first ever East Island game, we still had an absolutely phenomenal game.
We certainly did. Kills galore, some very outstanding individual performances. X-Flow, you can't take that away from them, but ultimately it's Tokyo Manji Gang who will be recorded as winning the chicken dinner in that game number 2. That's Miramar done then for Group 2, ladies and gentlemen. We've still got 2 games of Erangel left to go. We'll be right back after this break with the first of those. See you soon.
Everybody has to start somewhere.
Even if one of them gets the knock on the other side, I don't think they're going to push ball test it up. Able to find the first, takes the shotgun in hand, gets the second as well.
Feel the rush of competitive esports with Jilu. Create your team. Compete in weekly and monthly tournaments. Play against skilled opponents around the world for the ultimate esports experience. Jilu, the home of everyday esports.
You're watching the G-Loot Season 5 Super Week, and we are halfway through Group 2. 32 teams are battling it out for those 8 spots to make it through to the finals next week. I know how Toby feels about it, but after watching Game 2, Jarosar, should we talk about that circle?
Look, we can wish for the island endings as much as we want. The truth is, from a rotational point of view, when you get circles that could end up being the islands, you get a very predictable start of game because everyone gathers on the compounds immediately a bit further back from the shore because, look, you expect the circle in phase 4 to just move out to exactly where that small group is. So you end up having a very quiet mid-game as a result. And it means that even if it does go to islands, all the way up to about phase 4, all of these teams know exactly what they're doing.
Toby, let's talk about the end game, though, in that circle shift. How did the circle impact what we saw?
I think, again, as we said, when phase 4 hit and we went on land, unfortunately, we were still in a situation where it could pretty much go anywhere, obviously with on land, but because we have both the mountain on the north side and the south side, that's a lot of terrain that you can't really utilize all that well, which made for still all while it was on land, a difficult circle to play. You could see people like trying to use the beaches and the shorelines to wrap around and make plays, and it was just really hard area to fight through. So the way that Dink managed to try and take control early on the north side, they kind of ended up doing all the heavy lifting for Tokyo Manchikan, who was sitting in the in this factory area for a while, to then push out and make the well-deserved endgame win in the end of it.
Break that down a little bit more for me as to how Tokyo was able to do that, Toby?
I think, obviously they never really stressed early on. I think they came into the final fight with only 3 kills. So they were never really at risk, but they knew everyone else around them were fighting. And while they didn't get all that many kills, I saw them getting knocks in the kill feed on multiple occasions. So they were active in not only doing damage, but also keeping people away from them. Because if you're stuck in that construction area, I want to call it, just north of Impala there, if you're stuck in there with another team, it's impossible to leave because you can't really put your attention to what happens around you. You have to focus on the team right next to you. And while you're busy doing that, other teams like Ding up on the hillside would have just been sitting above you, looking into the pit and shooting at both of you. But because they managed to keep everyone away for so long, no one were ever really allowed to kind of contain them like that. So they played it smart. They kept pushing people away. And when push came to shove, they pushed out in the end and killed the rest of the server.
Let's take a look at the scores from Game 2. I'm excited about this because of some of the aggression we saw, because those kill points are going to make a bit of a difference for some of these teams. And Jarosar, that's the thing, right? You're looking there, X-Flow in number 1 spot, Ding in number 2, because both of them just go out hunting. Do you think that's the experience? They don't back down from fights, both of those teams?
I wouldn't say they don't back down from fights. I think both of these teams are perfectly capable, especially early on in the game, of backing down from a fight if they think that they can get a better position later on. But once they commit, there is no second guessing. They committed hard. And Ding in particular, we've seen them do this consistently, right? And it's the teams that are able to do this both consistently and successfully that really get into those higher positions. And at the end of the day, if you're able to do that, even in a bad game, right? You don't even finish into the placement points. If you still get 10 kills out of that, and that's considered a bad game, overall, you're going to have a good tournament.
You're taking a look at the leaderboard now. We are halfway through day 1 for Group 2. Toby, all the OGs in the lobby, and then you start looking at those top sort of 6 teams. Are they the ones you expected?
I mean, honestly, yes, everyone up there with the exception of Hexflow. I mean, the way that they came out last game, guns blazing, and managed to find the amount of kills that they did, they were probably, and I don't mean this as a disrespect, but they were probably on the bottom 5 teams I would have supposed to go out and be able to pull off a performance like that against a very high caliber lobby in a very difficult circle setting. But they played phenomenal, and they incredibly positively surprised me that match.
I'm going to ask probably a controversial question. Maybe it's a little bit unfair to ask this. Do you think Ding is in another league in comparison to some of the other teams in this lobby? Because when I watch them play, Toby, it's just on another level. And I did say this after game 1, where I said it's like a masterclass in PUBG. Agree with me, or am I fangirling too hard now?
No, I mean I think your fangirling, as you put it, is rightfully put. Or rightfully felt, because I mean, again, as I was saying before, these players individually have more experience than some of the teams they're going up against have combined. I mean, they have been there since the very start, and while the players individually might not be on the very top teams that we're seeing play right now, that amount of experience that they all have is not something that is gone missing because you haven't used it for a little while. I mean, they're phenomenal players. So no, I agree with you. They are above and beyond better than a lot of the other teams in this lobby.
I see that Jarosar has something to add to this, but I'm going to jump on Art because he's probably going to give me a hard time about fangirling. So while you go into game 3, off you go, friend.
I was going to agree with Sam, to be fair, to an extent. I don't necessarily think Ding are on another level to the other teams in this lobby. But what I would say is that, and it goes back to when the game isn't going according to plan, what do you do? How do you salvage that situation? How many points do you get anyway? And I would say most teams have a range, right? A bad game is a 1 out of 10 and a great game is a 10 out of 10. Ding find a way to make their bad game 6 out of 10. Yeah. And that's the reason why overall they're in another league. It's not that anyone can't touch them. It's that even when they lose those fights, they still somehow find a way to maximize their points haul. And that's what makes them so good overall as a team.
And to me, because, I mean, it can sound rude saying that they're better than the other teams. And that's the thing. It's not that the other teams aren't good, because obviously, I mean, let alone the fact that what we saw with Xflow just in the past game, it was absolutely insane and unheard of going up against a lobby of this caliber. The player experience and individual skill on Ding is just, I mean, the amount of years, it's just different, you know? I don't know how to put it without making it sound rude, because it's really not intended to. It's just one of those, once you get to the point where you've played not only the game, but also together for the amount of time that some of these players have, you can probably be there as well.
Well, we're going now into game number 3. It's a 7 to 1 o'clock plane path as we move on to Erangel for the first time. You've got 2 teams on Sosnovka Island, but neither of them are going to be in each other's faces. We are all good. And we appear to be scrambling for a vehicle southeast of Gatka, but I think the Unusual Freaks will be able to get away with that, no problem. And they'll be driving away from Crash's Esports shortly. Aside from Hjort, east of Yasnaya being slightly close to his competition, Hulk Modus there. Ooh, giving us a little bit of a class in how to get through the chopsticks in a vehicle, certainly in a way that I do not in some of my games. Everyone has landed safely.
Yeah, seems like teams are spreading out pretty decently. We do have Stardust and we are close to one another. Again, we've seen the west side of farm split before with 2 teams looting up in this area. But again, that usually, or at least for the most part, happens in lobbies where it's between teams that have been doing this for the last year, throughout the last 5 tournaments. And therefore, they know, great, we land here, they land there. It's not a big deal. I take this car, he takes that car, fine. But here, I'm not sure we are and Stardust necessarily either had planned this to land this close to one another. Obviously, we know they've played against one another before, but it's always a little tricky. And now, of course, you can see me, let alone off of this, they're backing off instantly. Marco and Braxco are both leaving to go further east, both obviously because they want to have bridge control, but also, I think, part in reason because they don't know exactly what to expect from Stardust.
I'm scared now, Toby. You were talking about the island finish last game.
Yeah,
I feel like this is the Joro circle. There's one golden rule when it comes to these esports circles, okay?
Okay.
Here's how it goes. Step number 1, you take observatory on Military Island. Step number 2, you wait a while. Step number 3, you win the game. Calling it now.
I thought you were gonna say you take observatory, the circle then goes north, and you
No, that would be disastrous. You can't do that.
I thought since you said it was a Joro thing, I thought we had to put the chaos meter to 5.
Oh, I see. Sorry. Okay, your team takes observatory. Joro dies. The rest of your team win the game. There we go.
That's more like it. That's more like it. No, but again, we can see we are who. Obviously, going for military makes perfect sense. There's no guarantee that it's gonna go south, but a fairly decent chance. And why not try and claim some free real estate early on if you have the chance to do exactly that? And at the same time, we will see Haiku do the exact same thing. X-Force, off of a phenomenal game last game, are on the receiving end of this circle. We'll see. I mean, obviously shots being fired now from Voldemort, scaring people off a little bit. Seems like they're sticking around on the west side of the military base itself. No, as I say that, actually, Voldemort is leaving the compound. I thought he was going to stick around there for a little while longer.
This is interesting because normally in these kind of circles, there is, like you rightly point out, there's still a chance that the circle goes north to main Erangel. And for that reason, you tend to expect a team sort of on the north side of each bridge. Like, not quite gatekeeping, but just holding that position. I think Pink Pony could end up being that team on the east side, but normally it would be Haiku on the west. But because the circle is shifting just a little bit east towards Novo and stuff like that, Haiku have gone straight across the bridge, and there's no one stopping other teams from coming in. This means we could have 7 or 8 teams on Millie Island by the end of Phase 1 with no bridge camping, which will be fun to watch.
Yeah, what happens when you spend an entire disc segment complimenting a team they get completely butchered the next second? As I say that, it's not happened just yet, but they are in trouble, that's for sure. I believe there's one alive. Yep, there is. Best of luck against Voldemort. 2 teams that made it to the end of last game as well. If you win this, you get to rest your teammates. If you don't, you're out early here in game number 3 of the day. 2 flushes with the nade comes through as well as Ding are in trouble here just 5 minutes into game number 3.
You know what? That's a smart play, right? Because Jestoloch there wants to say, come on, fight me now. I want to kill you so I can res my team. And Voldemort says, no, now is the time to lower the tempo of this game. Make sure I get at least 1 res so that it's 2v1 and get a couple of points while I'm at it. Voldemort has played that brilliantly. As much as some of us would like to see Ding win that was very well played, and he thought that through.
I'm very surprised that Ding actually opted to pull up on this, because X-Flow had players here to begin with, and they had more people rotating into the compound. I'm not sure if we could in any way get a replay of that. I don't think we can, but it's an interesting situation that they opted to pull up on this, because I haven't seen them as one of the teams that aggress early on, at least not so far today. We'll see now. Oh, no, he's not going to be able to get that rest. There's no way that happens. Voldemort is going to peek on over before it's possible. Yep, Uber goes down. Best of luck on his own. Voldemort falls back after accidentally flashing himself for a second. Best of luck. 1v2, not going to happen. And again, the more time you spend talking about a team in the break, the more you curse them for the game to come.
So good, though. He manages to get a second revive as well, so Expo will be able to continue with 3 alive. And now we've got Renewal Gaming coming up against Crashers Esports. Spartacus manages to stop Rollet from completely eliminating them, and now it's down to Bio. Is he going to be able to get the reses off, or does he want to go, indeed, for the kills? I think he's going to end up getting up to 2, but what's he going to do next? That's the question. We need the follow-up.
I'm not sure. It's a 1v1 right now. Now the rest is coming up, so make that a 1v2. Seems like he's going to be allowed to commit to this one as well. Surprised that there wasn't more of a aggression on his side earlier, but of course he was down to low HP, and it seemed like he didn't have a first aid either. So waiting for his teammate to crawl back. Unfortunately, stuck in the car for a second there. Allows for his teammate to be taken down. Bio now wanting to... Okay, peeking while boosting. That is terrifying.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Dresses?
Yes, he manages to get that. Oh. And we've got the Unusual Freaks moving in as well. And it's actually Flix that gets the re-knock. Oh dear, onto Rollet. He's down and out as well. This has now become an official 3-way fight.
Yep, full-on pull-up on the compound. I like the way they've surrounded the building here. There's only so many places the opponents can be inside. It doesn't really matter with the numbers. All they know is if anyone comes out of that house, you shoot at it. Don't push in if you're on your own, though. That's where you can start taking casualties in situations where you don't have to.
This is where the chaos sort of comes in, right? There are so many more variables when there are 3 different teams because you never know who people are going to be aiming at any one time and whether they're going to be reviving a teammate or shooting you or shooting your common enemy. They just suddenly become a multitude of extra factors that becomes impossible to calculate. But now the Unusual Freaks are moving in. They're trying to simplify the equation by getting a lot more knocks here. Renewal Gaming have done a... Wow. Did that just hit his teammate and then flash them both?
He headshotted his teammate with a flashbang. Yep. That is exactly what happened. The thing is, they're pulling all their attention to what's happening inside the... But you got to jump and shoot at the same time. You can't hit that, unfortunately, with the window was. They have no clue there's 2 people sitting in that shack. They have done nothing to scout it so far. They have no clue, I think anyway, that there are 2 players sitting in here. They would have flashed it. They would have naded it. They would have done something. And they are just chilling and looting. And they got the insta-kill as well. They believe that they have just killed all of them. And if they start playing this slowly now... How long does Renewal chill for? Do they come out to backstab or do they just sit in here? Did they hear something now?
They definitely heard Flix's footsteps, 100%.
I mean, they know for a fact they're out there. I mean, they're hearing cars drive away. But now they're coming out? Ooh.
Oh, most Fox is actually run north.
Don't start shooting now. Don't. Because they'll just turn around and come for you.
Well played. No, that is really, really well played.
But they lost all the vehicles.
They've counted 3 vehicles, so now with this one going by, they can afford to shoot at most spots. Here we go.
We talked about heart attacks on Miramar earlier. This is the heart attack on Erangel. Your entire team has just left the compound and they go, wait, we missed 2 guys? How did that even happen? They're going to go into the replay going, how the actual swear word... Are there still people in this compound?
Oh, that is so good. I cannot believe that they managed to get away with that. Most Fox at the moment, he's on auto drive while he finds a new pair of underwear, I am sure. And they're going to run straight into no name yet. They can't even get into zone. Oh, that is rough for the Unusual Freaks. I feel bad for them after winning that fight, making this rotate. They're out of the frying pan into the fire.
Is this kind of that's what you get for third partying? I don't know. It's just real unfortunate. But of course, I mean, for no name yet, smart play on their part to sit tight here for a little while longer. Because again, there was a very good chance that it could still go north. So maintaining bridge control there for at least the next circle to pop is not exactly a bad decision made on their part. Now let's see, Philo opts to go for the vehicle, wants to get back down to his teammates, makes perfect sense. He's hearing the opponent's vehicles wrap further south, and they do not want to get beat to the bridge itself.
No, they certainly don't. If you're able to hold that position out from the rest of the team, if you can trade space for time and make sure that there's no way they can do anything unless they go around the other side of the map, you know you've won that fight, right? But they're not quite in that position yet, which means they're still going to be fighting each other for quite some time. They're not in the perfect positions, and that's why this is close quarters rather than a snipe battle. We've got the Freaks trying to push it. No name yet, trying to stop them from getting in. Monkey and Tundo, though, absolutely deleting 2 of them to begin with, and they made that look easy.
The 3-piece for Monkey. Philo picks up 1 as well. Oh, sorry, double kill for him. Solid plays coming through. We are who now? Allowing teams through? Oh no, there's another team on the other side. I got completely confused by that one. Marco realizing we aren't the only ones camping this bridge because bystanders are chilling on the other side too. And now we are who? They're fighting on multiple fronts. I don't think they were preparing to have fights of this kind of size right here.
See, the new bridges are wide enough that you can have 2 teams camping it and not even know.
Apparently so. I don't think, with the way they were letting them through initially, I don't think they were prepping to take fights on multiple fronts like this. But fortunately, Kilyakai is able to stay alive, at least initially, down to low HP, but is still on his feet. Chris finds the second one. Kilyakai does get taken down. That's from way over on the other side from Blast. The rest should be possible, you'd have to assume, though.
And Brexco now moving in to res Kilyakai. Who up to 3 kills so far, and Marco's like, hey, don't worry, guys, I've got this team over here. We're all good. Herky finishes off Hall of Game. That's Quadrilla going down. We are who? Are they going to continue fighting this, or are they happy to go a little bit further into circle? It looks like Marco's giving them a bit more breathing space while Kilyakai and Co get back up. They might still come back towards the bridge just because they've made moves away. Maybe they've seen Polish power and they want to wait until everyone else starts fighting, or maybe Senka Pow Pow and Co could be holding a position much closer to center, and who's going, guys, we're on the edge. We need to focus more about rotating right now. We'll find out which in the next 30 seconds.
Not a place anyone wants to be fighting right now, that's for sure. Keanu wants to get the flush. Are they aware that they have people just over on the other side? I'm not sure. They kind of committed to their side here, but remember when they're below, you can be seen from the other side. Now, more shots being fired. Flamey way outside the circle, trying to see if he can do some damage towards Norgis. Maybe allow for his teammates to get further in to, or at least off the bridge, I would assume.
And well, who is it? It's Stardust that took Observatory, but sadly the circle did not end up going there, so no prophecies coming true this game as we go to the north side of Soslovka Island. Ghetto Gang are still in military base. They're not going to see too much action there, but do not count them out. That just means they're going to have a lot of utility, fresh helmets and vests coming up the north side of Millie base in phase 4. They can still yet have a big part to play in this game.
They sure can. Renewal still over on the north side, chilling, at least for a little while longer until the circle's going to force them to head into the water. In the meantime, Polish Power, obviously they have quite a distance to go. Maybe there's a ferry crossing that you can jump onto. Even if not, how are you planning on getting out of here? Gotta shoot your way to safety, I feel like it's the only option for them.
You can't really back out
exactly.
and go the south side. You don't know who's taken up position there right now. You have to hold out Polish Power here because you have teams like who. Maybe they can wrap far east, but if they do that, they're just tanking a lot of blue damage. This is phase 3 in a competitive circle after all. You don't want to be out here for long.
Sad to see no one jumping down on the ferry. I know you get knocked from it, but still. It's just you shall not take me down.
If only,
not
man.
Gonna happen. If only. Bystanders honestly don't. I don't think bystanders would have wanted to be here either. But they can't really move because who are you doesn't move. So Kilyakai, Brexco, Chris and Co. They're being a real pain for well, essentially both these two teams trying to make their way towards the circle.
I mean, at some point, you have to call off the fight and just say, look, we need to make sure both of our teams get into the placement points, right? We need to find a way. Polish Power opting to go for an alternative route in. This is going to hurt.
In the water.
It's going to hurt their reserves so much to do it this way. I think they might end up playing the dolphin strategy here. I don't know. They're looking for a boat. They want an alternative way.
I mean, maybe they'll get one. I didn't keep track. I don't think I saw anyone cross with boats this game. Of course, our focus has been on what's been happening on the island, not on how many teams made their way to the island. So we'll see if they manage to fetch one. And even if not, there's still enough on the north end that they should be able to just toss the car over the cliffside and into the water. They can kind of fly halfway across the strait.
They could do that. I mean, you've got Renewal Gaming playing the amphibious approach, shall we say.
I can't help but wonder with Bestlock's luck earlier, with the Chris's luck earlier, that he'll just set the car off the cliff and somehow hit him in the water with it.
Oh God, no! Can you imagine if that happens, dude?
Unfortunately, man. I couldn't. Imagine just coming swimming and chilling, and all of a sudden you just hear flying US hit your face. In the meantime, Tokyo Man G, they had a solid win last game, but this time around doesn't look like that's going to be one of them. The teams to fight for first and second place last game are fighting for potentially 12th and 11th right now.
Xflow with 6 kills so far. And remember, they've been down to a duo for quite some time. They're looking for Gusiara to try and finish off the squad, but he's no pushover. They're outside of circle for phase 4. About 30 seconds left to go. He tries to escape. He cannot. And Xflow, you know what? They could finish outside of the placement points right now and still have 7 points to their name. This is a solid game. This is one of those, what are you going to do when the chips are down kind of game? Are we going to see similar performances to what we saw from Uber, for example, earlier on tonight and stuff like that? So far, they're impressing.
Here comes Norgi, full speed forward. He's going to join his teammates in the water. Remember, you can get knocked in the water now and still get back on your feet. It's not an insta-death. Woo! Welcome to the circle, boys. This is where it's at. Get out of the car, start swimming, and hope that all of Braxco's team with Chris, Marco, and Killiakai as well are not going to spot you. The thing is, they're already fishing on the shoreline, and I don't think they're going to stop doing so for quite a while.
No, I don't. And the problem is when you're driving through and you haven't got that many hit points as well through the water.
Yeah.
We Are Who are going to go dynamite fishing. My only question now, is there someone behind We Are Who might try and third party this? That is the only way these guys get to shore right now.
There isn't. Haiku would be the team to have to make the push on down, and there's no reason for them to leave the position they're in. The thing is, I'm just talking about gun viability, right? Should we make it possible to use pistols when you're in the water?
I mean, with the water, they jam, right? I don't think that's a thing. I don't think you could do that, can you?
No, but pants also aren't immortal. So
right,
I don't think it's a logic.
You should be able to throw grenades out of the water, though. You can tread water and throw a grenade,
utility in the water. Yeah,
that would be a thing.
Sense. That makes sense. Would the smoke float, though? I don't think it would. I don't know. Regardless, well, that's up for the game devs to decide and not us. Stardust trying to make a fight on forward. The issue is they're pushing straight in between two teams. Pink Pony on one side, Haiku on the other, and they're getting torn to pieces. Pink Pony are as well eliminated out in 9th. And X-Force, I believe. Yep, X-Flow, sorry. I keep saying X-Force. X-Flow right there to follow them. They go down as well, and just one now left alive. Touches of God. Is that what you're going to be? Is that what's going to happen? Or are you indeed getting taken down? Finds the knock, but nothing more comes to it.
Manages to get the knock. Seka Pow Pow is, taken out by Ghetto Gang as well. So sadly, Touch of God, that is going to be it for him in this game. We're now into our top 6, so we're comfortably into the placement points now. Haiku and Ghetto Gang very close on the south side. Haiku, they fought a little bit, but Ghetto Gang have all their utility from military base. They haven't really had to fight anybody else. Their vests, their helmets, they're going to be completely fine now, right? So Haiku have the high ground. Ghetto Gang are fresher to the fight. It's a 4v3. If I'm Haiku, I'm scouting, but I'm probably backing off if I see a full squad.
Yeah, you'd have to think. I mean, they have to make sure they're not going to get pinned the same way that they just did to Stardust. And the only way to secure that is to back off a little bit and then spread out and try and make yourself as wide as possible without spreading too thin.
Yeah.
Be in a position from where you can gather a lot of info, but still be able to regroup if need be. And I think, right now you can see the focus is clearly more towards the south and north. But as I say that, you are seeing two players, the small arrows on the minimap there, looking towards the north. So their focus is in both directions, but aggressive. Well, either you got to hit that first shot, or you got to be ready to back off when the push comes around. Because it seems like Ghetto Gang are full on committed. That's the first shot fired, and that's gotta be both Griffith and Exlice coming down to help. Because now the info is coming across that there's not one but multiple people coming in their direction.
Haiku have to turn around and get a position quickly. That high ground advantage, well, I don't think that's there anymore. Ghetto Gang managed to take a fair bit of room. And now I feel like they're a little bit on even ground. Good flash there, it looks like, to begin with. Aggressive, remember, he had the bolt to begin. Are we going to see some additional follow-up damage? We're not, actually. And that is a huge insta-knock for XL. Haiku eliminated so quickly by Ghetto Gang. I thought that was way more one-sided than that. I mean, Toby, I expected Ghetto Gang to be favored in that fight, but not this favored.
No, that was a butchering, obviously. I mean, the thing is, they fell back too much. They had to take the fight on the east side because they knew that We Are Who were pushing up from the north. They had to take that fight much earlier. They ended up taking a fight in a position where they could get shot in the back from Who Are You as well, and that's just, well, suboptimal, to say the very least. They had to take that fight much earlier, but they kept backing off. In the end, there was nowhere else to go. Or nowhere left to back off to, I should say.
And because that fight finished so quickly, the potential third party by the team further south of them, it wasn't really there. If that fight lasted another 30 seconds, for example, we would have seen that be a full-blown three-way fight, no doubt about it. But because they managed to finish that fight, Ghetto Gang so quickly, that meant that there was no opportunity for someone to come up and pick them off. They had time to reset. That's so important at top tier PUBG. And I'm really glad in this game we've seen an example of why you want to finish those fights quickly.
Yeah, exactly. You gotta be able to turn things around and be ready for a fight to come right after, or even in the middle of the one you're already in the middle of, or having anyway. Bystanders get a little bit of a blessing with the circle shifting down towards the southwest. They have been, obviously we saw them miles out in the blue trying to fight off Polish power, but they've been wrapping in slowly from the south side and are now actually in an extremely good position with the Rich down on the south side. They know that they're the last team to push in. So they have nothing to worry about behind them. And here, this is what I was talking about before, how you spread out and try and, without making yourself too wide, at least claim some space and get info on your riches. Chris peeks on over, finds Gedrox. Good first knock to start the fight.
Yeah, not bad at all. They've got all 4 alive with 6 kills between them. 23 minutes into this game, they're already into the top 5 teams. And Sancho very much pinned down by these guys at the moment. Non-stop grenades coming in. He's still taking just small amounts of damage from every nade, but able to withstand it. And that's a lot of utility being used now from We Are Who. They need to find a little bit of an extra angle in. It's Chris, unfortunately, going for the full HP target first. And wow, gifted a drop, but no time to get there at all. That's it, Chris, with the double. Marco and Brexco, though, have gone down.
So impressive reaction time on their part. Unfortunately, as you're saying, the third party is starting to come in from up the hill down towards the south. Bystanders peeking over the top, trying to see what they can find of free kills, potentially. They found the first one. Margot falls out. Brex is bleeding out quickly as well. And now Kilyakai trying to hold off Hell's info. One Sancho is going to be found by Chris. Just still one more left alive. Blazer with the first... Oh, wait, no, it's Chris. With the full-on 4-man down. Obviously, it's a team effort. Multiple bullets were fired by multiple players, but the kill feed has Chris written all over it.
We Are Who then will be able to get back up to 3 players alive. They're one of the final 4 teams. You've got the 4 Slayers. We haven't spoken too much about the 4 Slayers today, so we'll see if they end up having a chicken dinner here, but they've got no name yet who have impressed the Bystanders who are looking to prove themselves here in this game. And, well, We Are Who have had a phenomenal game so far. Very entertaining final 4. And Shiv, oh no, maybe doing a little bit of exploring onto the north side. Kilyakai not going for the finish. Oh, and then as soon as he starts hitting the down, unfortunately, he gets knocked himself. So now it's up to Brexco and Chris to try and mop up behind them. Monkey spots his position. Chris is now at his position revealed. Is this going to be enough to finish it?
Ooh.
No! Beautiful headshot from Philu.
Double headshot coming through. Very impressive and a difficult angle to pick. Now Brexco is on his own. Not gonna happen. Combination of...
Wow.
That was really, really impressive. No name yet and 4 Slayers working in tantrum to take down We Are Who are starting to get a pretty damn incredible game going. On the other side of that, no name yet. 8 kills so far. Still all 4 alive. Actually, that's the story for all the 3 remaining teams. All of them full squads on their feet. I would have to assume, though, that Bystanders is probably the team that has been fighting the least at this point. I mean, I know they fought earlier, but they have also rotated through military base, where I would assume that they've had a chance to pick up at least some sort of utility. So we'll see who's the best equipped coming in to the final stage of the game here.
8 kills with all 4 alive, but remember, no name yet. I'm sure in terms of utility, they would have taken a little bit of a hit. Their vests and helmets, certainly. But
I was completely wrong. Bystanders, you're so flamey there. 5 bandages, no first aids, and 1 nade. That is,
that's all you need. That's all you need.
They did not get saluted a whole lot.
Let me tell you a secret, Toby. You don't need first aids if you don't get shot.
Yeah, true. I can't argue with your logic, I suppose.
All they have to do now is ninja in such a way that they don't get shot, sadly. That's a lot trickier in this lobby.
Shot. We're giving so many good intels. Just get enough points to win the tournament. Just don't get shot. I mean, we have clearly the recipe for success in PUBG.
I mean, look, part of not getting shot when there are 3 teams left in the lobby is to make the other 2 teams fight first. So, to be fair, that's exactly what's happening now between No Name Yet and the 4 Slayers. What a beautiful initial nade from Philu. It's a pity he hasn't got the knock to verify how much damage that did, but that hit 3 of those players.
I was going to say, this is where you throw that molly. This is where you isolate. Because if they can make sure they can't... there it came. If you make sure that they can't peek out that front door, that allows for you to push further forward. And that's exactly what happened. Get the molly in there, isolate, and then make a play off of it. Philo underhands the nade on inside. It's going to find the second. Zero and TN all on their own. And it should just be a matter of seconds before the flashes start being thrown forward as well. But how is Bystanders going to respond on this? They're still playing it on the on the south side, I should say, up the hill, waiting for this fight to fully commence. Tundo finds double as well. They tried to get the reses on in, but it's not going to happen. 9 kills and counting for No Name Yet. And unfortunately, they're spotting this. Great read by No Name Yet. They could have been easily caught off guard by Herky, but they spot him 1 HP, but no meds.
You know why? I think it's because they ran out of nades, so they couldn't push in. So when they couldn't push in, they went, okay, let's take a look at our back. And they saw the Bystanders come in. If they had 2 more nades, I don't think they'd be doing this.
Herky is going to be sitting down there for the next 20 minutes, waiting to get healed fully off of just 1 energy drink, which, by the way, is possible. No bandages, just no meds at all. Look at this. Keanu's broken helmet, broken vest. They have nothing. I was saying they were the team to have the most because I saw them rotate through military, but obviously they were fighting down there too, and they never had a chance to stop and pick up any loot. They have got nothing.
Exactly. Ghetto Gang took all the good loot. Unbelievable stuff. 4 Slayers now. Well, they're 2 alive now, and they're now looking to see if they can get any sort of revenge. The problem is Phase 8 really hasn't been kind to them. They withstood that horrific onslaught from No Name Yet. And we thought, okay, great. Now we get to see, episode 2, Revenge of the Slayers. The circle is about to screw them hard. And this actually plays into the hands of Bystanders. Look, rule number 1, don't get shot. They're listening to our advice.
I mean, Herky has literally gained like 4 HP since we last looked at him 20 minutes ago. No, he's crawling through it. The commitment to staying alive didn't pan out.
His key was visible.
But I agree with you. Honestly, I mean, the more time they're buying themselves, again, we're talking the whole sheep herding thing. The more time they're buying themselves, the more they're forcing an eventual fight between 4 Slayers and No Name Yet. And that's really the only chance for Bystanders to pounce on it. So now they lose 1, which is fair enough. They can still sit tight and wait for it. Zero falls down. There's still 1 more to be found inside. He will be flushed by Philo, so 12 kills for No Name Yet here.
And Bystanders aren't even able to get the 4 Slayers frags. No Name Yet cleaning everything up. Yeah.
Look at the smoke wall they're setting up. They want to get away from the house. They want to get away from the last player from 4 Slayers. They don't want to allow to be third-partied. They don't want to allow for Bystanders to get the upper hand. So they're backing off, saying, great, you guys can deal with the solo. We'll come to you afterwards. And that's exactly what they do. Keanu finds the solo. Well, still got an Keanu instantly finds the second. If that... Oh, my lord. That could easily be 1 more player down as well. Let's see Philo. He's committing for the res. It bounces off the tree. Damage up of Philo. Able to stay alive. Level 3 gear coming in handy there.
And Kino with the beautiful clutch opening play. This has given the Bystanders a good opportunity against No Name Yet. And Kino with a beautiful double on the side. The teammates managed to pick it up, but the Bystanders, can we single out Kino, please, for play of the game right at the end there? 7 kills and the chicken dinner, but what a setup in the final fight.
The smokes were thrown by No Name Yet, and they ended up working 100% in favor of Bystanders. Solid wraparound in the end, getting the flank on the up-hand side, and when he gets the first one down, that's their attention pulled the other direction. Yes, they get him knocked down, but both Jord and Flemmy are there to get the knocks in return. Great play from Bystanders. Love to see it again. Very high caliber team, and they keep impressing.
Look, when you talk about a grenade getting the initial knock, some really nice snipes to follow it up, and someone wrapping around and getting a surprise double knock, you expect that to be 3 different players. You wouldn't bat an eyelid if I told you that was 3 different players on the same team. Kino just did it all.
True. Wow. Speaking of being able to bring 1 home, I mean, I don't want to say this game had No Name Yet written all over it, because it didn't. I mean, Bystanders were in the favorable position, but if you look at utility, if you look at HP, I mean, Herky tried to heal off of 1 booster with 1 HP. That's the situation they were in. And still, again, you said it, don't get shot. They managed to do so much damage every single time they go into a fight before the opponents get to shoot at them. They end up getting the win because of it. That was incredibly, incredibly impressive.
1 game left. 1 more time onto Erangel today, ladies and gentlemen, for group number 2. Our final game will be with us straight after this break. Join us then.
Some say character is forged in the heat of battle. Others say it is only revealed. But I don't need to tell you this, because you're a survivor. Your choices define you. They make you. They reveal who you are. You know how to take that shot, risk it all, and drop in fearlessly. Straight into the unknown. Straight into what may seem like a hopeless battle. But you have confidence in your insanely accurate controlled spray and your smooth, effortless melee weapon skills. You are a fighter. And you are no mere brute. You're thinking 20 moves ahead. Extra ammo, a fully kitted weapon, plenty of meds, and the wits to gather it all while staying ahead of the circle. That's your endgame. Patience is perhaps the most difficult skill to master, but master it you have. Waiting for the perfect moment to spring your trap. That perfect headshot, a C4 ambush, or yes, even a quiet closet with some tempting bait. In freezing snow, in burning heat, you have pushed beyond the limits of endurance. Here, every choice has consequences. Here, every fight could be your last. But I don't need to tell you this, do I? Because you are a survivor. Be the survivor you were born to be. The choice is yours.
Everybody has to start somewhere.
Even if one of them gets knocked on the other side, I don't think they're going to push ball test it up. Able to find the first, take the shotgun in hand, gets the second as well.
Feel the rush of competitive esports with Jilu. Create your team. Compete in weekly and monthly tournaments. Play against skilled opponents around the world for the ultimate esports experience. Jilu, the home of everyday esports.
Remember that time that I said Ding was just head and shoulders above the rest of the competition and then they went out first in the next game? Inserting foot in my mouth. Right now, I'm done. Never again. Sorry, there will never be another fangirling moment. You are watching G-Loot Season 5 Super Week, and we are moving into the last game of the day for Group 2. And there was a lot to unpack in the, I would say, the final three fight that we had a chance to see there, John. So why don't you break it down for us?
I mean, it's difficult to look past Kino MVP at the end there, right? But honestly, if we're talking about teams that had a consistent good performance all while they were alive, we're watching one of them here. Xflow went down to 2 players quite early on, but they took out Ding and still had a decent number of kills, even though they weren't there at the end of the game. They played a great game, but No Name yet had a phenomenal game. They didn't walk home with the chicken dinner, but they impressed us throughout. Kino from the bystanders, though, absolutely moment of the game for me. Plenty of stuff to pick up on. Military ending as well. This is classic esports. Game number 3. Absolutely loved it.
Toby, you did tell us to keep an eye out on No Name as well as Bystanders. So what did you think of these final fights?
I think, taking into consideration the mid game that Bystanders had trying to not get killed by We Are Who while also trying to kill Polish Power, the fact that they actually come out of that, like if you just screenshot that phase 4 and then go, oh yeah, by the way, this is the team that ends up winning the game. You go, wait, how? Because they were like a solid kilometer away from the circle when they actually started moving out, and they even at that point had absolutely no utility. You can see Keanu finds 3 kills with a broken, like literally no vest on. That's how busted they were. But as you were saying, and while we were laughing at it, but as you were saying, Joro, just don't get shot. And Keanu managed in all those, like all the engagements that he had there until the very end, every single time he fired a bullet, he would find the knock before he had even taken any damage himself. So that's the way you got to do it.
We're going to take a look at the scoreboard now. It's so funny that you said that, because I was going to phrase the question to Toby, which was, what was the win condition? And I was like, he'll just reply, don't. They didn't get shot. So I didn't do it that way. And then you said it anyway. So there you go. So much aggression at the start of this game. I thought more aggression than we've seen. And then it quietened down. Obviously, why did we see all that sort of aggro pace right in the beginning, Toby?
That's military games for you. We talked earlier on Miramar today. What was Joro's favorite scenario is where you get the chaos early, then the quiet time, then the chaos again. And that's essentially a military game for you. Everyone has to make those top rotations early on. You funnel people onto the bridges. Then as soon as the teams that have managed to make their way across spread out, it slows down for a little bit, and then it gets hectic again by the end. And this leaderboard off of this game showcases it pretty well. No Name yet managed to make their way across. They got a lot of kills. Bystanders, I don't want to say snuck their way across, but they snuck their way into the late game, going up behind everyone else. They played a good game, and We Are Who dominated the east side of the circle. So it makes sense that it's those 3 teams up there.
As we move into the final game, this is what the leaderboard currently looks like. Xflow is still sitting pretty in the top spot, but you can see No Name yet has been able to push Ding out of number 2. We Are Who as well up in 6. Any surprise juggles there for you, Toby, or is it pretty much how you saw it ending up after that game?
I'd say after that game, no surprises. Coming into today, Xflow being in first place with 30 kills, did not see that coming whatsoever. But also, to be honest, that's again where we talk about being able to perform and having kind of slumbersome performances. Bystanders just won a game, and they only have 19 points in total. That goes to show how little to nothing they managed to get done on Miramar. And again, we're in a format right now where you really don't have a whole lot of games to perform. So the fact that they've already gotten 2 throwaway games, I don't want to say have to, but they really, I would assume, want to get a really good showing here in the final game of the day.
Are we surprised with Polish Power's performance? Because we did earmark them as possibly a team to look out for, Jorosa?
Yes, because Polish Power are so good at finishing those fights. Remember what Ghetto Gang did in that last game where it looked like it was going to be a bit of an even fight, and then 10 seconds later, a team gets steamrolled? I'm used to seeing Polish Power do that to other teams. So the fact that after 3 games, they're only on 4 points, it does genuinely surprise me. They're one of those teams where when they get into their stride, they can absolutely mow down teams with ease. And we haven't really seen that from them yet today. But it's all about the consistency. You can't just be winning those individual fights and expect for that to result in a fantastic day overall. I think the proof is in the pudding. Our top 3 teams on the leaderboard right now have not won a chicken dinner. I think that says everything we need to know.
Toby, other than don't get shot, what's the game plan coming into the final game for all of these teams?
I think, if we were to just kind of focus on one team here being Polish Power that you just mentioned, slow down. We've seen them twice now get killed, and if not really early game, then earlier in the game fights that, yes, okay, it makes sense that you commit to the compound if that's the compound you want to play from. But if you don't have the intel, there's a full 4-man team sitting there ready and waiting for you. Maybe you shouldn't go there in the first place. And that's what I was referring to on them to begin with, coming into today, how I liked how Entropic has gone away from sometimes ending up in those situations, and now today played, yes, more slow in the early and mid game, but also finishing up pretty much in first place. I think Polish Power have the capabilities and skill set needed in order to go out and play similar PUBG, but it just seems like, at least in my opinion, of what we've seen today, that they aggress too much in situations where maybe they don't have to.
I think if you wanted to sum that up, it's Polish Power are possibly the scariest team to face in 6th gear, right? If they're just coming at you like a freight train, there are very, very few teams that you'd rather face. In fact, you'd rather face anyone but Polish Power. But the most successful teams today have been the ones that are really good at varying that cadence, knowing when to pull back, when to chill out, when to be aggressive. And that's where we see them shine.
This is it, the final game of day 1 of our Super Week. Toby, Joroso, let's jump into the game.
One more game left to play today. We got another 8 tomorrow and another 8 on Sunday. So believe me, if you're wanting to see a lot of high-level PUBG, well, this weekend is going to be a good weekend for you. And next weekend as well, Joro, because that's when we get to bring you the grand finals with all the invited teams as well. It's just PUBG being back in the EU. Love to see it.
It's going to be so good. It's weird. Is it weird that I'm yearning for the studio broadcast now? Like, I'm already thinking about it going, wow, it's 2022 and this is actually happening, but it's going to happen. And it's so exciting. We have the Super Weekend to get through first, though. This has been a tale of the same 3, maybe 4 teams be super consistent in Group 2 so far, Toby. Are there any teams that haven't done well that we think now might be a good time to punch above your weight and we think they can do it?
I mean, I don't want to kind of keep going back to the same names, but Polish Power. I mean, you have cast them in scrims. We have both had the pleasure of casting them in previous tournaments. We know what they're capable of. I just have yet to see it today. And the thing is, for me, with them, it's the same things that they, at least as far as what I see, it's the same situations where they tend to fall short. As opposed to you have one tournament where, okay, this didn't work, but at least this worked. And then you go into the next tournament. Okay, now we fix that. Okay, but that doesn't work. It seems to me like over the last, I mean, and again, this is a lot of judgment off of 3 games. Don't get me wrong. It's just once you see patterns start to kind of form again, it already starts, kind of ringing the worrying bells of what has happened since like the last tournament till now, because we all know what they're capable of individually. We just have to see it come to fruition in the matches as well.
And that's going to be key, right? We need to see the teams with the intent at the beginning of the game. Okay, that's great. We're playing together. We've got the communications there. But then when you knuckle down and push comes to shove in the latter stages of the game, you have to also make sure. Oh, no. Speaking of also making sure. Cappy, he's throwing a smoke at Maxizor saying, please let me live. All he wants to do is
send the car into the water to get the kill. He's safe.
Oh, he's got a gun. He's got a gun.
Oh, no. And it's a gun with a whole hell of a lot of bullets in it, too. Oh, well, it's only 30. But in any case, Cappy...
Enough.
I mean, he knows for a fact that Cappy doesn't have a weapon, so it makes no sense for Maxizor not to jump in the water to see exactly where he is. And that's what he's going to do now. Yep, now he knows exactly where he is. He's just going to wait for him. Cappy comes to the surface to breathe. This is whale hunting 101. If you stay underwater, you drown. If you come to the surface, they'll harpoon you, and that's exactly what happened there. It's a tough life for Cappy, but unfortunately, when you contest a vehicle, sometimes you lose, and well, sometimes you lose in the rotation part of things too. And well, one thing's for sure for Tokyo Mancha Gang and everyone else to the north, they have a long way to go.
We're starting off game number 4 of Group 2, our final game here on Friday, ladies and gentlemen, with an esports circle. Love it. Absolutely love it. And I like how Senya, by the way, is going straight to the west side of Military Island because he's like, I've seen so many teams screwed here before. I'm taking this straight away.
I feel like this is the game's way of saying sorry for not giving us the island circle on Miramar. That we're then at least given to, although, like, albeit not the same island or quality island, at least they're giving us 2 island endings on the very next game. But let's hop from one Polish power player to another. Marcelek here trying to hold off against Tokyo Mancha Gang. Seems like it's working out right now, but of course, Banshee, well aware they've already found one on this team, so they know that they have the numbers advantage.
The rest of North George is free. You can disengage and go to loot elsewhere, but these guys are going at it hammer and tongs, and this is what we're talking about maybe being in 6th gear. Polish Power are like, we don't mind. It could be 2 of us against full team. Let's go wipe them.
Yeah, it's, I mean, I and also, again, there are still 2 more days to play. If this is the game you need to play in order to make Tokyo Magic Gang not drop with you in North George, if you were to play against one another once again, come the next 2 days, I would say that one game is worth it.
Yeah, no, I see what you mean. I think it's...
but only one.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't want to do this repeatedly. A Tokyo Magic Gang, of course, all they have to do is trade space for time, and they get more and more looted up, while Polish Power are just constantly looking, going, hang on a second, do we have to fight around this next corner? And they get less looted as a result. So hopefully they disengage safely. Oh, God, never mind.
Ooh.
As soon as I say that, jeez.
No eyebrows left for weights. They were just blown off. Noggy's trying to hold this angle. It's a tricky one with the window bars and all. And also, I mean, it's hard to spot the players over the wall, but he's obviously just waiting for them to make the way further forward. I was just going to say, maybe go up a couple of stairs. You're not going to be right next to your teammates, but you might get the high ground advantage to kind of be able to spot them over the top there.
But even still, I can't imagine with how much Polish Power are peaking and trying to deal damage that they're that looted. Marcellek has now got the shotgun available as well. It looks like they're betting in for the long run. Tokyo Magic Gang, in the meantime, it's like 1 or 2 of them are holding the angles while everyone else loots, and it's almost like they're taking turns doing it. So over time, they're getting more and more utility. And I'm not saying that means they win the fight, but it does mean they're stacking up their advantages over time, which is super smart.
I'm honestly not sure if any of these players have even looked at the map yet. It's been, I mean, I know, but don't get me wrong. I know, I mean, obviously they have. But right now, they're in a building-to-building fight with another team. The fact that it's a military game, it is not of importance. I mean, get 1 or 2 more first aids, phase 2, you're fine, you'll make it. They might not, but that's got to be your mentality. You got to focus on the opponents that are literally behind the wall next to you.
Man, oh man. There's 3 or 4 teams that are going to be rotating very, very late onto Military Island for sure. Hall of Game here, thinking about the spray, but perhaps wanting to count the number of vehicles first and not shooting the first one. The problem with shooting the first vehicle, guys, is that there's a chance that they go, okay, let's fight this. And then the first vehicle stops at the compound and everyone else stops with them, and suddenly you have to leave. So counting the vehicles and then making your decision about whether to fight based on the last vehicle to go by tends to be what these teams do, especially if you're close to somewhere like the bridge. It just makes sense.
Thought for a second England was DC'd, but nope, not the case. This is an insane... they knew, I mean, obviously they landed close to one another, so they saw people parachuting on in. The fact that Amlo had the awareness, I mean, whether it's him making the call or not, I'm not sure, but the fact that they say... There was one more. We saw him land. We haven't seen him in a while. Let's make sure he doesn't try to backstab us. The fact that they don't only think that thought, but also commit to it and get the payoff of it, that is huge. That is very impressive. And now, I mean, they get 2 kills. They have some decent loot. Get the hell out of here. There's no reason to try and push Polish Power. They have shotguns sitting in buildings waiting for you. I mean, there's literally... The only thing for them to come for in the city is picking up their teammates.
And North George isn't exactly known for... a glut of vehicles, shall we say. So if they manage to leave first and they take the vehicles that are nearby, Polish Power, they need to answer the question, how are you getting into the circle as well? That doesn't mean they're home free. So I think leaving here and making sure you survive into phase 2 with everyone intact, I think that's the way to go.
It's the smarter decision anyway. At least I would say so. Having said that, that's not always what teams and players like to do. We'll see. I mean, now... Oh, this could be tough. Do they... Oh my god, they're waiting for... Wait, do they... Oh, they saw them stop. They saw the vehicles. They're coming in from Sakia. They saw them stop. You can see them scouting off forward. They know they're there. Had they brought the car all the way around, that could have been a freebie for Tokyo Magic Gang. But now they're getting stuck trying to fetch more vehicles. Killdekai does go down, though. Aim low. Solid spray with the barrel there. Finds one on the rock side. Maxisol wants to try and see if he can... help out here as well, but it's kind of difficult right now. Once again, off screen, obviously, but Ding fighting in the early game. They did so last game as well, which ended being their downfall, and now Upa's gone down in the early game once more.
This is tricky now. This was supposed to be an ambush, and it's now turned into a horrible fight out in the blue. I mean, this is not what Tokyo Magic Gang wanted. This is definitely not what Who wanted as well. The longer this goes on, the more screwed both teams are later on, because you're just having to slowly drain that utility in your meds. And look at the positions they're in. Who is going to push in and say we can finish this fight in 45 seconds or less? No one. That's not possible right now.
The second both teams have taken a casualty makes it not worth for any of them. The only way this fight will be worth it is if you manage to get all the kills without losing anyone. Max Assault could potentially get into a good position here and trying to help out his teammate who's currently kind of stuck behind two players. Marco able to find one on a drive-by. That's unfortunate. Let's see if Max Assault can get some sort of revenge. Tags once, tags twice. One more bullet needed, but not gonna find it. And one first aid and 5 bandages.
So close, but no cigar here, unfortunately. I think it's probably on Who to try and disengage from this position. And we need to hope that Tokyo Manji Gang basically let them off lightly, because the moment they do that, the easier, of course, it's going to be for them to leave as well. But there needs to be an implicit agreement that that's the case. And right now, I'm beginning to think Tokyo Manji Gang are saying, you know what, guys, we're in it for the long run.
Yeah, I mean, this is collateral disaster at this point. Might as well just see it to an end and play again tomorrow. Marco, in the meantime, not quite done with this yet. Finds Waits. In the meantime, on the other side of the map, there you go. That's what you get for picking up a crate in the middle of the ocean. You get to find yourself an arm and find the knock with it. Still got 18 bullets left. And they got, oh my lord, almost finds the second one as well. Fortunately for the renewal player, able to back off. That is a difficult angle. Gotta be real fast to hit that one. Aggressive with the shotgun in hand. We haven't seen a whole lot of shotgun usage today, but maybe we'll see some more here.
I mean, certainly if they stay stuck here, the shotgun is going to feature as one of the best guns you could possibly have right now. But so many people just stuck in a tiny space in this last game of the day. It's so weird. It's almost like this is the last game of the tournament right now. There's so much chaotic close quarters fighting. Classic shotgun AWM combo. I mean, only in these games, right, Toby?
Only in these games, indeed. Let's see. I mean, they are fighting for the same compound, which is essentially prime real estate in the circle right now. So it makes sense that none of them want to give it up. But we're reaching a point of at what cost, right? Because, I mean, they're down to 2 players on one team, 3 on the other. If you're Renewal here, you know they have a shotgun. You know they have an arm, which is essentially a second shotgun when it's this close anyway.
Yep.
Just keep your distance, wait out, or just do that. Find the knock. It's arm against arm warfare here. Maybe you just commit to it. Oh, the shotgun in return, but the trade is there. Haiku eliminated, and Renewal gets to keep 3 alive. Maintain control of the compound. Brexco goes down to blue. I'm not even gonna... That happened, and he has... He has no meds left. Chris has 0 meds, and he gets the final 2 sprint. Chris, maybe they have bandages for you. 13, 12, 11, 10, 12... 10, 9, 8, 6, 5,
bandages?
4, 3, 2, 1. No, first we got to take off the booster. 1, down just in time. Oh no, picked up the first aid instead of the bandages, and he dies because of it.
To be fair, he was so close to making the first aid work. It almost worked, Toby.
I have no clue where his teammates are. But they're clearly not on our screen right now. Where, Ansvar, can we zoom out? Where are the remaining 2 players?
Where even are they?
From
they're in Georgia Bowl still. Oh my god.
My lord. Welcome to game number 8 of the day. I mean, for them it's only game 4, but still, that is I mean, we talked about them not minding rotating in blue, but that is some 2017 TSM stuff we got going here.
Have we got Evermore still out there healing in the blue? What is going on?
Maybe.
Oh, this is great. I love that we have a breath of fresh air here in game number 8, but some very, very interesting plays indeed. Xflow, in the meantime, who have had a very good day so far, it has to be said. A little bit on the low ground as far as this compound is concerned, but that's why they're in a 2-2 split, low and high. They're probably going to continue holding until they see where the next circle goes. There's no real need to hold the high ground and properly force everyone out yet. There's still plenty of room for everyone. And once we make it across the bridge, you're not going to get those big hardcore pushes like you would on, I don't know, like a more conventional circle, if you like. Everyone's got a hill or a small compound. They're happy to stay there, you know?
Well, we shift away from the water one
That's
circle
fine.
before we technically had to. I was seeing this circle be a complete crazy shenanigan one, but I mean, considering where phase 2 took us, phase 3 is a rather reasonable one.
Yeah.
We're maintaining as much land as possible. We still got some of the airstrip down inside military base that you can play around, obviously, as well. And still, I mean, open real estate on the north side of the circle. So for Polish power and we are who coming in late. Of course, it's going to be pretty daring to even go for it in the first place, but it is available. We still have Unusual Freaks as well, rotating on in. They have the Mets to do so, and now Bystanders and X-Flow fighting one another.
Where did that come from, actually? I think 2 of Bystanders must have crashed into it because we were looking at X-Flow before thinking they've got this compound, they're fine. There wasn't really anyone close to them, and then suddenly 2 Bystanders kills in the kill feed. That has got to be a crash. Herky and Flamey having to lick their wounds and try again. They're on the cliffs at the moment. They're in a decent position, but rotating out of here further inland, especially as a duo now, that's going to be rough. They just want to delay that as long as possible.
How long are you planning on sitting there, Herky?
Do you need a ticket for that parking space is my question.
I am not sure. This game is quickly getting out of hand, but I mean, he's not getting shot at, so that's something. And he has meds this time around, so...
You've got the flames on the car, and you've got the flames in the car. They all match.
Yep. Full on commit. You gotta either you go full out, or you gotta give it 100%. If you're committed to the flame, then you gotta go for it. Let's see now, Marco. Finally. I think honestly, if you're Polish power now, you go, wait, there's a team rotating in after us. Because they were slow. Like, they were crazy slow. And here comes another team. They're going to go, what the hell? How are we not the last ones rotating into this circle? But somehow, we are who made it in. That is not something you see every day. And before they end up winning the game, too.
Maybe they pull all their meds onto a player or two. I don't know.
They must have. Let's see now.
Even then, like, the fact that you get across the bridge and you're in and no one was there to shoot you?
Yep.
A little bit lucky there.
This game is going to end on the northeast hill. It's going to quadruple hard shift to the northeast. Oh, gotta love to see a quick flick there. Solid shot coming through from Mosfox. Unfortunately, he goes down immediately after, so not really a whole lot of it, but solid. Quick scope there. Unfortunately, again, as I said, Unusual Freaks will fall down. They tried to rotate through. Military didn't work out for them. And Hall of Game, a team that hasn't really got a whole lot going today, finally find something sort of a success for themselves.
On to 3 kills now. Let's see what happens with the next circle. Here we go. Okay, nice little donut there. The compound on top of the hill, by the way, that X-Flow have, that Tarkus is immediately driving towards, that is such a good place to be right now. I'm pretty confident in saying you have some source of vision across almost all of the rest of this circle from that compound. And the best part is you can save your vehicles and choose where to move. If you have to send it and it's a horrible hard shift and there's nothing else you can do, you've still got your tires. You still have options. So that's a really, really good place to be.
The issue is with that spot is that it's extremely breachable. So while it's all good and dandy when you're not really being contested, you're relying on, for example, if a team is pushing you from the east, you're relying on the teams in the compound below to shoot them in the back in order to not apply pressure, because you can very easily get pushed in that compound from positions that you can't really do a whole lot to prevent from doing that. Let's see now, Karks. Solid double headshot coming to. Marco falls down. They just make landfall, and they're instantly met by bullets. Sprax almost taking down. That nade should get the better of him. Godrilla tries to find him. Not gonna happen, at least not instantly. Will he get the... I'm not sure where that nade went, but doesn't matter. Cox gets the gun out, gets the second kill for him as well. And now Hall of Game... Well, trying to make their way further inside the circle. They are still up and alive. Godrilla should be able to get rest. Only first knock on him, it seems. So, they'll be all right. 5 kills, 4 people up. Still got east side control of the circle, but far from over.
A little bit of an unfortunate end to We Are Who after their, shall we say, adventures in Georgia Pole. I'm sure that can be episodic,
that's a good way to put it.
Well, adventures in Zaki, actually. Forget Georgia Pole. When we were looking at them, they were driving past. They were up in Zaki. So That was the longest distance traveled, sadly, for a premature end to the game. Still 11 teams and 36 left alive here, and we're approaching the 19-minute mark in this final game of the evening. Whole of Game have got 5 kills so far, but right now we're watching Stardust potentially struggle a little bit against the 4 Slayers. They have got all 4 alive. This is on the southeastern portion of the Circle and Military Island. The good news is there's no one behind them, so there's no third party possible. The bad news is they are really struggling in this position.
Yeah, Stardust not having an easy time, especially not. I mean, as soon as 4 Slayers are allowed to play the position across the street, that makes it a lot easier for them to try and kind of contain Stardust on the southeast side, and they get some good off angles to play around too. We saw Monkey in the kill feed just there before, up towards the northwest side, trying to make his way forward, but they're starting to take casualties now as well. Shift falls down. And Philo and Monkey on their own up there now. New circle gonna pop in just a short moment. Where, oh, where might we be taken with this one? X-Flow again. Ooh, nice headshot through the smoke there. Voldemort, I mean, honestly, X-Flow, they've been incredibly impressive in today's match. Just looking forward to see them play tomorrow. Add another 2 kills to that 6 in this game already, with 3 players still on their feet as the circle once again shifts towards them.
We're slowly moving towards the part of the game where we're getting into the placement points now for Slayers. Some good grenades being exchanged with Stardust. I think that hits off the trunk of the tree. Wow. And Touch of God there must have been thinking that nade is far, it's fine, but it actually bounced down onto him, which is rough. They've also made 2 knocks themselves on the opposite tree, and it looks like Zappo should be able to get the revive, but we're not sure about the 2 over here. Zero is going to struggle to cross the road. And for that reason, I think it's advantage Stardust now.
Yep. 5 bandages on one guy, 9 on the other, 3 on the third. What is it with people and meds? Do we have to change the esports settings? Do we need to give people more meds? Is that what it is? There are 3 people alive on Stardust, and they have a collective 11 bandages in total. And now they're going to have fewer.
Yeah.
They have nothing. 2 bandages. Now they have 7 bandages to share.
Unfortunately, it instantly getting knocked or instantly taking more damage is not the way to go if the goal is to not get shot at, sadly. Vice now being knocked, he's going to get finished as well. Stardust down to 2, and they're not in next zone yet. They've got a minute and a half to think about what they want to do. But if they rotate away, they're going to move into Ghetto Gang. That's one way to do it, though. Finally, the headshot comes out onto 0. Stardust are down to 2. They have to rotate south rather than east. Otherwise, Ghetto Gang are staring at that direction, waiting for them to show themselves.
Yeah, you'd have to expect that to be a somewhat troublesome situation anyway. We'll see. Sail from the north side, still 3 alive. Obviously, Uber, I mean, we saw him go down earlier, but they have managed to make some of it anyway. 4 kills so far for Ding. So I would assume, I mean, they're going to sit tight in this position and wait for the next circle to pop. They have still got the opportunity to push up the hill, and also they could, if absolutely need be, try and make a play towards the compound that the Polish Power are in. But obviously, don't want to hard commit to any of those 2 decisions before you're fully aware of where the next circle is going to go. But maybe the decision is going to be made for them. Nork is able to find the first one in the compound, and Ding can kind of just sit and watch all this unfold before them. Solid hold so far from Polish Power and trying to prevent Whole of Game from making a play here.
We're normally used to Polish Power being the ones making the plays into compounds like this. This is very interesting indeed. They're down to 2 at the moment. Let's see if they can finish up. Marcelic is struggling with Norcus to stop any sort of ingress because, look, this utility is only going to last so long, right? Trying to work out where everyone is. They don't 100% know right now, if I'm being honest. And Ding is watching them. They want to know who ends up winning the fight and who they're going to be able to pick off.
Well, let's see. They know for a fact that there's still someone upstairs. Godrilla gets flush on out. Marcelic trying to buy himself as much time as possible. He doesn't know this, but eliminate 1 team and you get yourself some placement points as well. So maybe just a couple more seconds of survival could net him extra points. We'll see how long he can sit tight. Force tries to spray up the hill, realizes that's probably not the place to focus the attention right now as the building is being contested. Still circle, heads towards the southern side of the center. We got Renewal playing dead center right now, but they're going to be in a really tricky position once all these other teams start pushing in.
And remember, 2 teams that were on Millie Island sort of waiting. Oh, hang on a second. Marcelic trying to get the double there. Won't quite work. Norcus not far enough to be able to participate at the fight at the same time. But if he walks in while the revive is coming in, that could be good. And yeah, he heard the molly very good. Buys them enough time. Remember, two teams that have maybe been a little bit quieter so far. We have Norcus. He finds the entry frag. Never mind. He's going to push in anyway. Now, he's still maybe not favored in this fight, but he's going to give it a darn good go regardless. That's Siny down. He looks for the final one. He can't see him. And that's Kark's finishing Polish power, which means they are also into the placement points.
I'm not sure if he got partially flashed by his own flash there, or if he just flicked that mouse too hard, but he started shooting back into the main room. They're unfortunate. Now, Ghetto Gang, well, full on pull up we go. Only 2 players on their feet, but they only have 1 person to deal with, so can they win this 2v1 inside the compound? They're pushing into a compound which is essentially outside the circle. Maybe they drove a bit too far, I'm not quite sure, but they've committed to it, and now they need to take the fight here against Sancho. Or against the, Karks.
Ding and Xflow, by the way, 2 teams that were on Millie Island relatively early on. They didn't have to fight too much in the early game, and all they had to do was wait. And they're right next to each other as well. They haven't actually fought against each other yet. Here comes Sancho. Out of the garage. Is Biestoloch going to be able to get the connects? He does 1. He needs 1 more. Well, Senya goes ahead and grabs it. Easy peasy. 7 kills now for Ding. This is the kill consistency we were talking about earlier.
And ever since Uber died earlier and they made their way to this hill, all the kills they have found, which I believe is 3, has been completely with no risk involved. I mean, they've just been sitting and looking at that compound going, oh, well, that's also something you can do. And they've just been tapping away, finding kills because of it. So smart positioning by them, allowing themselves to play from a spot from where they have minimal risk themselves, but have the ability to cash in a lot of kills. Oh, Herc, you don't want to prone in the middle of the street. I know your backpack is gray and all, but that doesn't make you invisible in the asphalt.
We're now down to our final 4 teams. Xflow are almost exclusively looking towards Ding. Remember how we said they're able to hold that compound on top of the hill? Well, they've translated that into a very delightful late game performance here. 3 of them are live. Pink Pony, though, with all 4, and arguably a team that I was expecting to do a little bit better today. They haven't had the worst day, but they haven't really shone either, so this could be their opportunity. We've also got Renewal Gaming. They've got all of the south side of the circle to themselves, and they've done their share of fighting today, Toby. It's just they haven't won that many fights, and this game, they've looked quite solid, to be honest.
Yeah, they've been out there. They've been doing damage, that's for sure. We'll see if they can continue to do exactly that. Answers. He's been hitting some good shots with the Omen in this game already, so hopefully he can continue to do so as the game comes to an end. Senya knows for a fact that he's wrapping in between quite literally all the opponents on the server, which is why he is playing this one extremely cautious. Doesn't want to expose himself to anyone, and in doing so, he's, well, exposing himself to everyone.
Phase 7. Pretty much a donut, and that favors, I think, Ding and Renewal. Xflow have got a really nice position on top of that hill, but they're going to have to come at least partially off of it. And then Pink Pony also having to expose themselves a lot to the east. I think they're the team that have the most to lose. They're trying to stay quiet. They want everyone else to start fighting first. And during that fighting, they might be able to move in. That's going to be the play right now.
Senya needs for Renewal to focus Pink Pony as they leave the compound. They know they have to run, and Senya is completely exposed to them. So let's see now as they make their way further forward. Senya is going to be in the open. Sail is actually going to be the first one to be found. Gets taken on down by IMAT. Once again, Renewal able to find Nox in the open. Will they get the flush as well? No, Solve there to steal it.
Pink Pony are still 4 alive, which I'm so impressed considering the blue right now. Yes, the Lodge is very much pinned down by them. If you have no cover and you have to rush into circle like this, what you have to do is make sure all 4 of you are focused on one target so that no one peeks you and gets free damage, right?
Yeah.
But it's desperation mode there if they want to go any further north. If they wrap south, they walk into Renewal. They're going to have to start making a decision.
Regardless of what way they go, they're going to be crossing the open. The thing is, I'm not sure they know that Senya is playing that position just yet. Bestadog has kind of been attracting all the attention towards himself. Let's see now if they spot him. Oh, he realizes now that he's in the open. Senya needs to find the knock here. Fortunately, not quite going to happen. In the meantime, one falls, answers once again. That's exactly that with the Omen in hand. He's, well, they aren't overcommitting to taking any fights here. They just want to be enough of a nuisance to Pink Pony that they can't do it because they have their own issues up on the other side. Let's see if we can find one more. Just flies past the head of Voldemort.
Broken vest there on Answers. Renewal Gaming. They've dished out a lot of damage this game, but their ability to take it is now severely compromised. They have the crates. The weapons are, well, no pun intended, their greatest weapon right now. Their defensive capabilities have taken a hit. Note that there's no frag grenades or molotovs on Answers, only smokes.
I was going to say that, yeah, sorry, continue.
No, go. I was going to say, I like Ding's position on the north side of the circle. They can choose who to engage.
I was going to say they have to push. I mean, even though I know it's a pretty much impossible 2v4 to have to make, they have to make an aggressive play downhill towards Pink Pony here. Senya, unfortunately, falls down. He was going to be their ace up the sleeve. Not going to happen, though. In the meantime, X-Flow allowed to wrap around the side there, Voldemort. 7 kills already, finds one more, but there's going to be an answer. Once again, Answers is there to punish in return. Archie falls down. Giria falls down. Did Extends just knock his teammate?
Headshot as well.
That must have been someone accidentally stepping in front of someone else. I'm not sure, but that is not the time to go out and have accidental friendly fire coming in. Extends able to do a bit of a cleanup of it, taking out Best of Luck. Now one more team eliminated. If you're Renewal now, you're pushing. You saw the knock in the kill feed. You have to claim the Ridge before Solf is allowed to. Make the run on forward. Answers finds the first one. Giria goes down. Solf is here, though. Not a whole lot of bullets to work with, but finds the knock in the first one.
Pink Pony now down to 3. Renewal Gaming down to 2. There are so many circumstances where that accidental headshot, that accidental knock costs them the game. It might not be now, but Renewal Gaming with 2 up still have the possibility of making this very, very difficult for them indeed, especially if your nades are that good. Answers takes just under 60 hit points worth of damage. And Imad's been whoring the meds. Look at that. He's dropped 3. He's been hoarding all of the meds there. Had to drop 3 first aids. No one else has any.
This is
oh no.
This is a tough one. I mean, Renewal, unfortunately, it's unfortunate that that Rule goes down early because his idea was the good one. I just wanted all of them to have tried to make that play together, get control of the Ridge, and you have them all running around in the open down below you. Unfortunately, they couldn't do that in time, and now, I mean, while they still have the Ridge, technically, Answers is trying to hold off here. No vest against 2 barrels. That is as dangerous as anything.
Playing the bottom side of the ridge means that they have to be reliant on the flank, and Answers manages to hold off with the barrel, but without a vest, there's only so much damage you can take. And up to 11 kills with Pink Pony, they manage to get a chicken dinner to close out the day.
Pink Pony sitting in that roadside compound with the 4 teams alive in the end game. They were probably the team I expected the least to be able to bring home that win there. We saw the team up on the hillside. I think, everyone just got kind of a little overzealous. Everyone wanted to make the play before the player was really available to be made, and that allowed for Pink Pony to push out in the end of it.
A really, really good bit of patience there from Pink Pony. How long was it that they were on the east side of the circle and we were looking at the route they had to come in, and we thought, yes, they've got 4 alive, but we're just expecting them to go out next because, oh my God, that position was ridiculous. But they waited long enough. They allowed other people to fight first. They kept their eyes trained on Bestology. They didn't want him to take any free shots off at them. Let's bring Sam back into the equation. That was a really interesting and a really exciting end to the final game.
It was an incredible end to a game that threw a lot at us. I mean, there was a lot of some interesting moments in that one. So throughout the game, right at the start especially, I was starting to have a little bit of a chuckle, especially with that circle. So some of the standouts for you, other than the final fights?
I'm just going to say, because I know you're nice and all, Sam, I just love your use of the word interesting. Because that can mean a whole lot of different things. But I agree with you. We saw some interesting things in the beginning of that game up towards the north side of the map, that's for sure. And I think, I mean, it showcases the chaos that we've seen for a lot of the day today. Sometimes a team is going to force you to take a fight with them, and there was no way that either of those 2 teams, like, sometimes you just dug your trenches too deep that you can't get out of them.
Jaroslav, you mentioned it there with Pink Pony. Obviously, I'm going to be honest, I didn't see it happening. I thought that they were going to be out. Do you think that that is just a matter of controlling pace a little bit, slowing everything down, kind of letting everyone else run around and shoot? Was that what they were doing there in the final fights?
I'm going to give credit where it's due and say that the other teams played a big factor in that. Pink Pony did everything that they could to dissuade Ding from shooting at them while there were still 4 teams left. But they still had to have the other 3 teams shoot each other. They couldn't do it all on their own. And I thought they did they did the maximum. And if they had done everything there and still finished in 4th place, I would have given them as many plaudits as if they finished in 1st. It happened to work out for them this time. I think they're a great team. I think they deserve the victory and the points that they come out of it. But honestly, the way that game ended, it wasn't entirely in their hands.
Toby, we're watching the highlights now. For you, what was one of your highlights? What was one of your interesting highlights in this game?
We're seeing it pop off right here. I mean, there was a lot of action for teams to try and maintain or take control, I should say, on the south side. And then this, I mean, Chris's fight against the blue, that was pretty interesting. At least, I mean, he makes up for you can't really throw the blame on anyone, but it was just I'm lost for words. I don't know. It was just weird. That right there. Most boxes headshot. That was impressive. I love to see it. It's not too often we see people do quick scopes with the bolt these days, so I love to see it work.
How about you, Jaroslav? What were some of your highlights from this game?
How aggressive teams were the moment a little bit of damage was thrown towards them. It honestly felt a little bit like a final game, whether it is the final game of the day, but not of the tournament. You know, sometimes when the teams are going about their own business, a grenade gets thrown and suddenly everyone takes gross offense and digs themselves in and no, we're not moving from this spot until you're dead. That kind of feels like how most of the teams played this game. It was unusually aggro, honestly, and that meant that from start to finish, we had very weird, very, very aggressive things happening, but it also meant, of course, that we had more entertainment as a result.
You mentioned the aggression because there was something that I'd written down where I thought that this game was very aggressive early on, and I was kind of surprised because normally you find in the last game of the day, teams aren't just jumping straight in to get into a fight because they're obviously feeling each other out. So would you say that I mean, I'm not even going to try and answer this question. Joe, why was there so much early aggression?
I don't know, because like in game number 4 of Group 1, for example, we didn't see this. This almost feels like I can't explain it. This is game 4 of 12. We know what happened, but frankly, I'm unsure as to why. It felt like everyone was so quick to anger. Just because someone fires a couple of shots at you while you're going by doesn't mean you all have to stop and turn around and keep shooting them till they're dead. But that really was the theme. And if it was just 1 or 2, I'd be like, okay, just a little bit of chance. But we must have seen 5, 6, maybe more different fights there, where there were some really hard commits early game. It has to be coincidence, I think, because it's all weekend long, this tournament, right? It's not the final game here. And for what it's worth, it was certainly very entertaining.
Toby, why do you think there was so much early aggression?
I think unintentionally, Joro coined it earlier today, fatigue. I mean, yes, the 4th game earlier today wasn't as hectic as this one turned out to be. Obviously, the circle here played a massive factor in this one being as crazy as it ended up being, because not only was it military, but it was on the edge of military. But, I mean, at least where I am in the world right now, it's 11:30 in the evening. And when you're sitting this late in the evening trying to full-on focus, sometimes I'm not going to say that, I mean, gamers obviously they play until the sun comes up again, but the hours of the day ends up impacting decision-making as well. And I think for some of them, when you hit one of those, what am I watching? Like, what's going on here? The later it gets in the day, the later it gets in the evening, the harder it becomes to maintain that focus.
Toby, I think you're right. It's competitive fitness. That's what it is. They just need a little bit of a warm-up. Maybe by Sunday, everyone will feel a bit better. Let's take a look at the scoreboard. I made that term up. I'm going to trademark it in a little bit. This is what the scores look like in that final game. And of course, Pink Pony sitting pretty right there at the top spot. Can we talk about X-Flow though? Throughout today, they've really impressed me, Toby.
Yeah. No, they've been incredibly impressive. I don't want to say come out of nowhere, but in terms of my expectations, they kind of have. Not only did they play well here as well, But the 17 kill game they had, I mean, it's just been phenomenal to see a team that I had little to no real expectations for not only go out and have one good game, but continuing to impress again in a lobby that I like to say is very high caliber. This one, and not only be able to play up against the best, but beat a lot, if not all of them. I think that's really nice to see from a team I didn't expect a lot from, because it goes to show the depth of the EU PUBG scene, that you have some teams that I don't know too well that go out and play this well. I'm just all smiles seeing performances like that from a team I don't expect a lot from.
John, I was keeping quiet because I was like, oh, maybe you'll add something, but seeing as you won't, you can chat to us about the leaderboard. Take a look. I mean, there we go. So after the fourth game of the day, look who's sitting at the top. I'm not even surprised. I think that they just really performed well. Ding sitting in second as well. And look at that. Pink Pony moving all the way up to third with that chicken dinner from the final game.
Well, look, at one point today, we had the top three with no chicken dinner. And I think the reason for that is really strong consistency. Xflow and Ding are the two standout teams that have been able to deliver that time and time again. Xflow managed to find 10 points on Ding. And on the surface, you go, wow, they've been really consistent all day. And they managed to get a 10-point gap first to second. That's actually really impressive and above and beyond. But just to remind everyone, in game number 3, Xflow and Ding clashed early on. Ding went out early. That was like their only quote-unquote bad game of the day. And Xflow took full advantage of that to pull ahead. As far as I'm concerned, those two teams have been neck and neck all day. We've seen flashes of brilliance from most of the teams that are in the top half of the leaderboard. There's no denying that. Ghetto Gang and Millie Island on game number 3, the way they held that. Pink Pony with their final chicken dinner. No name yet. At times, really impressive. Multiple points today. But no one's been able to do it game in, game out the same way they have.
Toby, we now have the tournament leaderboard. So 32 teams. There's only 8 spots available. These groups will change up tomorrow. So when you take a look there, those top 4 teams for me, Toby, and I mean, I'm not sure if you're in agreement. I think those are the 4 teams that stood out today.
Oh yeah, most definitely. I mean, they there's a reason they're up there. They're up there because they deserve it. They played phenomenal PUBG throughout the day. Again, only having 4 games each is it's difficult. You have throwaway games eventually, but all these 4 teams played phenomenal. And I'm just interested in seeing. I mean, we talked about top 8 going through. Look at 9th through 16th. That's 8 points. Obviously, that's going to change, right? Because the more games you play, the bigger the spread is going to be. But we're going to be at a point where I think multiple teams will not qualify to the finals by maybe 3 points or less, like between all of them. It's going to be incredibly close.
I mean, that's what I love about PUBG, right? Is when it does get incredibly close like that. Only 8 spots for them to fight it out. Jorasar, it is only day 1 though, and they've got 2 more days. So do you think we're going to see quite a few changes? I mean, I don't think that it's fair to say that might be the sort of top 8 that might stick through for the rest of the week.
Look, there's time, but I'm going to stop short of saying there's plenty of time for the teams to turn it around that maybe haven't quite found the right formula today. But at the end of the day, it's the teams that are still able to get 6 or 7 points out of a bad game where you lose 3 players in the early game. Think, Uber back on Miramar kind of stuff. When the chips are down, those are the games where those points matter. You can get 20 points one game, and if you finish in 16th for the next 2, that's not going to matter. And in a lobby where 2 or 3 points could be the difference between 6th place and 12th, come the end of Sunday, that's going to be all important.
You've had a taste of PUBG esports here in Europe. It's been a while, and we've got more to come. Take a look at the schedule now. For the rest of the weekend, you are going to have your full of chicken dinners, and you're going to get to see the best teams in Europe battling it out. We, of course, are coming back tomorrow for another 8 games. And Toby, what's interesting is those groups are going to shake up now. So seeding is going to play a role. It's not going to be the same 2 groups. I mean, that's obviously going to change the leaderboards a little bit as well.
Oh yeah, massively. It's going to have a huge impact on how things are going to turn out tomorrow. I'm curious to see, I'm excited to see what the lobbies are going to look like coming into tomorrow. Because there are teams that might not have played today to the level that we know they're capable of. And if they get thrown into lobbies that are even stronger than the ones they were up against today, we could have some of the teams that we coming into today thought were going to be the ones in the top have a real hard time to get anything going, even through day 2.
Day 2 is going to be epic, hopefully just as epic as the action that we got to see today. Toby, Jorasar, and myself will be back tomorrow. You better be in chat. We'll see you then.